Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Hello, hello. How we doing? Let's turn down the music a little bit. How long ago was last stream? 8 hours? Yeah. I think I slept like a few hours, I guess. my hair is kind of still reeling. Was really hard to actually sleep since I was like, okay, but if we do this, if we do not very long ago, yeah. Oh yeah, there is a sale right now, so I just bought the Essence tab. I was waiting for the sale to get it, so now we have Essence. I kind of want to buy some more stash space for the guild as well. You bought a map stash and 7 premium? Let's see here. We do have some guild points. I have some points as well. So let's see here. What would we need for the guild? That is the question, pretty much. I think we just need like quad stash tabs, right? I think. Yeah, this is pretty much endless, like unique currency. Damn, this is shit empty. What? Yeah, member and officer tab are kinda not really being used, I have to say. So I'm gonna make these into... I'm gonna make member and officer smaller tabs for now. Or just one member officer tab, pretty much. Because this is not really being used. And we just get some extra ones. Let's go to the shop here. Guild gem stash tab, that one we have. Flask tab is kind of completely useless, right? Delirium tab for the guild, no. Map tab for the guild, I guess. I guess map tab for the guild makes sense, right? Donate some points. Yeah, if you have any leftover points and wanna donate them to the guild, feel free. Oh wait, I need to put my YouTube chat in my thing here. YouTube chat is not open yet. Custom browser docs. There we go. YouTube chat is here now. Yo, good morning. Good morning, Warg. Tex, Trixa, what's up? Zio, Belton, hello. JD, Aquila, hello, everyone. Is the guild open to join? Yeah. Yeah. I need to... Let me change the guild command real quick. Drops are still ongoing. I think so. Let me actually check. Because if they are, I'm gonna put it into my title, to be honest. Let me check here. VO rewards, drops. Path of Exile 2, Dawn of the Hunt. Where is it? Dawn of the Hunt. It's until March 28. March 28, 5:59 a.m. GMT. No, it's already over. What? It's over. No more drops, it seems like. Oh, damn. What is this? Goodbye. Drops were up for 10 hours, yeah. So it was kind of just yesterday, right? Yeah, in my Twitch drops, it says Thursday, March 27, 8 p.m. until 5:59 a.m. GMT +1. So my time, GMT +1. So it was over like almost 4 hours ago. Unfortunately, no more guillotine drop. When we get the patch notes, anybody knows? They just said next week. On patch day, I hope not. Please no. Please give us like at least 1 or 2 days. Ingenuity will be nerfed? I don't think so. I don't think so, but like speculation is kind of a little bit useless right now. Okay, guild map stash tab. Let's go. I'm gonna buy that for us. Drop this today. Nice. End League, End Smeek. I like that. Patch notes will hit midweek probably. Yeah, hopefully. The Witch Ascendancy would be broken with it. I think Ingenuity is just gonna be very rare. Ingenuity plus 25 effect plus extra slot is crazy. Yeah. Let's see about that. So, map stash tabs. Map stash tab. Let's, I don't know, put it here or something. Maps. Anyone can access, right? Or is it just members? No, right? Okay, let me... Okay, you need to change the music. Let's go back to Final Fantasy. Oh, Final Fantasy's 10 soundtrack. I haven't listened to that in a long time. Okay, let me change the guild command real quick. So if anyone wants to join the guild, still gets the right... Okay, guild command is set up. Oh, okay, commands, overlay not working. Thank you for the follow, Zenovi. Sorry, didn't trigger an alert, unfortunately. Let me test here. It should be now though. Thank you for the follow though.
Good morning.
Ah, there we go. Yes, now it's fixed again. ICRSSD, thank you as well for the follow. Welcome everyone. Good morning. Hello Munchu. Hello.
Good morning.
Bad Siphons. Thank you as well for the follow. Yeah, so excited for Lich. Nice. It's definitely not among my most excited ones, I have to say. Lich kind of seems I don't know really to me, but yeah, I'm excited for Huntress. But I get how people are excited for Lich. It looks very cool. Okay, so since Officer tab is not really used, like at all, let's put the maps in here. Let's actually put maps to members. That would be great aura bot. Could be. Lich can reach like 25k, yes. Might be possible, right? Are we doing a review? Yes, we're going over everything again. We're going over everything again. I'm probably gonna record a YouTube video pretty much on stream. We're gonna go through everything again. We're gonna do a list of everything that's our takeaways, and then we will do everything one by one and do a list of everything. Let me clean up the stash here real quick. I don't want to destroy the rabbit though. I mean, we do have some space. This is just like very full of stuff that is probably never gonna get used, right? I don't wanna be the janitor here. Remember, an officer tab just shows how bored we are. Yeah. No, 30% more spell damage is insane. I mean, we can go over it again, right? Reddit, PoE2. Yo, Alan, good morning. Hello. Welcome to YouTube chat as well. Oh, damn, this is new as well. This is new information as well. Path of Exile 2's full release has a 65% chance of arriving this year, says Grinding Gear Games. So what could go wrong? I mean, that's much higher than I kind of expected, to be honest. That's much higher than I would expect. I don't me personally, I don't really expect a full release this year, I have to say. Where's the one from yesterday? The Ascendancies. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna get out my notepad. Getting out the notepad. Is all the new content running on a new league? The Standard League also gets the new content. That is how what they decided for some reason. I don't know. I'm not opposed to that. I don't know how it will look yet, though. It will definitely have some implications. But yeah. Okay, let me... What makes me move to new league then? Economy reset. Yes. Yo, Fury! Good morning. Welcome back. Back from the dead. Good morning. Oops. Okay, yeah. Ascendancies. They switched up some wrong ones here. They did some wrong ones, right? For the Lich. Is this the Warcraft 3 Lich, by the way? Might be. Been riding bikes in Italy for 2 weeks, didn't break a single bone, can tell the same thing about the rest of the team? Oh no. Oh no. Stay inside. What are you doing? But day one, it will be hard not to want to run the Legacy League and see what's up. That's true, yes. That's definitely true. Yes, I do. That's kind of my worry a little bit, right? Especially as someone who is streaming and doing build guides, like content on YouTube as well. I will be very, very tempted to go into standard and try endgame stuff. To be like one of the first people to actually have like some grasp of endgame builds and stuff, right? In the new state. That's exactly what I'm kinda not worried about, but just thinking about how it will work pretty much, you know. No exclusive content for League is major letdown? Why? Kinda pointless to play it? No, I disagree. What? Economy, like complete reset and everything? Why would it be pointless? When does the update come out? Next Friday. In exactly 1 week and a few hours. It's probably gonna be around like 8 PM again, right? It will split the player base a lot? I don't think so. I think the vast majority of the player base is gonna be in the new league. Just like in PoE1. Just like PoE1 has always been. Where's your ugly mug? Still no face reveal. I have a fresh tattoo as well, and I didn't shave for like since Christmas or something. Yeah, but you still have to, like, the thing is, you still have to get them. Yes, you can find the OP build in standard and be like, oh yeah, by the way, this is the OP endgame build here. I have Ingenuity, I have Dream Fragments, whatever, Astromantis, whatever. But you still have to get it in the new league, right? And we don't know anything about that. So it's not like, oh yeah, this is the cheese build. Let me just get this real quick in the new league. No. You can see his cute face in Discord. Yeah, that's a lot of people, Kulo, right? A lot of people feel like this is a fresh start for them because some people started a little bit later as well, right? So that's why a lot of people really like there being an economy reset and stuff. I'm gonna upload a photo just for you, Fury, into supported chat. Just for you, of my ugly mug. Oh yeah, I have a good one. I have a good one with a nice head. We have supported chat. Yeah, we have one exclusive. We have one channel in Discord that is for Twitch subscribers and YouTube members. Yes. Damn, what is this song? What is this song? I don't remember this from Final Fantasy 7. 10. Yeah, I posted a nice picture. I don't have to add you to the supported chat. If your Twitch is linked to the if your Twitch is linked to Discord, you automatically get the subscriber role. Okay, first ascendancy for. Okay, let me get my notepad out so I can put my takeaways. What is this song? Yo, Kata, good morning. Did you get some sleep?
Good morning.
Scambank. Hello, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Hello. So is the economy resetting with new characters and will be two separate economies, or is the economy staying the same? No, economy reset. Reset for the new league. But there will be standard. It's the same as always. It's the same how PoE1 has always been. There's standard and there's a new league. It's the same as always. Nothing changed regarding that. The only real change is that standard is also getting the new content, since this is an early access and not strictly just a new league, right? Never played PoE1, so this is all new to me. Yeah. It's very, once you get it, you will always get it. You got it, pretty much. Okay, let me get my notepad out real quick. What is, let me get my Discord here. Oh, already. I don't look like Toad. What do you mean? What does linked mean? Ah, linked. Ah, that's what you mean. So even people and old characters, the economy will be fresh? No. The old characters will be in a separate realm, which will be standard. And that you keep all in this realm. But if you want to play the new league, everything is fresh. With the hat, it's your total cosplay. It's like my wife has curly hair now, and she swears this. It's called a duvet. I learned, and you put it on, and it keeps your hair from like being frizzy. That's so. I had to put it on because I kind of felt like I looked like a medieval like bard. Yeah, Kata, are you... No, you're gonna have to stay one more day, right? You're gonna have to stay a little bit more, right? Where's your ukulele? Toss a coin to the Witcher? Yeah. So I noticed in the stream they said about those keys rather than the different tiers of like founder packs. How is that going to work exactly? I don't know what you mean. Different keys, different tiers, or like founder packs. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what that's referring to. One more day here? Okay. Is it at least okay? Or... The reliquary keys were voted on by supporters. Ah, okay, that's... Okay, so it doesn't really have like a huge impact. Yeah, it's fine actually. Nice. Okay. Huntress Ascension 1 is... What is this called again? Amazon, right? What was this called? Amazon? You're going with Amazon for a new season? No. Most likely, I would say 90% sure. If everything stays how it is, this is gonna be my ascension here. We're gonna go over it, and you might... Lich? No. Primalist? No. What's it called again? Ritualist. Ritualist. Huntress Ritualist. Let's do a vote. Let's do a vote right now. If we just watch the video again, I'm gonna do a poll. Quick poll. New poll. Watch video again. Yes. No. Okay. Because it seems like some people might not have seen it so far. Definitely going Lich. Yeah, a few people are gravitating towards Lich, right? Okay, 2 votes so far. Damn, democracy is not working. Aura farming, solo leveling, fuck yeah. Okay, Huntress Ascension Amazon. This looks like it could be more single target focused, to be honest. This is like a physical damage, attack speed based. What I'm really interested in, or what looks really the best to me in this Ascension here, is in for the kill. We saw it in the video that on bosses and on like higher health enemies, you can impose a weakness or something, or open a weakness, and you can uphold this. It looks like pretty much all the time, and 20% increased movement speed while an enemy with an open weakness is in your presence, and 40% increased skill speed while an enemy with an open weakness is in your presence. That's sounds pretty strong to me. Leech would be nice if it properly works. Yeah. Needs to work first. Okay, poll is over. Thank you for participating in the democracy. Yo, Sentinel, good morning. I miss during days when I could just mark a thread. Yeah, I feel like this is kind of very, very basic. Like everything here is pretty basic. I think these nodes are all kind of gonna be ignored. Life Leech recovers based on your elemental damage as well as physical damage. I don't know. If they don't do a major overhaul to Leech, I don't know. Life Flask also also recovers mana, and Mana Flask also recovers life. Yeah, I don't know. I think these nodes here are pretty much gonna be ignored. This is probably gonna be the line that most people are taking. The in for the kill with Predatory Instincts. Like 50% more damage against enemies with an open weakness. Let's see how it will work though, how available it actually is to you. Stalking Panther sounds pretty good to you. Oh yeah, this one, yeah, I kind of like these two here. The Mystic Harvest and Esmiri Brew, I think is not gonna be something. Yeah, Stalking Panther sounds pretty nice, especially with 20% increased evasion rating as the small node. Definitely, yeah, that's really good. Evasion stacking here. This could also become like a very, very fast character, right? Extremely fast this could become. Imagine like evasion stacking Queen of the Forest, and then you also have in for the kill, 20% increased movement speed and 40% increased skill speed. This could be extremely fast. Is the Twitch drop not available anymore? Nope. Nope. Drop is over. What was this line again? This could be really strong as well. Don't get me wrong. I think the main focus right now is people are kind of really focusing on this one because of this line here. Obviously, this seems, we're gonna go over it of course, because this seems like super strong. So most people are kind of focusing in on the ritualist right now, but I do feel like this might be very strong as well. By the way, this looks like Nidalee. I just realized. This is Nidalee. No? Have you seen the unique they showed yesterday with the heralds? Yes, of course. We went through the video again and went through everything like one by one. That unique looks insane. This is Nidalee here. Nidalee with buckler, yeah. That's beyond crazy, yeah. It's a body armor as well. What is it, like 37 in the video? At least it was 37 all elemental resistances, plus the extra, plus 3 heralds. No spirit you need for the heralds as well. That looks crazy. And it's strength int, right? Strength int. Let me see here. You can find it again. Oh, damn. Streamers react. Ah. Oh, dude. I love this. New video here, Path of Exile 2 clips. Streamers react to new Path of Exile Dawn of the Hunt trailer. First face I see, I already want to turn the video off again. Dude. Yes, yeah. Streamer reacts on streamer reacts, nice, yeah. Out of curiosity, what's your upload speed? Because I wouldn't mind starting to stream, but I don't think mine is sufficient. My upload speed is like 30 Mbits or something, I think. You do not like Asmon? No, I don't. Everyone's like, dog leave. Let's do reacts on streamer reacts. Okay. Yeah. So, like I said, everyone's kind of focusing. Content farming goes crazy. I don't fault anyone for doing that. Gotta pay the bills somehow. I get that. And like I said, and I don't fault anyone for watching. So, go for it. Go for it. Georgie Bulgarian Fight King. That's an interesting name as well. Okay. Yeah, I think we shouldn't forget about this one. I think this might be very strong. This might be very, very strong. Like, with all the combo bases they showed as well. This might be pretty strong for single target. I mean, clear is not going to be the problem. I think there is going to be a large focus on more boss killing with the rogue exiles, with probably lesser player power in general, so pinnacle bosses being harder by proxy. Also, like, some of the new events looked like they were kind of like boss based. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting to see. I actually don't know. I feel like everyone's gonna very much focus on this Ascension here and kind of forget about this one, but this might be very strong as well. What's the one on the passive G again for accuracy and stuff? Like, is this? No, which one is it? Like this one, right? Increased. Basically, this Ascension here will take exactly this line you take as a stat stacker here as well, right? Where's Huntress gonna start? Is it here? It's here, right? Is this the Huntress start here? This part of the passive tree here is already like super strong, I think. Wait, is open weakness a mark skill? That's also something I want to know. Is open weakness a mark skill? Is it a skill? Is it just like a passive debuff on a target? That's also a big question. Yeah, this might become a very strong line here. You can just go, movement speed here. You can go into acceleration, Falcon Dive, obviously. And then you have all of this line here, which is gonna be super, super strong for this as well. Evasion rating, dexterity. This is like, this part of the tree here is so strong as well. You can stack accuracy rating, you can stack evasion rating, dexterity. This ascendancy might actually be very strong here. Patch notes might change the tree. Yes, that's true. Yes, that's true. I feel like this Ascendancy should not be forgotten about, especially with what's on the tree. Depending a little bit on the changes, of course, but this might be super strong. Well, interesting is what to skill until we reach higher maps. Need probably another way in skill tree, yeah. Might be enough to use just a Ciri Acuity gloves if they new cover. And not go crit notes on tree, just tools. It depends a little bit on Leech, right? Leech in its current state, I don't know. But Leech cannot be too... I do get how... I think they said this as well. Like, over buffing Leech or making Leech too strong is obviously not a good idea as well. Because if you have characters that deal high damage and also have like a high amount of Leech, that's gonna be a good way to make a character way too strong, I think. Oh, what happened here? 100 plus new uniques, yes. 100 plus support gems as well. But a Ciri makes it instant, yeah. Okay, yeah, I feel like this might be overlooked a little bit. What's the takeaways here? Might be very strong single target damage. Leech off. Dex stacking. Evasion stacking.
Good morning.
Accuracy. Rating stacking. Synergies. This is highly synergistic, 100%. F Broken, thank you for the follow, welcome. What exactly is the difference between block and parry? As they shown it yesterday, parry opens a window for basically counter attacks. Parry, like an active block in the way Ray's shield is? Yes, it is. It looks like it is. Parry is basically an ability, you parry and then it opens up like a counter attack. We said this yesterday when watching the video and going over it again. I think...
Wrong.
Okay, apparently I'm wrong. Parry works like in Valheim. That's a good comparison. I think parry stuff is not gonna go into endgame, especially for mapping and stuff. I think you will never like go into a map and there's a bunch of mobs and you go like, oh yeah, let me parry first. So it enables this ability, right? I don't think that's going to be something people are going to do. Trade? No. They killed him, right? Oh no, what is Valheim? It's a very good game. Valheim is an amazing game. That's what it is. Okay. Yeah, takeaways here. Dex stacking, evasion stacking, accuracy rating, stacking, synergies, very strong. Strong part of the passive tree. Changes might be coming. Oh. Reveal weakness. Debuff. Mark skill. I don't know. Is open weakness gonna be is this a mark skill? Or is this just like bleed, for example, or whatever? I'm amazed how people are still trading at this game state. You just go with the flow, right? You just go with it. Anything else we want to see here? I feel like this is gonna be forgotten about, and people might be overlooking this one because this has very strong synergies. Also, like, what is infused weapon? When you consume a power charge, trigger infused weapon to gain 2 cold infusion. When you consume an endurance charge, trigger infused weapon to gain 2 fire infusion. When you and lightning infusion. And this is basically flat elemental damage on the weapon, right? Which is also gonna be like very strong here. You could also change this up with resonance. So yeah. Infusion, question mark. It's also going to be interesting to see. Looks like a glass cannon. Yeah, probably like evasion stacker, right? Will Spark be nerfed? We don't know for sure yet. Patch notes are coming. I do think so, yes. They basically said yesterday they said pretty much what they said was, yeah, if you expect something to be nerfed, yes, it will be nerfed. That's pretty much what they said yesterday. I think you didn't saw Mr. 9 stream yesterday. What do you mean? Needs acrobatics, evasion stacking to be somewhat defensive. Yeah. I mean, it's like Ranger as well, right? But Ranger does have some defensive capabilities. But this, yeah, this seems like very offense based. That's probably why they included the leech stuff, right? $20 to 40% will be in standard? No way. No way. Absolutely not. No. What would you do in standard? It's like, yeah, okay, this build works in endgame, but and then the same people who will be for 2 weeks in standard, like you say, will be the same people that when everyone's playing the new league are gonna be the same people that be like, oh, I feel so behind. Yeah, because that is just shooting yourself in the foot if you really stay on like standard for like 2 weeks or something for some reason. There's like literally no incentive to do that. Yes, you can try out new builds in endgame, but you still have to get them in the other league, right? And no one guaranteed it. It just doesn't make sense. But they won't be able to hop into endgame crafting ATC at the start. Yeah, but that's the progress of every league. Okay, I'm just okay. This is how PoE has always worked. Do you think Chaos Dot build will be better with Lich Ascendancy? Yeah, probably. Probably. Lich Ascendancy looks like a curse-focused Chaos stuff, right? And the difference is also the amount of people that are going to be playing the new league. It's also a very big difference. Okay, good. We are finished with this Ascendancy. Okay. This Ascendancy. Huntress, Ascension, Ritualist. We kind of said yesterday, I kind of like Corrupted Life Force. I like the idea of it. This is basically like Contagion, right? With a 20% increased physical damage node. This will probably be the extra that a lot of people are taking, at least for clearing. This line is movement speed, the inbuilt Headhunter here, and as the Whispers demand, Ritual Sacrifice can be used on yourself to remove 20% maximum life to grant a random monster modifier. It only stays for like 25 seconds. I think this is kind of gimmicky. I don't think you want to do this whole animation for every 25 seconds. What's this? New Ascendancies, Shiroi. Did you miss everything? Did you miss it or what? Just got here. So I'm guessing you didn't see the reveal stream, or? This is the new Ascendancies. New class, Huntress, and new Ascendancies. You didn't see the video? Damn. You slept yesterday, you missed it all? Oh no. Should we watch it again? Should we just watch the whole thing again and go over it? I asked this before, so. How long is it? Like 40 minutes. It's like 40 minutes. I mean, we do have time though. We have time today. I'm not doing anything. Are you sad with the new update? What? No. What? I'm happy. Is there a Reddit post with the main points? No Zoic third ascendancy. I don't care. I think anyone that is complaining about this update, I don't know. I don't know what to even think about that. Where's Druid? Yeah, exactly. Wait, +1 rings? Yes. Okay. Yeah, Shiroi. Okay, I like that you haven't seen this before. So basically, let me say again. First Ascendancy, Huntress here. First Ascendancy for Huntress here is pretty much standard evasion, dexterity, accuracy rating, stacker, crit, whatever the fuck, killing stuff. Oh. This Ascendancy is the Ritualist for Huntress. Second Ascendancy for Huntress. These lines here are kind of meh. It's fine. Like increased life recovery rate, missing life. Okay. Increased life recovery rate. Okay. We have an inbuilt headhunter here, which looked amazing at first because we were like, oh damn, inbuilt headhunter. But you have to do pretty much a 3-second animation every 25 seconds in order to keep it up. I don't think that's gonna see much use case. I don't think that's gonna be used much. But the main thing here is, first you have to pick -15% all res, minus spirit, minus maximum mana. But next node, 1 ring slot. 3% increased attributes and basically 25% ingenuity for all your rings and amulets. This looks like Gemling 2.0 here. This looks so strong. Just a feeling, but this might be very strong. Yeah, that's what we said yesterday as well. Like all elemental resistances is probably the way to go here. You just need 1 extra ring, right? 3 rings plus ingenuity. Yeah, that's what most people are thinking about right now, right? Did they say anything about balance changing? Yes, they did, but we don't know for sure yet. Chronomancer buffs, it sounded like, yeah, Mark said yesterday that the Chronomancer is getting new Ascendancy nodes, for example. And they also said if we expect something to be nerfed, it will probably be nerfed. I love the I have to say I absolutely love the discussion about like a standard versus league. This discussion will die very, very soon because you will all see. It's the same at PoE 1 forever. It has no point in discussing it now. You can play whatever you want, but I will tell you, the vast majority of players are always going to play the new league. It's just a fact. It's just a fact. There's no point in discussing that. You can play whatever you want. You can stay in standard if you want to. You can play the new league if you want to. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Let me just tell you, as someone who has played PoE 1 for 10 years, everyone will play the new league. Everyone. Exclusive content though? Yeah, but it's okay. It still means that most people are gonna play the new league. Why would you now, and why would you go into standard now and be like, oh yeah, I'm done already? Like, what is the point? The whole point of the game is starting fresh and building up a new character, or building up a new like collection of characters, or whatever you want to do. What would be the point here? So let's say today league drops, right? I'm just going like, oh yeah, this is my build now. This is my build now. Okay, I just use my Temporalis I have here. I use my Dreamfrags, blah blah blah. Done. I'm done with the league. Right? What? What is? That's exactly the point about Path of Exile. You could do this in standard as well. If you argue like that, you could say for Path of Exile 1, like, what is the point in even playing a new league? I can just wait 2 months and then I have everything in that league on my characters. That, like, asking that question, what is the point in playing the new league? Yeah, I don't know. But trading items will be dead in previous league? No. Not necessarily. It's exactly the same as PoE 1 standard versus league. It's exactly the same.
Good morning.
Yo! Angel, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's okay. That's okay. Everyone is entitled to their own opinion, right? What is this? Damn, what is this? Beautiful cat here. Wow. I don't really watch other streamers, so I wouldn't know what they mostly think, so. I welcome a new start. Yeah, most people are. Okay, let's go. Yeah, Ritualist, I mean, Ritualist looks very good. I think that's the gist of it, right? This is what most people have been concentrating on yesterday. That this looks kinda nuts. You might start with Lich. Yeah, we're going to go over Lich. Is props going to be a melee build? Reduced mana hits hard. I mean, you just have to pick one, no? You just have to pick one. I think in most cases it's gonna be minus 15% LRS, and yeah, easy. You get an extra ring, so hello. You can just get one ring, that extra ring with 15% ORS, done. I mean, this is so easy to reconcile, right? I was so set on Infernalist, I didn't think they would give a Witch a new Ascension. Nice. I mean, that's good for you, right? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see, Samacha. We'll see. I've been mostly solo, but I've been fun. Nice. Infernalist is so strong. It is, right? Infernalist is up there, definitely. Yeah, this, I don't know. This is like 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, getting this in 4 Ascension points is ridiculously strong, I think. I think people
Good
say,
morning.
yo, Mike, Kim, 95, thank you. Thank you for the follow, welcome. I think people are kind of overestimating a little bit, or like going like overboard a little bit with this being like completely broken, because we don't know anything yet. We don't know about Ingenuity. We don't know about some of the other stuff in the game right now, patch notes
Good
wise.
morning.
So, but of all the stuff we have seen yesterday, this seems probably one of the strongest, because it's like Gemling, right? This is not like really build specific here. This is like really general. This can be good for pretty much every build, right? You just get an extra ring. You just get bonuses on your rings and amulets, which are already like super strong slots. Kiractilor123 as well. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Good morning, everyone. The same node, or this node, less is that maybe? That's not, wait, is that maybe just like, no, then it would say like maximum elemental resistances, right? Oh no, don't give them ideas. It would say maximum, yeah. It's just less res. Yeah, this is like super easy to take. If it was, let's say this is minus 15% all elemental resistances, like maximum elemental resistances. That's gonna be, that would be a big change. That would be probably a lot less people would take that one. Yo, good morning, Greenbug. Hello. Good morning. How you doing? Perfect Ingenuity with perfect quality breaching will give you 300% increased elemental damage. Yeah. Like, this is, like, easy to take here. I think 25% reduced spirit and 30% reduced mana is... There's no contest in what to take here, I think. Love mounts? Yeah, it's... They kind of said it's more of a novelty a little bit, but yeah, I think it's cool. The mounts are exactly your movement speed, though. That is also something they said yesterday. Oh, by the way, I think my mouse already, like the new Logitech mouse that I bought, I think one button is already like broken. The back button. It's like, it's sticky. But I don't know why. What do you mean broke? What mouse? I bought a Logitech, what is it, Super Light, like 2 weeks ago or something. And the back button, so the back button is like, it feels like it's sticky, but it should be removable. Okay. It feels like it's sticky, but I for sure didn't like, I didn't put anything over it or something. I don't know why it feels like this. Super light boss. Yeah, the front the other button feels like super clicky, and the other one feels like it's sticky. I don't know why. So yeah, if it's truly that, I don't know. Automatic return is already off for Amazon, but if it's like if it's actually like a quality issue, I can just return it, right? But we're getting off track here. Yeah. 6 days before we can play something new again? Yes. Yes. Kind of interesting that they promote broken builds. Why would you say they promote broken builds? They are just open for people to find broken builds. They are not like very worried about that, since it's early access as well, right? They want people to find broken builds so they can fix stuff. I think they're very happy sometimes that people find the broken stuff for them, right? Ben, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the channel. Hello. Are you gonna play fresh economy or keep with the old? No, fresh. New leagues. I'm playing the new class as well, right? So there's no, of course. I can already see, like, seeing this discussion about like fresh economy versus standard, pretty much. Already seeing the discussion around that. I'm calling it now. There's gonna be people that are gonna stay in standard because they are like, oh, I don't wanna do everything from the beginning again. I can already see that people are saying, oh, I'm gonna stay in standard. They stay in standard for 2 weeks. Then they realize, oh fuck, everyone is playing the new league. All the streamers I watch, all the YouTubers I watch, they are all playing the new league. Let's go into the new league. And then 2 weeks later, they complain that they're behind. I can already see that. I already see that in my mind. I feel so behind. Yes, and then they complain. Yeah, exactly, Shiro. Yes, I can already see that. My build will be Ice Strike, Stacker, Attribute Monk. What do you think? I mean, wait for the patch notes, Mike. Wait for the patch notes to decide on what you will play. Don't make plans just yet. Standard is going to be good for testing. Yeah, same as in PoE 1, right? Are the support packets worth the money? Planning to get King of Faradun, is it worth the money? I mean, you basically get the points for the money you will pay for the points, and you get skins for free, right? If you want the points, the founder packs are absolutely worth. What do you think about this whole map retry thing? My concern is at T15 plus you get one try. I think how it is right now is fine. I think there should be repercussions to you dying in a map. I think they found a good compromise. I tested the build already and it's good, man. I mean, yeah, you tested it on the current patch, yes. But there's gonna be patch notes very soon. And the senior game designer yesterday said goodbye stat stacking, so wait for now. I like the compromise on the whole map portal thing. I have to say I don't mind the system as it is right now. I think if you die in a map, there should be some sort of punishing factor to it. Otherwise you can just run at the wall and just die over again. I think they found a good compromise. I think they're giving some of the people that were asking for more tries something without like compromising their stance on the respawns, right? Respawns till T11 seems fine. Yeah, I think so too. But now farming is worse. You can take one tab back. What you mean? How is farming worse? True, being able to... okay. The new system allows for more experimentation with endgame builds in early maps, which I think is good. Yes, I agree. Sorry, question, what happens if I go new league? My stat tabs will be the same name, same position? Yes.
Good morning.
Just empty, right? Yo, Resnick94, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I hope I hop on Twitch, need more points. Nice. Yo, Tuchai. It is not too bad, right, to stay behind like 2 weeks. Yeah, but don't complain after. Don't play standard for 2 weeks. And then switch to the new league where everyone is and then complain about it. I mean, if you feel like if it's fine for you to stay behind a little bit, go for it. What do you think about the new Lich Ascension? It looks very cool. I feel like I'm too dumb to play it right now. We're gonna go over it in a little bit here, but will Guild Stash tabs be empty? Do we have to buy them in the league? No. They're still there. They're just empty. They're just two different ones, right? Any tips for new players? Have fun, yes. That's my #1 tip. Enjoy the game. Have as much fun as possible. Yeah, enjoy the game, experience the game as it is intended to experience. Don't stress yourself out. My number one tip for new players is don't try to emulate what you see on streamers on YouTube. Just play the game, learn the mechanics, enjoy, and learn everything one by one. Don't stress yourself out. This is not a race just yet for you, right? This is supposed to be fun. Don't look at the sweats like me who make this a sweaty game sometimes. What's the best choice among reduced mana, reduced spirit, reduced resistances? 100% reduced resistances. 100%. I don't think there's a contest here which one is the best one to take. You get an extra ring. You can just get 15% elemental resistances on the third ring you get. This is... don't get stressed out when you see the currency of efficient blasters. Yeah, exactly. There is so many levels to this game and so many different levels to people that are actually playing the game. The most common question, especially when the game was like in a very early state here in early access, and when I was streaming the game every day, or I'm still streaming the game every day, but the most common question was always, what the fuck, how do you have X currency? How do you do this? And it's experience, and there's so many levels. You will get there. Everyone will get there. Who's excited for the Soul Eater body armor? Which one is that again? Did they say much about Archmage and Spark? I missed a big part of the discussion. They didn't really specifically, but they said it's gonna be a nerf fest. Jonathan used. Good morning. Yo, good morning. Thank you. Tayalo. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. They didn't specifically say anything about Spark or Archmage, but Jonathan used the word nerf fest for when the patch notes come out. So, and they also said, if you expect something to be nerfed, it's gonna be nerfed. They also said like goodbye to stat stacking. They said some of the builds that are using broken interactions are gonna be completely nerfed. So yeah. There's gonna be a lot of stuff that is gonna be vastly different. Which I very much welcome. Oh yeah, we do have some guild slots open, by the way. If you still want to join the guild, I think we have some slots open here. We should have, at least. Some people have been offline for quite some time as well. How long, like, is it actually taking months before you can kick someone when they did a donation to the guild? How is that, like, logical? Like, 3 months? Okay. So if you want to stay in the guild for a long time, just donate guild points, I guess. And then you can be offline for months. When will we have patch notes? We don't know. Yes, we don't know. What is stat stacking? It is this. Getting stats, getting a strength, dexterity, intelligence, all of the three, or one of them, to a very high point and concentrate mostly on getting one of these three attributes or all three of them. And then use stuff like Polymathy here, for example, that increases the attributes. Use stuff like the Morio here that has increased attributes, stuff like this. And then, depending on your class, you synergize it with stuff like this. 1% increased attack speed for 15 dexterity, or you synergize it with stuff like this. Increased lightning damage per 10 intelligence. That is stat stacking. That is the basic concept of stat stacking, and in its current state, it is extremely strong. It is very strong, and it might be nerfed soon. It might be nerfed very soon. Are they going to change the Gemling Ascendancy then? Could be possible, yes. Could be a possibility, yeah. I think the Gemling Ascendancy is a little bit too strong, yes. I think it's too... The problem with the Gemling Ascendancy is that it does stuff better than other Ascendancies, that those Ascendancies are used for, if that makes sense, right? Gemling can do Stormweaver. Gemling can do a Chronomancer stuff better than a Chronomancer. It can also do, like, for example, this build. So the build that I'm currently playing here is basically a basic spellcaster, right? It is Ice Nova. It is cast on freeze, cast on critical with Comet and whatever here. It's using Archmage. It is a spellcaster, right? I'm using this on a Gemling because it's just so much stronger on the Gemling. I think that is a worrying thing. That is not like really good. This should be a build for a spellcaster, right? And if something does stuff better than classes that are originally intended for it, I think that's not good. So I do think there might be some slight changes to the Gemling Ascendancy, yes. And the attributes have way too much value right now. Yes, that's also true. It might be a mix between the two, right? It might be a mix between slight nerf to Gemling, but also a nerf to the potency of stat stacking, which results in a general nerf to stat stacking and Gemling, right? Do we have a link to this build? Yes. This build is !build. This is a build that might be very possible in the next update as well. We're gonna wait for the patch notes, obviously, but that is definitely something I will try first thing in the new league. Is just gonna try this build again. This might still be very possible for the new league. Is it budget? It can be very budget, yeah. It depends a little bit on how available like Ingenuity and Dream Fragments is. No, you can do this without Ingenuity, you can do this without Dream Fragments. 100%. Maybe we just play this on the new Ritualist class. Like Gemling Spark is not stronger than Stormweaver except when you use the bow, but they might nerf it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's not true for everything, right? But Gemling does a lot of stuff better than other ascendancies that are originally intended to do a certain thing, right? Depends on the budget, yeah. Wait, Rabbit, did you get the guillotine finisher already? Yes, you could only get it yesterday. It's already over. I did get it. I was streaming for 10 hours yesterday, so yeah. Wait, where is it? This one, right? Yeah, Executioner, Guillotine, Unique Finisher Effect. This is the one. Spark is a too good vehicle at the moment. That's a very good description, Dilettant, yes. I said as well, like Spark is just mechanically what Spark does, it's always going to be a good skill, right? Spark is just a very good skill no matter how strong it is, because it's always going to be like a it's like a lazy skill, right? It's super good. You just cast it and everything in the next 3 seconds is just going to be done for you, right? It's just a very good skill just by its mechanics. It's the best all-rounder skill, yeah. I like the vehicle. Okay, I will get a quick drink. I need some water, and then we go over the other ascendancies again. I think we're done with this one, right?
Good morning.
Okay. Yo, thank you for the follow, Dr. Chill. Dr. Chill. Nice. Coffee now. I don't drink coffee. I do not drink coffee. Okay, yeah, we're done with this one, right? So I think the conclusion is a little bit...
Cocainum.
Exactly. This might be... Yo! Good morning from the state. Good morning. Damn, it's early for you. Damn, it's super early for you, no? Even if you're West Coast, even if you're East Coast, it's like 5 a.m., no? You have a huge pot of coffee brewing? Yeah, better be. Can wait for everything to be out? Yeah. Yeah, I'm hyped. We're hyped, right? I'm very hyped. Yeah, log in. Log in. Can you give me a quick summary about this ascension here? Seems very strong. My quick summary on this ascension is it seems extremely strong. Especially this line here. Getting a third ring slot and boosting up ring slots and amulets seems very, very strong. Everything else here is okay. Like, you can get some, maybe like charge stuff here. I feel like this might be cool as well here. You can consume 25% of maximum mana to trigger charms with insufficient charges. I kind of like this because you can combine it with stuff like this, for example, right? 30% increased damage while you have an active charm, 6% increased movement speed while you have an active charm. There is like cool charm stuff here, and if they introduce like amazing unique charms and you can trigger them, this could be very cool. My opinion on this is I will probably play this one. I will probably play this Ascendancy. I don't know for sure, to be honest, but it's perma lucky charm as well. Yeah, exactly. And you have a unique charm that gains Onslaught. Yes, that is the one unique charm we have seen so far, right? The Onslaught one. That sounds very good as well. So yeah, this might be... we don't know for sure how this works here, the mind phylacteries, but it could be very strong as well because it opens up some synergies we haven't really used before, right? Haven't really used some of these ones before. Third ring with Ingenuity must be crazy, yeah. I think Ingenuity will be a lot rarer though. That might be a thing. They didn't really say something like that, but there are some changes coming to the actual loot drop from Pinnacle bosses. So let's see. Let's see how that is going to work. I just saw Discord members were getting big. How many Discord members are we? 1,060. Damn. Let's go. Yeah, what? Over 1,000 Discord members now. Yeah, Fury, you do look very happy. Buffalon. $1,070. Yeah, 10 of those are the Discord bots though. So yeah, if you want to join the Discord, everyone, you can do so by clicking that link. We have an amazing Discord, over 1,000 members now. It's gonna be popping off once the update hits. So yeah, this Ascendancy looks very cool. I'm kind of spooked a little bit about how this deer or what stag is like pretty happy to be sacrificed, it seems. I don't know, he looks a little bit too happy about being sacrificed here. I don't know about this one yet. Spooks me out. Rhapsodan, thank you. Rhapsoda NL. Thank you, Bell, for the follow. So yeah, let's see about this. Like I said, this looks very, very strong. Just by the nature of the whole ring thing, right? Okay. Next Ascendancy. This one is so convoluted for me. I don't know why I can't get my head around this one. But yeah, it looks awesome as well. We have spots in the guild, yes. Anyone else online except for me? One of the officers? Nope. Yeah, everyone's just waiting for the update, right? Yeah, the guild was never this empty, I think. But yeah, we do have some slots. This is Lich. This is Lich Ascendancy. So main thing about Lich here, I think the main takeaway we had yesterday is this slot here. The Crystalline Phylactery. Crystalline Phylactery can socket 1 non-unique basic jewels, and it's basically adorned. 100% increased effect of socketed jewels, 50% more mana cost if you have no energy shield. Yeah, you always want energy shield on this character. Like, this character could get crazy amounts of energy shield here. This is basically gonna be an energy shield based character. I think that makes sense. What was the PoE2 teaser thread? We had like a teaser thread here in... So we had like a bunch of teasers here for 0.2, which was this new support gem that we saw. It was in the first ones, right? No, not just Better Shout. What was it called? Like the range or something. It was like the range or something it was called. This one? No. Which thread? Yeah, this might go into the whole range support gem support thing, right? Where you get damage for, or you get like an energy shield cost, but then you also gain damage for energy shield or something. 3 plus 100 jewel slot is nice, yeah. Get an insane jewel, and yeah, this is gonna be a huge buff. I didn't watch the Q&A. Did they say anything about being able to respec the ascendancies? No, I don't expect that to happen. Hi, I'm guessing you want to join the guild? Yes, perfect. No, they didn't say anything about changing of ascendancy, and I don't expect that to happen. If that would be something they are intending, they would have said so yesterday. And so yeah, there was something changed up here. Some notes are the wrong way here. Yeah, they pretty much said so already, right? I don't think they're gonna deviate from that. Changing ascendancy is not gonna be ever on the menu. I think it's way too breaking. It is a decision you have to make, and it has to stay. I think I do agree with that. Okay, let's see the first line here. Increased maximum energy shield and Eldritch Empowerment. Non-channeling spells cost an additional maximum energy shield. Deal 30% more damage. Spending energy shield does not interrupt recharge. Ooh, wait. Hey, I have to say, Lich looks super interesting to me as well. Black and Heart and Dominion over Flash are in the wrong place. Okay. Yeah. This has some juicy notes. Energy shield if consumed power charges. 30% increased energy shield if you've consumed a power charge recently. And then next note, non-channeling spells consume power charges to deal 25% even more damage. What are all the channeling spells though? Is it only Bone Storm for a witch?
Bone Storm to conjure a mass of bone spikes above you. Upon
Yeah, Incinerate, but for a witch? It's only this one. Maybe we'll get some extra stuff, but like witch type stuff is it's only this one. We have 2 fewer skills, yeah. I mean, 100 new supports also means like we are also getting new skills. I don't think we're just getting spear skills, right? Not just getting spear skills, I think. Okay, next one. Soulless Form. 10% of damage taken bypasses energy shield. Yeah, like small series. No inherent mana reg. Regenerate mana equal to 6% of maximum life per second. Damn, this ascendancy, like life stacking, energy source stacking, and then you add a series on top of that. You also get this one. You get mana reg from it as well. The eternal life node makes no sense to me. Your life cannot change while you have energy shield. What do you mean? Imagine you have this one, right? Soulless Form. Damage taken bypasses energy shield. Let's say you have a series as well. Damage bypasses energy shield. As long as you have energy shield, the damage bypasses your energy shield, but your life cannot change unless you have when you have energy shield. So you're not taking damage to life. That is kind of sweet, to be honest. That's really good. What is Unholy Might? Unholy Might is a buff that grants 30% of all damage as extra chaos damage. Yeah, this Lich looks very strong as well. Have to cook, see you later. Nice. Let him cook. Let him cook! Still gonna stay on the left side for the Hexblast build. Like, Lich seems very strong, to be honest. I didn't really fully realize this yesterday, I think. This looks very strong. Strong and tanky, yes. This looks very strong. We didn't really fully realize yesterday, I think. Oh, I did. I didn't, I should say. Oh, let's see here. Let's get a Chrome.
To use his training to decimate the monsters of Rayclast and earn a healthy income doing so. That isn't enough. You can also command your army of off-screen archers to unleash hell and cover the entire area with arrows.
So this is
Finally,
Lich
Witch
here, right?
Hunters will be able to join their legions by becoming undead themselves. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're introducing the Lich Ascension class. The Lich is a master of chaos and curses and
This is a twisted domain, so this is supposed to be endgame, right?
could sacrifice her life to enhance her energy shield. The Crystalline Phylactery skill allows you to nominate a jewel in which to contain part of your soul, massively increasing its power. There's just one downside to splitting your soul this way, though. If you have no energy shield, your mana costs will shoot up. The Necromantic Conduit skill causes you and allies in your presence to have unholy might, granting extra damage as chaos damage. Rupture the Soul makes enemies
This might be very
explode with chaos
strong for
damage.
clearing, I think.
Dominion over Flesh allows you to apply an additional curse. It's safe to say you'll be the true master.
The Charhead at Series on? Yes, of course. Of course. At Series is made for this.
Chaos and curses. And can
Yes.
sacrifice her life.
At Series is made for this.
Flame.
X Plus bossing is pretty good too now. Yeah.
Dominion over Flesh allows you to apply an additional curse.
Damn, now I don't know anymore. Like Lich looks very cool as well. This is definitely something I can get behind as well. This looks super cool as well, no? Like Contagion could be so strong just by the nature of what it is. I don't know, like some of you have played probably Diablo 3, and if you remember the Witch Doctor, what was it called? Like the thing that spread on Diablo 3 Witch Doctor? Locust Swarm or something? I always love that one. Soulless Form needs Necromantic Conduit. They are used for each other. Yeah. Was making Hexblast like Demon Form. Not the biggest fan because I kind of hate Demon Form. But yes, I'm playing Hexblast Lich. Join the train. I think everyone's talking about like Ritualist, right? This is the main talking point here just because of these two notes here, right? This is like the main talking point from yesterday here. But I feel like Lich... The more I look at this, the more I kind of like this. I have to say. This seems, the more I look at this one, the more I like this, I have to say. Gonna be great for CI? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it really depends a little bit on what you actually have like very good ways of choosing here, right? But the whole, like, you have so much damage increase through Ascendancy here. You have Unholy Might, 30% of all damage as extra chaos damage. You have all these extra damage stuff here, the power charge stuff, the non-channeling spells cost an additional. Here, this is all like Eldritch Empowerment is an extra flat damage. Increased magnitude of Unholy. Damn, I like Lich now. Oh no, help! Oh no, help! Oh no! What Huntress? It is 100% Eldritch Empowerment, Soulless Form, Necromantic Conduit, and Blackened Heart. Yeah, seems to be the way, right? I mean, like Crystalline Phylactery, 100%. Getting this jewel here? Yes. Oh yeah, stack Unholy Might with Eternal Life? Yeah. This Ascendancy is cool. It's very, very cool, I think. I kind of forgot about this one yesterday, I feel like. I'll have a very hard time not to go for Lich. Yeah, same here. Same here. Also, we saw like the Demon Magus and stuff. You can also have like a Demon Body. I don't know as well now. I'm for sure gonna go Huntress because I kind of have to. But this looks amazing. Have to? Yeah. No, it's not just... It's... No. I don't have to do anything. I know. But it's also... No, I should have worded that differently. I also want to go Huntress, obviously. Yo, Pink! Sup? Hello! We only have to pay taxes and die? Yes. Only thing for sure is death and taxes, right? Lich is gonna be relatively off meta. I don't know. That depends a little bit on how strong it is. But yeah, it's a little bit. I think it takes a lot. I think it takes a little while to. Oh no, drops are over. By the way, let me delete the drop command. No more drops. And in 100 years we'll be dead and not. Yeah, just by the nature of me also realizing, damn, this ascendancy might be strong when having to actually look at it, that might mean that it will be a little bit off meta, yeah, because people actually have to look at it first. And most people, like I did yesterday, like I did do yesterday as well, don't really do that, so yeah. I like this. It's still an old class, yeah. I like this a lot, this ascendancy. This could be super cool, and build variety wise, this could be very cool. It like synergizes with a bunch of stuff here, with its series mainly. Yeah, you can go for scepter, wand, whatever you want. You can even go shield, I would say. I don't know. Depending a little bit on... We probably get like a few uniques where you can go like energy shield scaling. We have the new support gem that we already know about, which is deranged. Let me see here. So imagine this ascendancy with... What was it? Deranged, right? Let me look here. Deranged? Oh, what was it called? Like a new support gem. What was it called again? Wasn't it like the range? Oh. Are the new ones not in here yet?
Good morning.
Yo, Peter Fury 83. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Spark mana stack with energy shield amulet with Eldritch empowerment. Oh wait. Oh no, there's no possibilities for Eldritch battery here, right? What happens if you okay, if you have no energy shield, 50% more mana cost, so they want you to have energy shield here. Oh, I just had a stupid idea in my head, but no. not gonna be happening, I think. Stacking like 30k energy shield and then converting that into mana. That's kind of what I just thought about, but but yeah, I think that was not the idea here. Yo, Chixa, have a good night. Have a good one. Have fun theory crafting. Yeah, we will. Already like almost 2 hours in and we went through a few ascendancies. As soon as the patch notes come out, this is what we will do here. We will go over everything and go over every single possibility. We will plan out everything. And then when the patch actually dropped, we are prepared. We are gonna be prepared as fuck. So yeah, I think conclusion here looks much stronger than we initially realized yesterday, I think. Lich Ascension Stacking, synergistic. Jewel, slot, very strong. We do need more curse spells though, right? Or chaos spells. Let me see again here. So if we go... What do we have? Like Contagion is probably gonna be like the main clearing skill for this one.
With Contagion will spread
Depending on what we get support gems wise, this could get more synergies as well, because Contagion right now is a little bit starved for support gems. And yeah, Hex Blast might also be like a staple of this.
can be cast on cursed enemies to remove a curse and cause a chaos explosion. If a monster has cast profane ritual,
Contagion is sick, yeah, I like that. Or is that a pun? Contagion is sick? Haha. Really sick, not much used yet. Yeah, it's definitely something I want to be used more. I want to see used more. Despair.
Despair is a curse that makes your enemies more vulnerable to chaos damage.
This might also be like a staple here. Like Despair, Hex Blast, Contagion for the Lich Ascendancy. What's Dark Effigy again?
Raises a totem that launches chaos projectiles at any enemies affected by chaos damage over time. The more sword
This is also like
effigy
Dark Effigy together with Contagion. You drop Contagion on mobs, and then you drop Dark Effigy as well, right?
totem that launches chaos
So you drop Contagion into them,
enemies
drop
affected
Dark
by
Effigy in the
chaos
middle,
damage over time.
and then boom,
The more
right?
sources of chaos damage a monster is affected by, the more projectiles the Dark Effigy will throw at it. Dark Effigy
This might also be something. Damn, the Lich might actually be... Depending on what we get for Chaos stuff, depending on what's gonna be there for Chaos stuff, the Lich might actually be pretty strong. Wait, in the video, did they show anything? Oh yeah, we actually... Look at this. Okay, we do see something here. Oh, I didn't realize this at first. Yo, Pius, good morning.
Downside to splitting
I didn't realize this at first. So the Lich here is wearing a Mahuk Soto. What is this again? Demon... What is this? Demon Stitcher? Isn't this... Is this Demon Stitcher gloves? Yes, right? What is this again? Energy shield, maximum life, cast speed, sacrifice life to gain that much energy shield when you cast a spell. Yes. Yes. This is such a good synergy for Lich. This might just be Chaos Inoculation, right? You might just go Chaos Inoculation on this one. Just stack Energy Shield. You bypass... the damage bypasses Energy Shield, but your life cannot change while you have Energy Shield. Right? Or am I just thinking wrong about this one? No, right? So basically... You don't even need Mind Over Matter or something to if it bypasses Energy Shield. You have one life, but as long as you have Energy Shield, your life cannot change. But that doesn't matter anyway, because if you have Chaos Inoculation and you lose your Energy Shield, you're dead anyway, as long as you're not using Mind Over Matter. I love this. This might be super synergistic. And then you can sacrifice life to gain that much Energy Shield. Ah, okay, you gain... Oh, wait. No. It's percentage. Doesn't work with gloves and CI. Yeah, that's probably gonna be the problem here, right? This is probably not gonna work with CI here. Yeah, but it's still funny to see. Yeah, using its series, of course. Of course, it's using its series here. Because it's only 0.15 energy shield per cast. Yeah, I kind of thought if it's like percentage, but if it's percentage of 1, yeah, probably not gonna be something, right? Unfortunate, but yeah. Still good to think about it. I mean, stacking life will be good anyway, right? So regenerate mana equal to 6% of your maximum life per second. That's you're probably gonna stack life anyway. And with combination with a series, you get energy shield with your life, right? So I mean, it's just gonna be even more synergistic when you actually stack life as well. We need to ultimately see the new passive tree. Yes, absolutely. When you want to schedule a meeting today, I mean, when everyone has time. For me, it's like after stream, so like somewhere in the evening today. Let's add everyone and see when they have time. In the I joined the group. I joined the group channel. Yeah, I think so. Today in the evening. Will they change a lot in the passive tree? I mean, we don't know, but there is going to be changes in the passive tree. For sure. For sure. There's going to be a lot of changes in the passive tree. They pretty much said so, but yeah. Like with most things, we don't know for sure, right? Don't know anything like very, very specifically. Yeah, but we kind of overlooked, or I kind of overlooked Lich Ascendancy yesterday. This looks amazing, to be honest. I was kind of waiting for something for like, I should always just call it purple damage. I was waiting for something to deal purple damage and to contagion to be good.
Good morning.
Drugborn, thank you for the follow. Welcome. We're closing in on 2,000 followers. Nice. Nice. Okay, I think we're done with Lich now. Yeah, this is much better than I initially realized yesterday. Yeah, speaking of stuff.
Put the cookie down!
Now. Warrior 1 still trash. I wasn't saying this. I wasn't about to say this, but I do think this one is... I don't know. It might surprise me. It might absolutely surprise me, this one, but looking at this as it stands here right now, I don't know about this one. I really don't know about this one. I would really love the Warrior to be better. I think Warrior is going to be better, but I don't know if it's going to be this Ascendancy. That's pretty much my my take. I do think there is going to be a bunch of stuff that makes Warrior much better in the new update, but I don't think it's going to be this Ascendancy because this looks kind of... This looks kind of... meh, I have to say. Like, I don't see anything here that is just giving me like... Just compare this to getting a 3rd ring slot and then boosting up all your rings and amulet slot. Compare this to this one here. Modifiers to maximum fire resistance also grant maximum cold and lightning resistance. Okay. Yeah, I guess we can get like super tanky here, but have to take into consideration that there might be new uniques that will benefit. Yeah, of course, Leo. Of course, yes. There are so many new uniques coming, so we don't really know yet, right? It's definitely possible. You can get super tanky, yeah. But yes,
Effigy raises a
Huh? What was that? Huh?
dark.
What was that? Why did that just happen? I don't know about this one. This is probably the most underwhelming one of all the ascendancies that they revealed yesterday. This does not look very interesting to me, at least. Or like very strong, particularly. But, I mean, you never know. You never know. We might get surprised, right? I don't even know what to, like, be talking about here. Like, let's look at that in the video, I guess.
Embracing power from the insatiable one.
Let's look at this one in the video, I guess.
The warrior is a blacksmith in origin, taught by his father Renly. With this ascension, you can take your smithing skills to new heights by embracing power from the insatiable one himself, Kitava. Smiths of Kitava are master blacksmiths and have the ability to forge their weapon, quite literally. Using the Against the Anvil notable skill, you can enhance your weapon with fiery destruction before any battle. After doing so, your attacks will release explosions on hit for maximum devastation. You can also use the power of Kitava to summon an animated copy of your weapon to fight alongside you. A great blacksmith can do more than just forging their weapon, though. Their armor can be enhanced too. Now you might think this Ascendancy class tree looks a little abnormal, and you're right. There's a lot of notable skills all disconnected at the bottom there. By taking this point here, which is free to assign, your character is unable to equip body armors with mods of any kind. So your body armor must be normal. Sounds like a downside, right? Except now in true blacksmith fashion, you get to craft your own body armor by taking those disconnected
SSF might be
notables.
interesting. Yeah, it's true.
If you want your body armor to grant life, take this notable. If you want resistances, take this one. There's so many choices. Think of it like you're crafting your own body armor, just in a more...
I mean, how many can you take here? As much as you have ascendancy points, right? This one is free. I mean, you can probably like solve reses here. Then you can go for, I don't know. You can go like 90 plus all res. Then you're super tanky, I guess. Modifiers to fire resistance also grant cold and lightning resistance at 50% of their value. So you can just get fire res up and drag cold and lightning with them. Wait, what? Only one of these? No. That would be the worst body armor ever. Who would take this then? If you can just take one. Then you have a normal body armor that just has 75 cold res? No way. Yeah, you can take as much as you have ascendancy points here. If you want to. Just taking only one would be awful. Holy, that would be awful. That awful would be an understatement here.
Now, let's move on to those who prefer...
Oh yeah, next one. Yeah, I mean, let's see about this one. I'm kind of... This is definitely the one I'm most underwhelmed by, just by the sheer looks of it. I read on Reddit, must be getting trolled. Yeah, that's your number one sign for this might be wrong information is I read it on Reddit. That should be your first clue to maybe you got the information wrong. Okay, next one was the Tactician. Let's look at it in the video again.
The reassuring feel of a crossbow in their hands, the mercenary.
This looks
Alongside
very
the
cool.
existing Ascension classes, the Gemling Legionnaire and the Witch Hunter, you can now play as the Tactician. The Tactician is a former Blackguard elite. Free from the duties of a blackguard, he is able to use his training to decimate the monsters of Rayclast and earn a healthy income doing so. This training comes in the form of various skills like suppressing fire, which causes all projectiles to pin enemies. When combined with the right where we want them notable, your pin not only stops your enemies from moving, but stops them from performing actions too. Similar
This could be very strong, by the way. Like pinned enemies cannot perform action compared like combined with everything you do is pinning. That's pretty strong. That's basically Frozen, yeah.
which causes all projectiles to pin enemies. When combined with the right where we want them notable, your pin not only stops your enemies from moving, but stops them from performing actions too, similar to freeze. With a soldier's training, the tactician also works well cooperatively. Using the whoever plays best.
Oh, this is the... No, is this a... This is another player, right? Yes, this is not the companion. No.
You can place multiple banners at once. The Watch How We Do It skill gives a portion of your weapon's damage to your allies as well.
Ah, okay.
But if that isn't enough, you can also command your army of off-screen archers to unleash hell and carpet...
Yeah, this one is cool as well. Like off-screen drone strike. Like passive ascendancy node AC 130 or something. I don't have friends. Tough.
Good morning.
Yo, Danosh, the Blake, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Oh yeah, drops are not available anymore though. Drops are not available anymore. Also, new ravine map in that clip with same boss versus Valve Factory. Yeah. Maybe they deleted Valve Factory. I would be super happy about that. Everyone will play Ritualist? I don't think so. It's just, it's Hive Mind added again. It's just Hive Mind. The big streamers are like, oh my god, this is broken. This is so broken. Everyone is just repeating. Everyone's just hive minding and repeating and repeating and repeating. So it's just, yeah. It's just, it's hive mind added again. You think it's better to play something popular? Yes and no. Yo, Blade. Hello. Yes and no. To play something popular means you are concentrated on stuff that will sell for a hefty price, yes, but everything you want is gonna be a hefty price as well, right? Yes and no. Playing something off meta that is very, very strong is always going to be very good as well, because the stuff you want that makes your character kind of GG is much cheaper, right? So yes and no. Yes and no, basically. Spark Archmage was amazing, but for trade lightning spell, ouch. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Good morning. I came right into a hot topic. Yes. I thought I'd be okay in the new league after 600 hours after the patch. I have no idea where to even begin. That's why we are here for you, Ziching. That's why we're here, right? We're gonna go over everything before the update hits. We're gonna make a plan. We're gonna be so prepared you don't even know. When it's drops are over. No more drops. Colin Cito, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Hello. No, drops were yesterday during the live reveal. They ended this morning. Begin with subscribing to that rabbit and watch him. Yes, of course. Yes. Yes, of course. Yeah, we're gonna get prepared here. Yeah, Tactician looks kinda cool, I have to say. Like paired with the companion we saw yesterday. Let's see here. this will probably be a staple of the Tactician Ascension here, the Summoned Companion. 100 spirit, summon a reviving companion to aid you in combat. The mercenary will use socketed attacks and can be given equipment in the skill panel. This is so cool. And this is probably going to be a staple of this Tactician Ascendancy. This is probably the companion here, right? In the picture. On top of that, you have ballistas, and on top of that, you have like these off-screen arrow attacks,
Stops your enemies from moving,
which are pretty cool as well.
similar to freeze. With a soldier's training, the tactician also works. But if that isn't enough, you can also command your army of
These ones.
archers to unleash.
This is also pretty cool. I like this Ascension as well. Companion gem will probably not be in the game. How do you know? Why? How do you know? Or is that just your feeling? I'm summoning companion with Lich and giving unholy might so my companion can do chaos damage? Swami, hello. Good morning. Good morning, Swami. Okay, let's look at the lines here. Spirit, increased spirit, yes, okay. Resistant buffs have 50% less reservation. Banner skills have 20% increased area of effect. Presence, yeah, this one, okay, I guess. Can place multiple banners, yeah, okay. This could be like a group play thing, right? Supporting fire is a minion. Will you need minion build to use it? Supporting fire is... Oh, it is a minion. Oh, damn. Didn't even realize that. Summon a hidden artillery squad trailing you that can fire volleys, arrows on command. Damn, it doesn't cost spirit as well. Will you need a minion build to use it? No. This is an ascendancy, right? This is exclusive to the tactician. Minus 50% means any minion takes half the spirit? Yeah. Like, this is insane, right? Resistant buffs have 50% less reservation. That's honestly quite insane. Ah, but minion damage will help it. Ah, okay, that's... Yeah, true. True. Add the quarterstaff that halves it again. I don't know if you're gonna use a quarterstaff on the tactician, but yeah, I get your point. What if they add a unique armor that counts as a normal armor? I like that. Damn, imagine. I like that. For the... I mean, I'm guessing you're still talking about the Last Warrior Ascension. Yeah, imagine. Imagine having a unique for the Warrior Ascension here. Having a unique body armor that says this armor counts as a normal body armor. That could be something. That could be cool. Good idea. For a minion build, 20 Spectres? Yeah. Spectres is gonna be... There's gonna be so many shenanigans surrounding Spectres, I think.
Good morning.
Yo, thank you for the follow. I am not able to say that. What? WTUF. UJQDXV135. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, and then rare beasts as well. Damn. Most likely meta are gonna be 3 to 4 different specters, which all provide unique buffs. That could be something, yeah. Or it's just like people will find... I'm calling it now. During the first week, people will already find certain specters that are just gonna one-shot stuff for some reason because of a bugged interaction or something. and they're just gonna go into T4 Zest or something, and the Spectre is just gonna be like, pop! Done. Calling it now. Calling it now. It's not gonna take long for these interactions to be found. That's one case where GGG would nerf. Yes, absolutely. I think they're gonna be on top of everything. I think they, looking at the reveal yesterday, I think it became very clear why they didn't really do anything in the past few weeks, because they were probably preoccupied with all of this. But I think for the next bugged interactions and stuff, they will just hotfix like immediately. They will be on top of stuff now. As soon as, like, let's say in the first week there is like a trample toe type thing, I think it will take 1 or 2 days at the most to just nerf it or just fix the interaction. I'm pretty sure that this will happen. They said so yesterday in the like chat talk or whatever you want to call it. They said, yeah, find the broken stuff so we can destroy it again. They basically said though. So watch how I do it. Minions count as allies. Yeah. Yeah, this like Tactician is basically a minion build, right? Tactician looks very interesting as well. I do have to say, all of the Ascensions they released yesterday, or they showed us yesterday, or are currently showing us, everything looks very, very cool. Like I said, this one, just to me, it seems kind of underwhelming a little bit, just to me, but that just might be my poor understanding of it. But overall, all of this looks very, very interesting. I think the Ascensions they actually released are all looking like super, super cool. Minions so far are very good, so this Ascension will be very nice. I assume, yeah, I think this is gonna be very good as well. Like with a companion, with supporting fire, maybe just slap him, slap some specters, demon magus, whatever. This could be super cool. This could be a new, like, very good minion build, right? This is essentially gonna be solo leveling build. Yeah, I get that. I get that. Could also be League starter, right? Minion, in my opinion, like, minion builds are always pretty good League starters, especially for newer players. So, just like the Witch last time, this might also be like a go-to League starter for a lot of people. Because I feel like the thing is, oh fuck, oh no, why did I just close it? I closed it on accident. There we go. Restored, saved. The thing is, that's actually a very good point here. That's actually a very, very good point here. This Ascension looks crazy, right? Is it gonna be a good League starter though? I don't know. I honestly don't think so. It's very gear aligned, yes. Is this gonna be a good starter? Especially when everyone is playing it? I don't think so. I don't think so, because this is gonna be very gear aligned, just as the other. Like, overall, Huntress, I think, is gonna be very gear aligned. I'd much rather play a Witch or something with the minions and then go into chaos damage later, go into the Lich or something, and then transition at some point into Huntress. I don't think this is gonna be. This is actually a very good point. Like, this looks super, super strong, yes, but it is so gear aligned. And also people are talking about Ingenuity now on this one. We don't even know yet if Ingenuity is going to be as attainable, right? It took quite some time to be able to get an Ingenuity, right? It took quite some time. The problem is we don't have enough endgame content. It's still boring. A new class and 3 new ascendancy point don't solve the problem with boring endgame. They addressed like so many different endgame stuff. What do you mean? They addressed like 20 minutes of this video here is endgame stuff, my dude. Like we start here and everything is endgame stuff here. What do you mean? What? And this is just one update. Huh? What else did you expect for this update? What? It's not only Ingenuity 3 ring slots is cool, but it doesn't help with good rings. Yeah. Without good rings, do you mean? Yeah. This is probably gonna be like very endgame, like very late endgame. This is gonna be a very, very good thing. A very good Ascension. Probably among the best, if not the best. But league start wise, New Gemling when people have good gear. Yes. Kinda, right? Endgame is basically doubled in 0.2. Yeah, I think so as well. Like, I'm very hopeful for the endgame. I think if you're a Doomer now, just go play something else, to be honest. Don't play it then. Don't play it then. No one forces you. No one forces you to play the game. Stop with the entitlement. Go do something else then. Let us have fun in peace, right? 3 different unique rings that have very good synergy. Yeah. The possibilities are insane here. I think, like, also, the amulet slot is also getting a boost. Imagine. The amulet slot. Like, 3 rings and an amulet slot. Four insanely good slots get a boost here. Damn, we're talking about Ritualist again. Fuck. I'm super hyped for 0.2, and friends who quit back in 0.1 months ago are coming back for New League because of the tons of content. Yes. And yeah, I'm gonna do 16-hour streams every day. You can have this stream as a podcast. You can count on this stream as a podcast every single day while you're playing when the update comes. Imagine you have +6 fire skill for Fireflower and plus 25% boost. Oh yeah. Might be +8 to all fire skills. Damn, yeah. Holy. There's so many possibilities, right? I mean, just as an example, this is not like the right example, but like Astromantis, for example. Like 100 to all attributes, just boost, or 130 to all attributes, boosted up by 25%. I mean, it's not the right example here, but just imagine. I mean, there is more uniques coming, right? Maybe we don't even know. There's more amulets coming. There's more rings coming. We don't even know. Fire Javazon, let's go. That would be so cool. Yeah. There's like this spear they revealed, right? There's a spear. They showed it here in the end of the Huntress something. They showed like a spear. Did they show it in here? They showed like a fire and blood spear. Ah, yeah, there we go. This one. I mean, it looks cool, first of all. So this one here. But this might also be low level. Like, this is level 33. We never know, but... yeah, flat physical damage, flat fire damage. Very good for leveling, obviously. 20% chance to cause bleeding. Aggravating any bleeding with this weapon also aggregates all ignites on the target. 10% chance to aggravate bleeding on hit. So, melee only, fuck that, yeah. Melee only. Fuck that, he says. Can throw your spear? Yeah, I want to throw my spear 100%. Rip my lightning fury. Oh, you can? What? Cannot use projectile attacks. Okay, yeah. It might still be possibilities to do range stuff with that. We don't do melee here. I mean, we might. I mean, we might. Some YouTuber made a build with 1,000 spirit today. Very sick infernalist. Can you you're not allowed to post links, but can you link it? The message will be deleted, but I can still see it. Since only subscribers can post links, but I want to see that. Log in. Still be doing the everything built before League play. There's I don't know, to be honest. There's so much I need to do. Damn, we're selling a ring for 260 divine. Damn. There's so much I need to do now. Yeah. Like, even if my motivation was higher, actually, why do people do this? Even if my motivation to actually do something in this league was higher, there is so much we need to prepare for the new league. There's so much stuff we need to I need to do. Like, just today I kind of want to do a video as well for the takeaways for the stuff here. Ah, thank you, Touch Death. Don't worry, the message is deleted, but I can still see it. Watch this be a rickroll? No.
It's great. I'm gonna cover spirit today. I'm gonna go over all the places you can get it. Probably more so for like a beginner. So
1,000 spirit, yeah, I like that.
All the spirit from the campaign, what gear you can get it on, and that kind of stuff.
Damn, 57 skeletal snipers.
We got 1,002 spirit. This is not the most efficient thing to do. Like, you're actually skipping out on a lot of damage, having things like Alpha Cal's helm and all that kind of stuff. But first of all, let's go talk about spirit from the campaign, right? If you're a new player, you gotta get the spirit from the campaign.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
The other place that you get spirit is this Against the Dark. There.
Okay, I want to see this.
Well, maybe we won't make it there. Okay.
Same build on Tactician, double the minions, yeah.
I don't know. Oh, they're not doing enough damage. Fuck.
Yeah, it's definitely not the most efficient thing to do, yes. Yeah, I want to see this on Zest.
We're just gonna see
This is, it's a party. This is cool though.
Right? Let him go. Oh, wait. Oh, do I gotta take off, Oh, I didn't take any other...
Huh?
Oh, shit, am I still fighting? I am still fighting.
Yes, of course you are.
No pausing? I was gonna see if I had, like, some other thing other than fork. Okay.
This is cool, yeah, this is this is fun. Damage is like a fire mage, yeah. What you mean? The damage of the fire mage was insane, no? The damage was so insane you didn't even see it. It was I don't know what you mean. It was so good you can't even show it to the public. Exactly. Yeah, we found the fire build off stream, and it's just we have to keep it on the reps. We have to keep the fire build on the wraps. It's just too good. It's just too good. We cannot show it to the public because GGD will nerf it. Yeah, I wanna improve the nodes here. Ascension Ritualist, yeah, super strong. Blood Boil is probably very close to something like Contagion. Also, yeah, the negative effects in order to get the ring slots. Pretty clear choice. Minus Eliras. Yeah, and just the boost here seems very, very strong. Boost for rings and MU, especially paired with Ingenuity. Very strong. New Gemling, basically. Super versatile. This will be very, very versatile, pretty much. Lich with 3... Do you mean Ritualist with 3 perfect Ventures and Ingenuity? That's like 150 Spirit from rings? Oh, damn. That would be crazy. Yeah, 3 perfect Ventures. Dude, like the possibilities here for the Ritualist is just absolutely insane. Just imagine like three Ventures. Just imagine 3 good Ventures. This is ridiculous. Yeah, let's stop talking about the Ritualist. This is just gonna be about the Ritualist here. Yeah, let's go over the so Lich Ascension. What were our takeaways for the Lich Ascension here? Energy shield stacking, very synergistic among itself. Jewel slot might be very, very strong here. At series synergy. Synergies for Eternal Life is kind of interesting to see. There might be some stuff we don't really know about yet. There might be some uniques that tie into this. Your life cannot change while you have energy shield. There might be some crazy stuff you could do here, depending on what we get for uniques. There might be something crazy you can do here. But yeah, overall, this seems like the new best in slot chaos damage stuff. Contagion, Effigy, Hex Blast. Not really used right now, but it might be something that this can really excel at, right? At series is getting changed. You have insider information, or you have Windows 10? No. That's an interesting question. No. This is Windows 11. It's obvious, or it's broken. So it's your feeling, Horibadi. So it's your feeling, right? You think its series is broken? Really? You're actually immortal? I mean, you can still lose energy shield. Can't get one shot. Can't you? I mean, that's not completely broken in my opinion. That's okay. Huh? You only lose one ES every time. Why? What? Why? Read it. Your life cannot change while you have energy shield. Yeah, but you lose energy shield. If you lose all your energy shield, you don't have energy shield anymore. Then you can lose life. You lose ES normally. Not in one instance of damage, yeah, but... But how fast you can gain ES back? Yeah, it depends a little bit. I mean, we will have to see it, right? Like, personally, I don't think that series is gonna get changed just because of this. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. This might have some stupid interactions, yeah. No, I don't think so as well. I don't think it's a very big deal as well. But yeah, I might be proven otherwise, right? Let's see it. Let's see it. I do get what you're saying, 100%. I do get the thing here, but if it works, like let's take mind over matter for example, right? That's something else as well. So all damage taken goes to life. It goes to mana before life, before energy shield, whatever. That would be like one instance. That's one instant of damage as well, right? So if this is one instance of damage and you can still get one shot with mind over matter, I think this one will be too. So if you lose all your energy shield and get like overkill damage on the energy shield, I think it just puts your life away as well. So as soon as you lose all your energy shield, your life can change again. And then the overkill damage that was put onto your energy shield probably goes to your life, right? There's a unique that makes all spells use life instead of mana combined with this. What you gonna go on Amazon, Huntress? Probably Ritualist. But let's see. Let's see. Yeah, this will be very, very strong with the series, yeah. Like in the video when they were showing off... What is this? Oh, now he wants the ring, or what? In the video... Dude, Goodbye. Goodbye. In the video...
To contain part of your soul, massively increasing its power.
The character was wearing a series. So yeah, I think they're already very aware of the synergies here, right? No negotiation? No, don't negotiate with idiots. No way. No use in negotiating or getting your head around when the other person is an idiot. So not really a point there. You got an immortal? Yeah, I will be happy to see it, everybody. I mean, that's what they said in the talk as well yesterday, right? They want us to find the completely broken builds so they can adjust, right? Yo, John. Hello, good morning. Oh, you want patch notes link? We don't have patch notes yet. I can link you this one though. I can link you this one. The new ascendancies.
Good morning.
Arvan Gemes, thank you for the follow. Welcome. At least when they act like that, yes, exactly. Like, first, like, shot me a message, right? Then I invited, disbanded the party, like 11 minutes later, just invites me again. And after I invite, goes 200 div, and then trade, go? No, ignored immediately. Get out of here. Goodbye.
Good morning.
Yo! John Vale 08. Oh, is that you? Good morning. Hello. Welcome. Wait, can you change Archmage cost to life instead of mana? I don't know. I don't think so. Okay, quick bathroom. Okay. Go Edge battery with that, and you have enough mana pool to do basically. I was kind of thinking about like what are the Eldritch battery synergies here. What is this? What is this? Blood magic. This one. Okay, yeah. Sup? Are we cooking? No, we're just going over everything. Yo, Dissel! Will you do a roundup video or do I need to watch the VOD? No, I will do a roundup video. I am taking notes right now. We're going over everything. I'm taking notes and then I will do a quick roundup video. We're doing all the Ascensions right now. We're doing Ascensions right now, so yeah. So I'm gonna add immortality possibilities for the Lich, right? There might be some broken synergies here. I mean, the node is named Eternal Life, so why not be immortal? Yeah, does Adorned work with this jewel as well, right? So it only says non-unique basic jewel, right? Non-unique basic jewel. So it can also probably most likely be a corrupted magic jewel, right? So that is also a question. Adorned plus crystalline phylactery? What the fuck is phylactery? Phylactery. Hear me out. Time lost jewels? Do you think Adorned survives the patch? That's a good question. That's honestly a good question. I think... I don't like speculating, but I do think... let's just... I don't know. Let's wait. Let's see patch notes. But yeah, that's definitely a point. Yeah, like Pius says. It has been in PoE 1 for ages, so... It would mean they are kinda breaking stuff that they have already done in PoE for quite some time, right? Time lost is not a basic jewel? Okay. That's probably why they specified here with non-unique basic jewel, right? so it excludes time lost. I'm gonna do another poll if we just watch everything again. I'm gonna do another poll since we're more people now. Because I think it would kind of, why not just new poll, watch video again. Yes. Oh. So we can just go over everything again if you guys want to do that. Poll is up. AK minion builds. The thing is, there's no really chaos damage support in here. Yeah, but we're getting 100 more supports, right? We're getting 100 more support jumps, so there is possibility for a lot of stuff to come in here. There's a lot of stuff that might be coming, right? So yeah, Lich. Definitely some notes now. So, Huntress Ascension, Amazon, Huntress Ascension, Ritualist, Lich Ascension we did. Let's go over Warrior real quick again. This is like pretty underwhelming, I have to say. Warrior Ascension, in my opinion, kind of underwhelming. Doesn't seem like there is, like, especially when comparing it to the other, compared to the other Ascensions. Compared to the other Ascensions, there's nothing really in here that really blows our mind, right? Yo, Eversaid. Hello. Yeah, this seems like very underwhelming. That is a good idea, though. If there might, like, this is just like pure speculation, pure idea, right? But if there's a unique body armor that has as a modifier that it counts as a normal body armor, that would be kind of cool. Living weapon is cool, yeah. That's... It's fire damage build, it's fire damage based again. That's also due to the passive tree for the warrior starting here in this fire focused area, right? So warrior is probably always going to be some kind of fire damage focused. So yeah, let's see about this one. But overall, like comparing all the ascensions here, this one looks a little bit meh to me. But because spending like a single ascendancy point to get like, I mean, this one is interesting. 20% increased strength, yes. That's interesting. And maybe even stacking with life and then grants life per second. I don't know. Could be something. Could also be completely underwhelming, right? Okay, we need new music. Need new music. I kind of like Forged in Flame. Yeah, you could just stack Fire Res here, right? You just stack Fire Res and everything except like Cold and Lightning just gets boosted with it. Might be fun to experiment. What someone said earlier was, this is definitely interesting for SSF, right? This is definitely interesting for SSF. Could you use all points to make your own unique armor and use any build you want? Huh? What do you mean? Can't wait to have a lot of mini bosses on my side with Spectres. Yeah, Spectres is gonna be... There's gonna be so much stuff that's gonna be broken about Spectres. There's gonna be... I predict a lot of nerfs to be happening to certain Spectres in the first 2 weeks or something. That is definitely a very, very clear prediction that I have. Gonna be a lot of stuff that will be... Oh yeah, by the way, this Spectre is now not working anymore. Yeah, the stats are nodes. Yes. So this one is free to take. Smith's Masterwork is free to take, they said in the video. But these are just a sanity nodes. Oh, that's what you mean. No. This is just... This is an exclusive sanity node. It just works on this character. Might be good in SSF, yes. Yes. That was the main takeaway as well. Okay. Tactician. Minion build. Very clear minion build, right? Extremely clear minion build. So automatically might be a good starter. Minion builds always good to start leagues with, I think, in my opinion. Not might sounds fantastic in SSF, yeah. Minions shuts down computer though. Yeah. So what else about this? Like, this one here, a solid plan seems super strong. Persistent buff have 50% less reservation. That's... So it's basically double minions, right? Merc Tree does not have minion nodes. That's definitely a good point. Like, it's impossible to get here, right? It has allies nodes. Oh yeah, allies. Yeah. Allies in your presence have accuracy rating, increased attack damage while you have an ally in your presence. What do we have here? Allies in your presence have 6% attack speed. You have 6% increased attack speed. Regenerate a life per second. Allies in your presence regenerate maximum life per second. Resourceful ally, a little bit lower. Am I... Have ally... Minions have 25% increased maximum life, 25% increased damage, yeah. Totems are allies, but not minions, right? I'm very sure minions are allies. Minions should be allies. If I'm not completely wrong on this. They need to make these nodes brighter. Yes, that is my main... This might take this takes them like, I don't know, 5 minutes to fix, right? When you type something in here, it should flash bang me. I should see it immediately. 30% increased critical hit chance against bleeding enemies. 20% chance to aggravate bleeding on targets you critically hit with attack. Why did that show? Oh, critically. Critic ally. I mean, there's not a lot. Yeah. It's definitely, yeah, I do agree, GFX. There are 2 straight up minion clusters and that's it, yeah. You can't really get up here, right? Maybe like this way or something, but
Good morning.
doesn't really make sense. Laced stream, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Hello. Welcome. Maybe you go through here or something? No. Aura bot Ascendancy unless totems are decent. Yeah. I didn't really think about that. That actually like scaling the minion stuff in this one is gonna be tough, but like a solid plan is insane. What else? Watch how I do it. Allies in the present gain added attack damage equal of your main hand weapon damage. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely possibilities here, but like GFX said, I think rightly said, actually getting stuff on the passive tree might also be something we get in a unique or something, right? Might also be something we get in one of the new uniques, right? That's probably always going to be a cope now to say, yeah, oh, wait, let's just wait for the uniques. Maybe we get something crazy in these uniques. I will include this here. Getting minion stuff on passive tree very hard. Did I miss something? No, just theory crafting and more theory crafting. The new Herald armor for this class. Does percentage projectile damage affect your snipers? If it's projectile damage for minions, yes. Yeah, I Blade, explain. The Herald one. Also, it's strength and int. I don't know if this is gonna be a strength int character here.
Good morning.
It's obviously not strength int. Yes. That's what I said. I never try to be like 100% because you never know, right? But it will allow you to invest far more into doing mini build that you can find. I mean, okay. Swordplay, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Hello. Close to 1,900. Okay, any more takeaways? Ice will still be OP. I have a feeling as well. Have you seen the Frozen Vortex thing? The Frozen Vortex support gem seems not cool. Let me add this one. This seems incredible. How long are enemies pinned for? Well, I don't know. 4 seconds? Okay. Did the drop expire from yesterday? Yeah, no more drops for now. The drop, the possibility of getting the drop ended, I think, this morning. Pin stun thing will be sneaky good. I think so as well. Like, it's basically freezing, right? You just freeze everything. Anything that is pinned, everything is pinning basically, and everything that is pinned cannot perform action anymore. It's basically frozen, right? Also a good point, yeah. Easy frenzy charges, and also something, yeah. Disabling enemies or like freezing, electrocuting, whatever, pinning in this case, is always good when you're not quite there yet damage-wise, right? The Ritualist Huntress is cool as fuck, yes. Looks very cool. I think people are overestimating a little bit right now and like doing the whole hive mind stuff. Oh my god, this is broken, and it just keeps evolving into more and more, but yeah, it's definitely very strong. It's definitely very strong. I don't know if it's a good thing starting out with it though. We need patch notes, yes. Yes, we absolutely do. We absolutely do. Amazing 420. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the content. Thank you. Thank you. Amazing. I'm so hyped for the patch notes. The fact that they said they made changes to everything is nuts. Yeah. They overhauled the whole game pretty much, right? They pretty much overhauled everything here in the first big update. It makes sense now why they weren't really doing anything for the past few weeks. Just woke up, joined. What char are you looking to play first? Most likely it's going to be Huntress. Cannot promise anything, but most likely the first one is going to be Huntress. My name is Seven. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. Actually, very close to 1,900 now. Nice. And next step, 2,000. Let's go. Lead Huntress hype. Kinda, right? Looked very cool. Are you sure you're not tempted to make Spark great again? Not really. 80% of players will start Huntress? I don't think so, Springbill. I think 80% is a little bit too much. I think, yes. I think the most played class is going to be Huntress, yes. But I think 80% is a little bit overestimating it. You are forgetting that a lot of people are new to the game. A lot of people really like a certain character fantasy, like warrior, or like playing a minion build, or like playing a witch build, or like playing a wizardry, sorceress kind of thing. So a very important thing always is you kind of get a bad sense sometimes of the game state when only watching like the big streamers or the big YouTubers, for example. Because everything in these streams and everything in these chats is just getting perpetuated all the time. Like Zizaran says, oh damn, Ritualist is OP. Everyone in chat is like, oh wait, Ritualist is OP. Everyone's playing Ritualist. But there is 100,000 plus players. Like 5,000 of them might be Zizaran viewers, for example. I'm not saying what he's doing. It's just an example. I'm not saying what he's doing is bad or anything. But so you just, as someone who is watching that, you kind of get a bad sense sometimes because there is a vast majority of players that is not in the chat at that point and is not like looking at that, and they are just playing whatever they feel like playing, right? So it's very important to sometimes disconnect yourself a little bit from all the Twitch space, from all the YouTube space, and just concentrate on the actual game stats and stuff like that, right? Can you open the Spirit Gem to see what skills have buff tag? Yes. Buff tag. All of them. What? Huh? All of them. Want to try your Ice Nova build with Temporalis? You think it will work well? Everything works well with Temporalis. You can make everything work with Temporalis. That's because Temporalis is super broken. Yeah, you can make this an auto bomber as well. 100%. Ghost Dance. Magma Barrier. Mana Remnants. Plague Bearer. Raging Spirits. Scavenged. Plating. Wind Dancer. Withering Presence. War Banner. Okay, all of these have. All of these have. Not a single buff tag. No, all of them here. Like, every single one. These ones, no. Like Grim Feast, no. Ghost Dance has one. Herald of Ash, no. No, Herald of Ice. All of them have a buff tag here. This is not a tag? I don't get this then. Like, all of them say buff, but the tag is... Yeah, this is weird though. Why would they do it like this? This is weird. Like, yeah, the tag is... Also other spirit skills for Tactician, yeah. Right? What does it say on the Tactician? Persistent buffs have 50%
Well, I've got news
less...
for you. You
Yo!
are mine now. You belong to me.
You belong to me now.
You're not gonna have your mommies run behind you anymore and wipe your little douches.
Ah,
Oh,
no.
It's time now to turn
This mush into muscles. Thank you for the raid, Lepav. Hello. Only persistent buffs, yeah. Persistent buffs. This doesn't seem... I don't think it's a persistent buff here. It just says persistent. Because I don't really know what this is then. Why does it says buff, but most of these don't have the buff tag above it, below it, right? Or are these all persistent buffs? How's the stream going? Very well. We're just theory crafting. Just like very deep dive stuff. Just deep diving, pretty much. Buff is a type of gem, not a tag. Yes, yes, yes. Everything in here is persistent, yes. But are they persistent buffs? That's the question here, right? Is this all of this? That would be insane. If this solid plan here is all of this, everything that is persistent buff. If, like, persistent buff. If this is all of this, then it's ridiculous. Dotted line under persistent and buff. Yeah. This is ridiculous if this is the case. Like in that case, even Archmage, like stuff like Archmage, stuff like anything, that would be crazy. Probably will just update tags. Yeah, I think so. No chance this is real. Yeah, I think so as well. GFX. I don't know if this is. I think we're on the wrong path here. There's no way this is actually like actual stuff happening. Okay, I put it into the notes. Sacrifice from which spirits is the one I see with buff tags? Am I blind? Ah, there we go. Yeah, this is buff persistent, okay. But mainly because it says minion in the... We have a theory that MF Aura Bot is better with Ritualist. Yeah. Spell persistent, sustained, cold. Yeah. This is going to be interesting to see what is actually included in this, right? Because plus ring means plus MF, yeah. You want your Ice Hydra? Oh, yeah. Already forgot about this one again, right?
Good morning.
Yo, Beutel T. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. I want my Hydra as well. Oh, wait, this is a persistent buff. Yeah, this is gonna be like the minion build here. Just with a solid plan, like having these minions that are persistent buffs here, 50% less reservation, just get a Hydra for 30 spirit. Holy. Didn't realize the new update will apply to current league too. Yeah, exactly. You could power level hunches in the current league. Yes, you could. Yes, you could. It's early access after all, right? My second build is for sure gonna be some tacticians. This has many possibilities, yeah. Yes, yes, yes. This looks like the premium minion build, 100%. Just due to this, right? Okay. Yeah. Ascension nodes kinda done. I don't know about this one. Totems have more skill speed. Yeah. Just more minion stuff, basically. Ally stuff. Supporting fire. Let's see if this is gonna be used. This might just be another elemental storm here. No one's gonna use this. Can you send the ascensions? Yeah. This might just be another, like, elemental storm. Totems only use skills when you fire an attack projectile. Yeah. Shock burst rounds gaming. Yeah, it looked like that a little bit in the video. They were doing stuff like that in the video, I think. Didn't it look like a little bit like he was using totems here?
That stops them from performing actions too.
At some point.
With the soldiers training, multiple banners, shell, and carpet an entire area.
I don't know. Might have been a different time. So yeah, Spectres.
It's finally complete, and it will be made available in the upcoming expansion. It can be found in the occult skills on the skill gem crafting panel. Raise Spectre is a skill that allows
This
you
is
to
gonna be
soul
ridiculous.
any monster in the game, which you can then summon in the skill panel. Spectres cost spirit and will revive automatically if they die, but the spirit cost varies based on the power of the monster. You could summon an army of weaker monsters, or a few of the more powerful monsters. You can combine them with your existing skeleton minions, or summon exclusively Spectres. It's all up to you and how you want to customize your army of the undead.
This is gonna be crazy.
Given that there are hundreds upon hundreds of monster variants in Path of Exile 2, it's safe to say you'll be experimenting with this one for a while. We
Yes.
look forward to seeing which monsters serve you best. Now let's move on to our next skill. Since we've been talking about summoning undead so much, let's have a change of pace and summon something.
Okay. More notes. More notes. Let's go over Huntress again here. See if we forgot something.
She specializes in both melee and ranged combat, dashing into and out of battle. Spears have extended range and a short dash. But
Just gonna walk around with that mana drain monster to get them back for every time they got me? Yes.
in order to
Yes.
make a hybrid ranged and melee character work, we had to do a lot of thinking about ways to make it.
I was said, like, crafting is always gonna be some sort of RNG. If you can just... If crafting isn't... Like, I'm not sure what you mean, but... If crafting is not like any RNG factor, what is it then? I think all the crafting changes they've announced here are amazing, to be honest. It is much more deterministic. It is much more deterministic now. They didn't mention this in the stream, on the stream, but in the talk after. Like the recombination here, right? You can choose what you want to keep. They didn't say that in the video, but they said this in the talk.
New item.
You can, like, the recombination here alone is amazing.
And
This is much less gambling. We'll see. Yeah. This, like they said, you can choose which one to take, so it's less RNG. You just choose it then. But there will always be an RNG factor in all things crafting. It's always going to be part of it. It's always going to be. Because other than that, if you can just craft anything you want, then it's like, yeah, okay, what's the point then in even trying to get gear if I can just craft whatever I want? Then That's basically hero editor, right?
Spear user, she
So
specializes
there's
in
always gonna
evading
be an
and
RNG and
dashing
RNG
into and
component.
out of battle. Spears have extended range and a short dash.
But less RNG is
Unlike
gonna be
other
good, yes.
weapons, You can also throw them.
I like the recombinator and stuff.
In order to make a hybrid ranged and melee character work, we had to do a lot of thinking about ways to make it fun to both enter and exit melee range. The first skill you will get as a huntress is Whirling Slash. As well as striking in a circle around you, this skill creates a whirlwind that blinds your enemies. Leaving the whirlwind will make it explode. The more Whirling Slash is used, the bigger the whirlwind, and the bigger the explosion. Once you're out of there, you'll want to follow up with something ranged. Whip your spear around to shoot twisters towards your foes. These twisters bounce off walls and can hit enemies multiple times. You can also throw twisters inside a whirlwind to shoot out extra tornadoes that do way more damage.
This is also like finally physical damage, right? This is all physical damage. The twisters, the tornadoes, the whirling thing here. This is all physical damage, right?
Extra tornadoes that do way more damage. In her offhand, the Huntress will usually want to hold a buckler, which allows you to...
I love how they literally show like level 3 stuff.
Skill, parry. While holding down parry...
Wow, level 3 gameplay.
incoming attack from monsters near you.
This is literally, this is gonna be the character for 10 minutes.
Follow-up strike. Some specific skills are designed to be used after a parry and have extra effects. Disengage is a skill that does a quick jump back, damaging enemies in front of you, and it can be used to interrupt other actions, like dodge roll. If you use it against a parried enemy though, it
Oh yeah, I'm not getting a pillar, definitely. Yeah, exactly, right.
Just be careful. If you parry too much, you're going to get stunned and possibly killed. You can combine this combo with Whirling Slash. Slash, parry, disengage, and you'll get an explosion from the disengage and the Whirling Slash.
Level 3 charm with 5 spells already? Yeah, how did this happen?
You could use Lightning Spear to bounce lightning between your
Casually in the first zone, but like
or you could
5
throw
different
explosive
spells.
spears into the ground. These spears take a while to detonate, but when they do, they'll incinerate anyone caught in the blast. All spear throws on the Huntress can also be empowered by frenzy charges.
I think they cheated. Oh yeah, report.
Explosive spears
Report
will do
them.
an even larger explosion and leave fire on the ground.
Stay here.
Can activate
I'll be back.
Yo! Yes! Very excited for patch, Anthony. Extremely excited. My notepad is filling up. Like, there's a lot of stuff happening here on the notepad, so... Very excited. We're just theory crafting, just going through everything. We don't really have patch notes, so a lot of the stuff we're doing right now is definitely speculation. Yeah, but let's see if we can get some pointers. Thank you so much for the resub. First sub of the day. Let's go.
suck it into the whirlwind,
Hello.
adding fire to the explosion.
Thank you.
Using twisters inside a fire whirlwind will shoot out fire tornadoes as well. And you can do similar combos with ice and lightning too.
Yes, this I really like these combo possibilities here.
This skill is Rake, which dashes towards your target.
Also bleed,
with a deadly
yes.
slash, opening up wounds on your enemies.
Bleed
Follow up with
build?
Disengage and watch them
Bleed
out
build
as they run
fantasy?
towards you. On the health bar of monsters, you can see how much blood loss the enemy has experienced, and the Huntress has skills to take advantage of this. For example, using Blood Hunt will thrust forward and cause a bloody explosion. The more blood loss, the bigger the explosion. If you want to cause bigger bleeds, try out Rapid Assault. The final hit of this multi-hit combo will stick a spear into your enemy for a big bleed. Now, Explosive Spear and Rapid Assault both result in leaving spears behind, either in the ground or in enemies. But there are
Another
other
sign of
skills that
change
can
passive
go
G
around
could be, yeah.
like Storm Lance,
I mean,
which
they
are electrical
pretty
spears
much said
after
so, right?
enemies.
They pretty much said that
These spears,
passive G is gonna be changed, right?
Thunderous Leap will allow you to jump onto and explode any spears either in the ground or in your enemies.
Damn, the talk after was 2 hours?
Now, as well as hunting animals,
Holy.
Huntress also has the ability to work with them. While fighting any beast, you have the ability to tame it and use it as a companion. You can only have one companion at a time, but it will keep the mods that were on it. Try to find a rare beast with good mods to take full advantage of your ability to tame it.
Rangers almost no bleed, it's all warrior and merc, yeah. Exactly.
Now this is just the beginning of the Huntress. We've really tried to make the hybrid ranged and melee gameplay work for this class by having a huge amount of
What I yapped last night? Yeah, kinda, right?
There are 22 new skills available for the Huntress. By in-game,
It
you'll be slaying
didn't really seem like a very
sending forth spirit animals
straightforward
and slowing
answers
life
and
around the
questions and answers, unfortunately. But I get it. There will be patch notes. I guess we can just go through the patch notes, right?
What
So
can the Huntress ascend into? Well, the first Ascension class you could choose is the Ritualist. The Ritualist has embraced the darker side of his merry traditions by harnessing the power of animal sacrifice and plague. The
his
Corrupted Life Force skill causes all enemies around you to grow volatile blood boils on their skin. When those enemies are slain, the boils will burst, spreading corrupted blood to all enemies around you. The Ritualist also excels in taking advantage of magical trinkets. The Unfurled Finger skill allows you to equip an additional
This is
ring
so
or finger
ridiculous.
around your
Still.
neck. Taking Mystic Attunement increases the bonuses of
Okay,
all
anything
enemies'
this
amulet-
we went through this like very thoroughly, right? The roar again as well.
Talking about summoning
They
undead
said this in the tavern talk after. The roar is just your movement speed.
much. It's
The
an
roar
achievement
is
made
your
for something
movement
a little
speed,
more
but you don't
alive.
get any
In Dawn of the Hunt, where
decreased movement speed when casting. So
summon Roa skill.
60 spirit for that, I don't know. It's probably gonna be like very novelty
You can
based
also mount your Roa in combat
or
at
like
any time,
gimmicky.
allowing you to move at full speed even while shooting arrows or throwing spears.
Only for bow and ranged spears, yeah.
Be wary though. If you take too much damage while riding your mount, you can be knocked off and get overwhelmed. It's worth
I don't know
keeping
if
an eye
that's
on your
worth
stagger
for 60 spirit. Yeah, might be movement speed for a 60 spirit. It depends a little bit on how much your movement speed is decreased when throwing spears and shooting the bow, right? I would have to see it in action because, I mean, it looks cool. It looks very cool. Yo, good morning, Matt. How much decreases mobility? Yeah, that's my question as well. I mean, it looks super cool.
It's worth keeping an eye
But
on your stagger bar.
This is the problem here, I think. Like, look at this.
Knocked off and get overwhelmed.
When you get knocked off,
It's worth keeping an eye
Goodbye.
on your stagger bar, as falling off the mount can mean almost certain death.
goodbye.
On the topic of
I don't
new
know
ways to
about
enhance
this
your
one.
character, let's talk about support gems. Support gems are used to modify your skill gems in meaningful and interesting ways. Currently, we feel that a lot of builds have insufficient options here. To alleviate this, we're adding over 100 new support gems. Hema crystals will enable a new kind of bleed build, turning the damage over time you would have done into explosive Vile crystals. Alignment is a support gem for bow attacks, which can reward skilled players with good positional skills.
Absolutely, yeah.
Drops will allow
True.
you to litter the battlefield with hazards, slowing your foes as you fling spears through their ranks. But there's plenty more for every playstyle, such as Enormity.
Stone charm. Apparently not. No. Yeah, that's totally true. Like GFX. Let's say we're on this character here, and we're like this into late game. Everything on the map is just getting cleared in seconds. Everything just dies right away. The roar is like a super nice addition, right, to the build.
You can also mount your Roa in combat at any
For bow
time,
and
allowing you to move at full speed, even while shooting
bow
arrows or throwing
and
spears.
spear, obviously.
Be wary though.
I'm very
If you take
tempted,
too much
like, for
damage
Ranger
while
as well.
riding
I don't know
you'll
why.
be knocked off and get overwhelmed. It's worth keeping an eye on your stagger bar, as falling
Ever
off
since
the mount
the
is almost certain
Ever since announcement, have you noticed how sales have gone up? Yes. I mean, a lot of people are coming back, I think, already. You can see it in viewership on Twitch as well, right? The hype is definitely picking up again.
death. On the topic of new ways to enhance your character, let's talk about support gems. Support gems are used to modify your skill gems in meaningful and interesting. To start with, let's talk about uniques. We're adding over 100 new unique items. This time, we've made sure to add uniques with a focus on mid and end-game tiers to make sure there are more exciting items to find for higher-level characters. Let's look at some examples. Embrace your inner devil with Chernobog's Pillar. It grants you a large amount of fire damage based on your block chance. The Coming Calamity allows you to become a true master of the damage based on your block.
This is a warrior thing, right? Fire damage. Block chance. This is warrior, right? Useless shield. Yeah, I kind of think so as well. Blockchain space is bad. Yeah, I don't know. This one is. It looks so cool. It should have increased light radius, by the way. What is this? Why doesn't it have increased light radius? Excuse me? There's 8 candles on it. Where's the light radius? Failed. Yeah, 45% max. And that 45% increased fire damage. I don't know.
Chance. The coming calamity allows you to become a true master of the elements, granting you all 3 elements.
They removed light radius. Get him!
Costing any spirit.
Get them!
At the same time, it penalizes enemy resistances. Waste Gate is a belt useful for builds using a single resource like Blood Magic or Archmage builds.
This is 1x as well.
This belt, you can use 2 life
There's no
flasks
way this
or
is.
mana flask.
This is.
It's up to you. Now we could go
Hi guys, I'm level 67, kind of new to this game, and I couldn't understand the second
So
weapon
first to
thing.
say,
Am I?
we want there to be way more
I have videos on weapon swap.
Over time, our goal is to add a unique to every single base item type at a minimum, so that you can.
You can
challenge
watch
any
these
base
2
in the
videos on weapon swap if you want to. Maybe this will explain it better to you. The weapon swap is mainly for stuff you want not on your main weapon set, obviously, but for like buffing your character up and stuff. Watch these 2 videos on weapon swap. Those will probably help you.
Nice to say though, we want there to be way more cool things to find. Over time, our goal
That
is to add
belt,
a
Demon
unique to
Form
every
needs a lot
single
of flask
base item
usage,
type at
right?
a
Yeah, it
minimum,
might be.
so you
There
can
might be
challenge
like a
any
niche
base
use
in the
case, but I kind of looked
Now,
at it and
given that we
was
have
like,
the Huntress,
ugh.
we have a set of unique spears from early game all the way through to end game as well. One example is Scyther's Spear, which combines bleed and fire in a powerful way. It allows your ignites to be aggravated, dealing substantially more damage. We're also introducing a suite of unique bucklers with some interesting parry mechanics. Calgyra's Arc, for example, allows you to parry projectiles from any distance. And we're also adding our first unique.
Like parrying seems super fun, right? Like seeing this
also introducing a
seems
suite of unique bucklers
it
with
seems
some
very
interesting
fun
parry mechanics.
and interesting, right?
Calgyra's Arc, for
That you have to
example, allows
manually
you to
parry stuff and stuff. But again, being into ultra late endgame, being in endgame, being in mapping and stuff, are you really gonna parry stuff? No. Right? You just everything. No. You're just not gonna parry stuff. You're not gonna go into a map, have like these monsters, and be like, oh yeah, let's wait for them to shoot so I can parry, so I can use my counter parry move, and then no. You just want, no one's gonna play that. Everyone just wants to build that throws the spear in there and everything just explodes. That's but imagine paying Arbiter. Yeah, for bossing, I'm not talking about bossing here. That might be actually something, but anyone that I'm doing a build guide and I say like, yeah, this build relies on you first parrying stuff, and no, everyone's gonna be like, nope, thank you. You want to make a budget version from the Frostnova build? I'm not gonna do any more build videos for the current league, the current state of the game. It doesn't really make sense. Also, you can just take this Ice Nova build here. You can take this build and just make it budget. I said in the video, when I did the video on this one, I said you don't need Ingenuity, you don't need Dream Fragments. You can make this work on a much lesser budget. You don't need need me to show you the exact items. It's just replicate this on a low budget. It's definitely working on a low budget as well, this one. Hype for 0.2? Yes. Yeah, Perry is a fully just breach map with 150 mobs in one place. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of what I'm getting at, right? Parrying is probably gonna be a novelty thing during campaign or something, that you parry certain things, but Brew Ritualist is busted. I don't know if it's busted, but it seems very strong in Hyper Endgame, yes. It seems like it is very gear aligned though. Let's see about that. From all the ascendancies, it seems like the strongest. Yeah, have to agree.
To parry projectiles from any distance. And we're also adding our first unique charms. Bayra's Anguish will not only protect you from Ignite, but will also emit a devastating Fire Nova whenever you do get ignited. In sum, there's just a ton of new uniques to find. We can't wait to see the weird and broken builds that come out of it. Now we also want to talk about crafting options. In each major update during early access, we'll be continuing to add and improve the options here. We have various new crafting tools that have been added as rewards to many of the different types of new content that we're adding. But for now, I just want to mention the changes to runes. Runes add commonly available mods, but since they only have one tier, flat damage mods tend to get outclassed by in-game. So we've changed runes to have multiple tiers, allowing you to get higher tier mods than before. Our plan is to significantly expand the number of more specialized mods for crafting using socketables as we add new content over time. And the first new set of those comes from what we're talking about next. In Dawn of the Hunt, we're adding Asmarian Wisps, which can be found throughout both the campaign and the
I still don't quite understand the whole. I get what the Asmarian Wisps give you in the end. Yeah, they give you like these new socketables. But what is it again that you have to do? You find the first one when leveling up, and then they come randomly in endgame? I don't really get that. Rune Tab? Yeah, they said Rune Tab is coming.
Grellwood in Act 1, where you'll meet Delwyn, and Asmari Hunter, who is trying to find out what exactly is causing the spirit to behave this way. As you approach the wisp, it will flee, leading you past monsters.
Follow the wisp until they possess rare monsters, and that's just gonna happen when? Just randomly?
Wisps, which can be found throughout both the campaign and the endgame.
Ah, okay. So they're just found randomly. Right?
The Asmari spirit has made itself present in Rayclast, and it appears to be trying to warn, or maybe prepare us for the coming darkness. You will first encounter a manifestation of it in the Grellwood in Act 1, where you'll meet Delwyn, and Asmari Hunter, who is trying to find out what exactly is causing the spirit to behave this way. As you approach the wisp, it will flee, leading you past monsters. Any monsters it comes into contact with are infused by it, making them more powerful. Each spirit is associated with a specific revered animal within Asmari culture.
Yeah, okay. That makes... I think I get it now.
This monster now also has increased life and stun, but on top of that, it will periodically summon a large spectral bear that slams with wild fury.
Exalto Patronum. Expecto Patronum.
You will be rewarded. For each monster that was infused and killed along the way, the rewards will be increased. Each wisp has its own mechanics. The Wisp of the Winter Owl is a primal wisp that causes enemies to deal extra cold damage, gain energy shield, and release wind vortices on death. When infusing a monster, they will call down large tornadoes to protect their host. The Wisp of the Wild Cat is a vivid wisp that causes affected monsters to deal more critical strikes and become more evasive. When it infuses a monster, it will summon a barrage of feline spirits that will attempt to tear you limb from limb.
Like there was the comment earlier in here, right? We had one comment earlier where someone was like, "Damn, this is so disappointing. The endgame is still like so bad. Nothing to do in endgame and stuff." Like this is so much stuff for endgame for one update. Or am I tripping?
If you're lucky, you may even find
This is
sacred wisps.
so much for endgame. Callous Fury, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Hello.
Which turns
I'm
small
waving.
monsters
I'm
into
waving
magic,
to you. Hello. Hello.
magic monsters
You don't
into
see it, right?
rares, and rare monsters
People on the
into actual
subcam are
monsters.
seeing me waving right now. Some people are just aren't satisfied. Those people will never be satisfied. People that are not happy with this update here, those are the kind of people that will never be happy with anything. And we should stop trying to make these kind of people happy. That's my opinion on that.
Wisps can drop a new set of socketable items that allow you to craft a wide range of interesting new mods.
We're missing some
throughout.
likes. Can we find them?
Each
Yeah,
one
true.
may only be used on a specific
True.
item slot. As mentioned, the Asmarian Wisps can be encountered throughout the game, but there's also a new
Rare into bosses is crazy. What do you mean? I didn't notice it.
Of feline spirits that will attempt to tear you limb from limb. If you're lucky, you may even find sacred wisps that can do some pretty crazy things to the monsters they influence. like the Wisp of the Cunning Fox, which turns normal monsters into magics, magic monsters into rares.
Ah, okay.
Rare
This
monsters
is
into
super
actual
cool.
bosses.
This is so cool. Oh my, dude, this update is so amazing. We're still watching this for the third time or something, and still finding stuff we haven't noticed before, or I haven't noticed, I should say.
Craft a wide range of interesting new mods onto your items.
Watch the video first and commentary. Yes. I do get distracted a lot. I'm sorry.
Asmerian wisps can be encountered
I'm
throughout
very
the game,
ADHD
but there's
coded.
also a
I'm
new
very
game
sorry.
called the Asmeri Ranges, a mountain village where the Asmeri
trying the
once
best
lived,
that I can.
now overrun with
I'm trying the best that I can. I promise. I'm very ADHD. Yo, Dr. Chill.
I'll be back.
Dr. Chill with the Prime. Thank you so much. There we go. 1 of 10. Nice. Goal almost reached. Thank you so much for the Prime, Dr. Chill. Thank you. Nice.
corrupt monsters. This map always has multiple Asmerian wisps in it, and familiar, yet not quite the same boss fight. Asmerian wisps
New
can
maps
be
also, yes.
modified by the endgame Atlas tree as well.
Tanky as hell. Yeah, looks like it.
But
So yeah,
I'm not gonna-
the whole Asmerian Wisps definitely relies a little bit on what we get here as well. We see like 3 here. There's probably gonna be much more. So all of these are kind of okay, I would say. Hits against you have 10% reduced critical damage bonus in the boots. Rage on melee hit, that's probably a little bit better depending on the stuff you do, depending on the build you do. Corrupted blood cannot be reflected on you. Okay. Let's see what else we can get here in these socketables, because if there's like these special Asmerian Wisps that are a boss or something, and like, I don't know, like very hard bosses or something, we might get actually crazy socketables. So, and also with skilling into it in the Atlas tree and stuff, they definitely have some hope in this mechanic, right? So let's see about that. That's gonna be exciting
I'm
to
not gonna
see
be the one
how
talking about those things.
deterministic
In order to
that's.
cover all the new content and in-game,
or how
I'm
good
gonna
that
hand
will
things
be.
over to Mark.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director
Hi, Mark
on
Roberts.
Path of Exile 2.
Hi, Mark.
There's a ton to talk about with the endgame today, so let's dig right in. Path of Exile 2's early access began with a brand new endgame, and it was clear that it needed a lot of work. After absorbing your feedback, we're ready to make some epic changes. The first thing
Yeah,
is,
Shaken.
we
Get used
just
to
need a
this.
lot more
This is
content.
GGG.
In Dawn of the Hunt, we have made sure to focus on increasing the sheer number of interesting and different encounters you will randomly stumble into.
This is
as you
Lich,
explore
right?
the
Yeah, it
endgame.
looks like.
And the second goal
Contagion.
is to smoothen the progression through maps and reduce the amount of annoying busy work. To start with, let's talk about the new interesting stuff to find. Well, the most obvious thing to add are new maps. As well as the Asmeri
Everyone
ranges
listen
that
closely
Jonathan
when they
mentioned
get
earlier,
to the nerfs.
Dawn of the Hunt also contains 7 other new maps, all with their own custom encounters. Let's start with this one.
The Feral Megaliths map starts off in the wild
Oh.
Ezomite
Oh,
forests.
sorry.
As you
This
progress
is
through
so
the
crazy.
forest,
This
you'll
map
find
here
starts
is
off in the
so
wild
nice.
Ezomite forests. As you progress through the forest, you will find mysterious rune-carved stones that, when touched, surge with energy.
This is so nice.
Activating all the stones, you can find a grand henge, where all the energy is coalescing. You can then start an encounter. The area darkens, a storm moves in, and a concentration of energy summons a dangerous boss. You must
And
fight
another
and
one.
defeat the
And
boss to
another
get its
one.
rewards. Once you have defeated it, summon
morning.
another.
And another.
And another.
This is so
And
cool.
You have 10 total waves of boss fights, which get
10
incrementally
waves.
more
This is so amazing.
If you manage to defeat
This is
them,
like a
you
whole
get
new, like, this is like Simulacrum or something. This is so good. Yo, Says. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Hello, hello.
full
This,
boss rewards.
just this one is
A
so
storm
amazing.
moves in, and a
This is like
concentration of
probably
energy
20
summons
minutes
a
or something
dangerous
of...
boss. You must fight and defeat the boss to get its rewards. Once you have defeated it, summon another. And another. And another. And another. You have 10 total waves of boss fights, which get incrementally more difficult.
I mean, the loot here seems kinda... Augmentation Orb, Vision Rune, Orb of Transmutation, Glacier Rune, Waystone Tier 1, I don't know about the loot here, but let's see.
If you manage to defeat them, you get full boss rewards, but also opportunities to get new runes. These can only be obtained from this map. The Fractured Lake contains a surreal waterscape with fractured mirror-like objects. As you move around the map, the terrain itself elevates from below, creating the ground you walk on. In this unique map, all the rare monsters are mirrored, so you're always...
Yeah, no changes to late game, by the way, right? No changes to end game, by the way.
If you manage to overcome that challenge and make it to the end of the map, you'll be presented with a broken mirror, a powerful altar-like object that contains an item within it. The item contained within is a new base type, either an amulet or a ring, that can be crafted to have additional prefixes or suffixes at the cost of the other. The last unique map we'll show today is one based around the essence mechanic. You enter a crystalline cavern, and you will find a powerful map boss imprisoned in the center.
Yeah, they do talk about stuff, but we're not gonna watch the whole like 2-hour talk here, I think. I don't think we're gonna...
The rare monsters, the essence they held will be upgraded to a greater essence.
Or are we watching it and taking notes? I'll only farm this. Yeah.
How many essences will you add to the boss? Overdo it, and you might lose everything. Underdo it, and you might...
Yes, GFX. Perfect. Perfect comment. Perfect.
Speaking of essences,
Perfect visualization of the chat yesterday in the main channel.
The essences with a range of unpredictable outcomes. It could increase the number of essences, re-roll all the essences to the same type, or even upgrade the essences to greater essences. What if they're already...
This has crazy capabilities as well here.
We have 4 new corrupted essences. Essence of Hysteria, Delirium, Horror...
My character I'm playing now, can I play this new update? Yes. But do yourself a favor and play in the new reset.
The Essence of Insanity causes you to question even your own mind. As monsters split into shadowy clones...
Armor's getting reworked. Yeah, they hinted at that, right? They didn't say anything very, very specific when it comes to armor, but they very clearly hinted at armor getting a rework. Also evasion. Also evasion is getting a rework.
Split into shadowy clones, and you must locate the real one before a devastating icy explosion freezes everything around it. Each of these has their own...
Evasion was fine, Kappa, yeah.
The Essence of Insanity can be applied to a belt. It adds a mod that will ensure the next Valor...
That's my question here. Can the Essence of Insanity only be applied to a belt? Because he says it like this. The Essence of Insanity can be applied to a belt.
The Essence of
Is
Insanity
it only
can be applied
belts?
to a belt. It adds a mod that will ensure...
Because Essence of Insanity is insane.
Valor
Literally, aha, that wasn't even on purpose. What?
on the belt will guarantee adding 2 enchantments. It's worth noting all the essences in the unique map can also be corrupted too, if you're willing to risk it. It's worth noting we have also added 10 extra Atlas passive points you can earn by completing 5 different unique maps. Now, new maps are just the beginning. We had a goal where we wanted to make sure you were constantly finding exciting new content, and that it could be lurking around any corner. So, we have added a bunch
By
of
any chance that I'm not better than FX in a lot of cases?
On your travels, you will sometimes encounter rogue
Roll back the video when he showed the essence.
split into shadowy clones, and you must locate the real one before a
Where does he show it?
devastating icy explosion freezes everything around it. Each of
Upgrades a normal item to magic or a magic item to a rare item with one of the guaranteed property. Can only be used on belts. Okay.
these has
Yeah.
their
Okay. Question
encounter
answered.
rogue exiles. Others
Okay,
like you
rogue
who have been
exiles. This is
exiled
crazy.
are openly hostile.
This is crazy.
Some are malicious, some are mad, while others are simply fiends for loot. They will challenge you, a fight to the death.
Like, this is so cool, by the way. This is so cool. Imagine you're playing a warrior or something and you have like a one-on-one fight on your warrior character with like with a ranger or another warrior or
They
something.
use the same skills available
This
to
is
players and even the
nuts.
same items.
Yeah, imagine hardcore. Imagine hardcore and a rogue exile comes into your map and just shits on you.
They aren't just
Too
dressed up
hard.
as designs, they're
Yes.
actually using them.
Can't wait to die as
player versus
Tormentus.
player
To die to
situation.
as Tormentus Rogue Exile, yeah.
Of course, if you are able to slay these exiles, those items will all drop on the ground. So if you encounter an exile using a powerful or valuable unique item, which you can see...
Can't wait for the exile
displayed
compilations on
you want to be
HDFSF,
damn
yeah.
sure you kill them. Because if they kill you and your party, they'll portal out, taking their items with them. Every fight will feel completely different depending on the items they come equipped with. These exiles are much smarter than your regular monster. They have capabilities to dodge roll, avoid your abilities with smart pathfinding, smart targeting, and much more action.
Yeah. If like this Rogue Exile here has Couture of Crimson and the 3 dragons. If you kill him, you get it.
With smart pathfinding, smart targeting, and much more action-packed gameplay. Fortunately, they're like you, and they're not super durable. Unless, of course, they're wearing uniques like Helm's Heart. In which case,
Slide this
expect a
here.
longer battle. There are 12 different rogue exiles you can find, each with their own skills and personalities. Some may insult you, while others may admire your honor in combat. Another encounter you might start.
Mom, can we have a Souls game? We have Souls game at home.
New unique
I like that.
Strong boxes are chests with modifiers.
I'm farming the shit out of Rogue Exiles, yeah. It seems like very exciting, right?
Monsters that you must defeat to access the loot. Let's take a look at 2 of the new unique boxes that are harder to find and behave just a little bit.
Cool showcase, by the way. All of the fights were lost against them. Actually?
Strongbox has a corpse splayed out in front of the uncarved stone. Upon
Yeah,
interacting with the stone, you activate Forbidden Ezomite magic, which revives the monster as a
Yeah, no new endgame content, by the way. What was that comment before?
I'm not a pervert. I just was looking for Turboman doll.
That's a rare one. The YouTube members are not as common as Twitch subscribers. Thank you, Shaken, for becoming a member on YouTube. Yeah, I'm not a pervert. I was just looking for Turboman doll.
Each time you
Thank
defeat
you.
a
Thank you
monstrosity,
for
the
becoming
Strongbox
a member.
revives
Let's
again,
go.
adding an extra modifier to the monster. With each resurrection, it becomes
morning.
more difficult. But also
Kusamo
more
as well. Thank you for the follow.
This
Welcome.
Strongbox is
Hello.
infused with thaumaturgy from ancient file technology.
I love that
Each
tornado
shell's
skill though.
format
Yeah.
has a powerful artifact
Turbo
inside
Man. Yeah.
and is
It's
guarded
turbo
by
time.
Chaos itself. Defeating the monsters will grant you a unique item with a specific corrupted outcome. You'll have
He's
to
not a
find the other two
pervert.
for yourself
He's
and
just
see
looking
what
for
they do.
Turbo Man doll.
Now, let's talk about the introduction.
Love
to
that
the
movie. Yeah, same here. One of my favorite
Upon
movies
starting
ever.
the endgame, Doriani tasks you with cleansing corruption to help restore the land. However,
We have a Turbo Man emote as well here.
Just sent you on a grind
In Twitch.
to clear 15 maps.
Unfortunately, not on YouTube.
Wanted to make the quest to unlock your Atlas passives much more interesting. Now, Doriani is tasked.
This
you
is
with a
super
more
cool as
specific
well, I
objective.
think, by the way.
On the Atlas, you will find areas of corruption.
This is probably one of the coolest endgame changes, I
At
think.
the center of each one, you will find
Next to the
corrupted
tower
nexus,
changes.
the source of the affliction. In the areas leading up to the Nexus, you will notice that corruption spills out from slain enemies and amalgamates into powerful monsters. Corrupted maps existed on the Atlas before, but we've done significant work on improving these monsters. We've also done a full pass on the modifiers on these maps to make them more interesting and more rewarding. Once you reach the Nexus, you will have a new task.
Yeah, this is
Cleanse
awesome.
The source of corruption. When you defeat the last rare in those maps, they will spawn one of 3 terrifying bosses.
I don't really get, like, he's mentioning, he's gonna mention how when you do the cleansed maps, you get the fractured stuff, right? What do you get if you do
As
the
veins
corrupted
of the
ones?
boss are purged of corruption, it coalesces into raw crystallized power, which you can use to gain points for your Atlas passive skill tree.
Yeah,
The
okay.
upgrade system that allows you to add and enhance content in your maps. We didn't stop there though. When you complete a corrupted Nexus,
Or XP? I don't know. Not mentioned for corrupted, right? Right? So now they mention what happens or what you get when you do the cleansed maps, right? But for corrupted, they only said you get the passive G points, the Atlas G points.
all of the remaining surrounding corrupted maps will become cleansed maps. Cleansed
This is
maps
different
also
now.
have new
This one we
monsters,
know, right? Cleansed
a new
maps,
boss,
you get the fractured ones. But yeah, for
and
the
their own
corrupted,
set of
I don't know.
modifiers and rewards.
including finding fracturing orbs by slaying cleansed enemies.
Yeah, these ones seem super strong as well. This is like super good.
These orbs can be used in crafting on a rare item to cause one of its modifiers to become...
This is nuts.
A fractured modifier is one that cannot be modified by any means.
Insane crafting bases
Freely
here.
modify the item, ensuring the fractured modifier
When is the
will never
update playable? Next
If
Friday.
you get the right
In
item
exactly
with the
1
right
week.
mod,
And
it
a
can
few
prove to
hours.
be a
It's gonna be
very
in the
powerful
evening
crafting base indeed.
for me.
You must now choose. Do you very powerful craft?
Yeah, this
If
is
you get
like
the
this
right-
fractured orb is super cool as well. Like imagine having like an absolutely GG item. You lock one in place. You can keep crafting on it. This is
item
super
with the
good.
right mod, it can prove to
Can
be
you
a
show
never
fractured orb
change.
closely? Yeah, give me a second.
Fractured orbs can be used in craft.
Fracture a random modifier on a rare item with at least 4 modifiers, locking it in place. It's a little bit RNG, yes. But will you have later stream next Friday? Yeah, I will start. I will probably start stream like 1 hour before we actually start. And yeah, it's most likely gonna be at least a 20 hour stream. At least. Let's see. With at least 4, yeah. It's kind of gambly, yes. So can we assume fractured items can drop also? That's actually a very good question. Yeah, maybe. Maybe then there's also gonna be items that are already fractured, right? Gonna be in. We are gonna do party most likely Blade. We have a channel for that. We're still like seeing what the party setup is gonna look like for us. I don't know. I'm gonna ask Pius to put you in the channel as well. It's the yeah. I will see about that later.
On a rare item to cause
Can you
one
fracture
of its
2 modifiers?
to
No,
become
just 1, I think.
A fractured
Most likely just
modifier is
1.
one that cannot be modified by any means. You are able to freely modify the item, ensuring the fractured modifier will never change. If you get the right item with the right mod, it can prove to be a very powerful crafting base indeed. You
Yes.
must now choose. Do you complete all the corrupted maps and then the Nexus? Or maybe you beeline to the Nexus, complete it, and do all the remaining maps cleansed.
Oh,
Both
Hori
have
Betty, I
rewards
just
to
saw your
entice you
message.
and
I
challenges
will not
to
leak
assist.
anything.
Now,
You can
let's
show
have
me,
a talk
Batty.
about towers. One thing we've had a lot of feedback on is the busy work around running towers and managing your tablets. The first change we've made here is that we have reduced the number of towers drastically, so there are now 1/3 as many as before, but we've made them much more powerful. To start with, tablets now inherently add twice as many mechanics, but that's not all. Running higher tier maps and towers now increases the number of mechanics applied by tablets. By tier 15, the bonus is double, allowing a single tablet to now add 4 times as many mechanics as before. So, we're running far fewer towers, dealing with fewer tablets.
They said no
and
fractured
affecting
items drop?
even
Oh,
more
okay,
maps than
okay.
before.
Yeah, see,
But
that's
because
why
there are fewer
that's why
towers
we use the
overlapping
hive mind
each
here.
other, you
Everyone
won't get as many
everyone
opportunities
knows.
to stack different tablets.
Always
In
someone
order
who
to
knows.
solve this, we've made it so that each tower can consume up to 3 tablets at once. You always get 1 slot on completing the tower, but if you can complete a tower
This
with
is
more
such a
mods
good
on the
change
west
as
side,
well.
you can unlock a second or
22
first
maps
slot.
and range is crazy, yeah.
Overall, this allows for even more juicy
28 in
towers,
this case
while
here.
drastically
28
reducing the
maps
amount of
contain
busy work you
breaches.
have to do.
Holy.
On top of that, towers are much more interesting maps because they can now spawn with all mechanics, including
Fractured
bosses.
items gonna be insanely
Each tower
expensive
map
then?
is a
Yeah.
new boss. Let's take a look at a couple here. The boss fight of the Alpine Ridge map has 2 powerful witches contesting for
Super,
territory.
yeah, amazing change, I think.
One witch has an affinity for ice, the other fire. Who will win?
Up to 40 can be breached? Holy.
The boss of the Sinking Spider
Like,
map is a remnant of
I'm guessing though, then, right? But actually getting a breach tablet is gonna be less common then, I am guessing. Because if you still get the same amount of breach tablets, I mean, it's probably gonna be way less common then to actually get your first breach tablet. I want to play the update now. Yeah,
The
same
valve
here.
That has been charged with lightning.
It was during the
It uses
Q&A
a
while
force
we were
with
yapping.
lightning
Yeah.
abilities. But be careful.
Maybe we need to
If
watch the
any of them
Q&A
hit the
again.
surrounding constructs, they will power up.
We probably missed so
Another
much
thing that
yesterday.
we've seen a lot of feedback about is sustaining
Max range
waystones.
taps are gonna be nuts, yeah.
As we looked into it, we realized that the people who couldn't sustain waystones were dying a lot. A lot more than we had expected. And that made us realize something. During the campaign, the expectation is that you can die multiple times in order to learn how to overcome challenges.
Chaos will be so cool, yeah.
You are able to learn how the
100%.
monsters behave, adapt to their skills, and eventually overcome them. But as soon as you get to the endgame, you are effectively no longer allowed to die if you want to sustain waystones. By the time you are getting towards the end of endgame, we want you to have to be careful not to die. But it certainly shouldn't be that we have such a sudden shift as you run your first maps. The first change we're making is you can now respawn and return to a map if you die. Continuing from where you left off. When you start the endgame, you get up to 6 total attempts per map. As you add more modifiers to a waystone, the number of respawns goes down. This means that as you get to the point that you're running every waystone as a rare, you will have to be more careful.
I like this.
In parties,
I think this is such a
everyone
good
gets to
compromise
respawn that
here.
number of times.
I can't wait to make a Ritualist Charm build.
But we still think it's
Interesting.
important that you can kill a boss in one go. In order to allow that to happen, we've made a change so that once you start the boss fight, it changes over to the same respawning system we use for pinnacle bosses. This means that the map owner can choose to respawn everyone at the same time. Another complaint we've seen a lot of is players not wanting to do the pinnacle content because of the experience penalty from dying. A change we've made here is that all pinnacle content now no longer grants experience, but also no longer removes experience on death either. Dawn of the Hunt also brings the first batch of Twilight Order reliquary keys from the early access supporter packs.
Okay, this I completely forgot about yesterday. What is this actually?
Of Twilight Order reliquary keys from the early access supporter packs. These keys contain items selected by our supporters. They can contain any unique item found in Path of Exile 2. If the selected item is a pinnacle boss drop, then only special keys dropped by this content will be able to provide these items. For example, Hand of Wisdom in action can only come from a key dropped by Zesht.
Ah, okay.
We're also making a change that allows pinnacle boss uniques to drop at any difficulty. Rarer uniques will be rarer at lower difficulties, but still possible to find.
Okay.
This applies to the drop chances for the reliquary keys from this content as well.
New gamma
We
for Hider
spoke about
Warriors, but
towers
boss
and
keys.
tablets earlier, but we have
Why
also
boss keys?
added a suite
Yeah.
of unique tablets. Each of these adds crazy interactions to the maps influenced by it. For example, this unique tablet allows you to run any map in a tower's radius without requiring
Like
connection. This
unique
tablet-
tablets is crazy as well. Unique tablets, and they show 6 of them.
For example,
So pretty much for all maps in range can be accessed.
this unique tablet allows you to run any map in a tower's radius without requiring connections, which can be quite useful for jumping gaps and traveling around your area.
This is so cool.
And this tablet causes all runic monsters
Man, give me
spawned during
0.2 now.
expedition
Yes.
encounters to be duplicated,
Yes.
and weakens all expedition monsters that are
Give it to
moving
us.
around. The Atlas tree has also been expanded, and you can find many of the new mechanics there, and improvements to existing ones too. Now, through this live stream, we have mentioned quite a few new crafting options that we've added. New runes, corrupted essences, fractured mods, and jewelry crafting bases. But we did have just one more crafting system to talk about: recombination. Expedition was the only in-game mechanic that was lacking a crafting system.
They didn't mention this in the video, but they said this in the talk after. You can choose the stat to keep when recom. You can choose it.
So that needed to change. Recombination is a mechanic that
Oh, this is an expedition mechanic, right? We forgot about that as well. This makes expedition so much more viable. See, this costs 100 Black Sun artifacts here. This makes Expedition so much more viable, actually.
Might be familiar to some players. It allows you to merge 2 items together, hoping to get the best elements of
Still stacks by 20 despite needing 100 Lamau. Yeah, kinda, right? Finally, it makes sense to pick them up. Yeah, exactly. Oh, that's hella expensive. Yeah. You can choose, though.
each on a single new item. This new crafting bench will be unlocked as you complete your first expedition, and requires artifacts found during expeditions to fuel it. The rarer the mods on the item you are combining, the more expensive the cost.
Okay. It depends on the mod.
All the major in-game changes we're talking about today.
What actually happened there? Let's look at this again. I want to see this again. Dude, what is this? Okay, I'm on 4K. I guess we go down a little bit.
System.
So, what do we actually do here?
The only in-game mechanic that was lacking a crafting system, so that needed to change. Recombination is a mechanic that might be familiar to some players. It allows you to merge 2 items together, hoping to get the best elements of each.
I love how it shows up like this, for example, here. It's like, it's a little bit slot machine here. Like,
On a
this one. This is, we're gonna sit in front of this like, accuracy, leeches, yes, yes,
This new
yes.
crafting bench will be unlocked as you complete your first expedition, and requires artifacts found during expeditions to fuel it. The rarer the mods on the item you are combining, the more expensive the cost.
They mentioned that expedition can fund, one expedition can fund one recombination. Damn.
Game changes we're talking about today. With all the system changes and new content, we can't wait to get in there, start blasting maps, and
same.
obliterating monsters.
Yes.
There is one more thing we wanted to clarify before we move on, which is that all the content we've talked about today will be made available in the existing early access leagues, so you can play your existing characters. However, there will be new leagues made for those who wish to start in a fresh economy. It is recommended to start over and get the full new experience in the Dawn of the Hunt leagues. For all our existing early access players, we're really looking forward to joining you playing in this new update. For those who don't already have access and are interested in playing Path of Exile 2,
Good morning, Exiles, and welcome to
morning.
the Q&A portion of today after a very exciting reveal with lots and lots in it, exceeding my expectations, particularly in crafting. But on that note, we're joined here by Jonathan and Mark to talk about all that we've seen today and more in the future of Path of Exile 2. And you had an update about the recombination.
Yes,
first,
that's right.
though.
That's right. Yeah, so we actually last night had a bit of a design session.
We don't know.
and realized that
We don't
weren't
know
actually
yet
fully
about the
happy with
passive
way
tree.
the recombination
We do
worked.
expect
So,
changes
we
to
made
the
quite a big
passive tree,
change
yes.
to it, which wasn't reflected in that video, obviously. Which is basically that we sort of wanted to give a bit more control to the player over how recombination works, and we also kind of weren't really happy about the fact that recombinators is something that like kind of matters a lot for really, really ultra end-game players, but it wasn't something
Good
that was really
morning.
mattering a lot for
Yo, here Leon, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Hello.
the people who effectively got access to the feature at the start.
What are we
So
doing?
they
Let's
actually
play
changed
this.
it
Yeah,
now.
I
So
wanna
the way it works is that you
give the
pick
update to
what
us,
you want
please.
on the on the each item from each item.
How bad is my stat stacker that I just invested over 300 div into over the last couple of days? What is the question?
Then it gives you a percentage chance of success based on the number you pick.
How-
So
how
if you
bad
pick,
your
like,
stat
1
stacker
for
is?
1,
What do you mean?
then the chance is much higher. But if you pick like
It,
if you
it
pick
will
6
not
monsters,
matter
you're
very soon
pretty
anyways.
So effectively, like the more your
Everything
opponents decide
always
the item,
resets.
the less of a chance of actually.
This
having
that
success.
is
So
Path of Exile.
It means that if you just want to get like a mod, if you want to get an item with like okay, these
Nothing you
monsters
do
are
is for the
around,
ages.
That's relatively easy. If you want to get an item which
It's
has,
getting nerfed
yeah,
bad.
all of
Yes,
them, then
probably
it's
is.
hard.
We
So
don't
I
know
think that's a much
what
better
for
design
sure,
so
but
that you can kind of use
changes are coming to
the
standard. Yeah,
recombinations
yeah.
become something that you can use even from a relatively from the first point you get them.
Anything that
but this
is
kind of in-game
that
way,
feels
like,
broken to you,
perfect
it will get
stuff like
nerfed.
To be able to do it with more, it is kind of balanced. though, so
Storytelling
like,
time? What
like,
do you
if
mean?
you pick literally all 6, then it's going to be like incredibly low to the point of like don't even try that. But you know, like 4 mods might be a good thing to sort of.
Oh, they are
start
resetting.
that kind of thing, and then Exalt
There is gonna be a new league.
yeah, that's kind of.
There's gonna be a fresh
hopefully
start
that'll be in
league.
by the time Zero to It comes out.
But
We're
the
gonna,
changes are
kind of
also
go-
coming to
go about
standard,
doing
yes.
that. Yeah,
Let's
like,
watch the video
I think it's
quiet.
much better design
You
than
be
what we
quiet.
had, before for Recon.
What?
If it's not there for O2O, it'll be
Yeah,
as
very
soon
soon.
as it can afterwards. But
Don't tell me to be quiet, hello?
Spur of the moment for the live stream design sessions. But increased player agency and visibility into the success result is just a win. And honestly, it took way too long to, get to the point of us actually going, this is just straight up better to have observability into that and the freedom of choice. So.
Sure.
Yeah, that's the thing. Recombination.
Shushing me, are you my wife?
Was both really high end in terms of the crafting that it was intended for, but also
Means you compile all details for us lazy people and inform us? Ah, that's what you mean. Morning, Arnold voice. Yeah, the plan is to do that. There are a few ones already, right?
This seems much more
The thing is,
Yes.
I'm a little bit opposed to doing that kind of stuff before we actually have the facts with the patch notes, right? I kind of want the patch notes, and then we actually make a plan. You could compile everything now, but there's still so much in the air. Like we could watch this one by Sir Gog. He's always pretty matter of fact. Let's actually watch this one. I didn't watch this one so far. This might be a very good rundown of everything that is happening. Let's watch this. The Mr. Ascendancy looks baller. We kind of thought it's a little bit underwhelming. Love this dude? Yeah. He's amazing. He's like very matter of fact. He's presenting facts. He's not a doomer. Love him. Let's watch this video. I haven't watched this so far, obviously, since this was released when I was streaming or something. There's a lot of misinformation going around. Yeah, that's always going to be the case. Do yourself a favor. Try to not listen to Reddit. Try to not listen to the chat of the big streamers. I don't know. So many people are so brain broken. It seems. I don't know. I don't wanna sound like super negative when it comes to like people and stuff. But I don't know. Let's just chill. Let's just wait for the actual facts. Wait for the patch notes. Some speculation is absolutely fine with me. We can speculate if it's like a fun speculation, but so many people are just so brain broken. It's actually ridiculous. Misinformation spreads so much better these days than actual information. It's absolutely crazy. The new Herald armor on the companion, you think that will work? Holy. Yeah, it's super sad. Misinformation has such an easier time to spread than actual information. So, I don't know. This stream is supposed to be a safe space for actual information. And chilling a little bit and then actually getting the facts when they come out, and yeah, no wild speculations, and be like, the comments sometimes are absolutely crazy. People are coming in like, I heard. Like, where did you hear it? What do you mean? Is this your opinion, or do you have like actual proof? No, I heard on Asmongold stream, heralds are getting nerfed into the ground. I have the proof on paper. And then once you actually call them out, you never hear from them again. It's just, I heard on Fopgun stream that everything we've ever thought is wrong. And everything, like, shut up. No, it's not Ashmon catching strays. It's just the streamers it's not their fault mostly. It's just the hive mind in the chat, and everything is just perpetuating themselves, and everything is just a yeah. I will stop. I will stop ranting now. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about this. I will stop ranting now.
It is time for some Path of Exile.
I heard on Asmongold stream that the game is dead in 2 weeks. Everyone's gonna play Last Epoch. That's what I heard. It's fact, right?
Smaller in scope than a lot of us were expecting.
Okay, let's listen to someone who actually knows what he's talking about, okay?
Additionally, we do not yet have patch notes. Patch notes will be coming next week. This is a change from running.
I love you guys.
Recent practice.
Thank you for letting me rant like this.
Reasons for this in a Q&A that took place after the main live stream that they did, and during that, one of the most significant things that came up was that they're doing a substantial balance pass through the game. Ultimately, I think a lot of this balance work should have been done in 0.1.1, but if it's not been done then, the best time for it after that is now. This is likely to include the gutting of Archmage, Hand of Wisdom in Action, and Trample Toe, which have been the 3 major outliers. Grindy Games mentioned that their goal is that the first time you get to a Pinnacle boss, the fight should feel pretty impactful. And what was tending to happen was that with the best setups in Path of Exile 2's 0.1.0 days, you would get to the Pinnacle boss, and by the time you got there, if you were playing one of the strongest setups, you'd be able to kill it in a few seconds. Their goal is that the first time you get there, assuming you don't put off doing it for ages and ages, then depending upon how powerful your setup is, it'll be between 20 seconds and 3 minutes to kill that boss. That'll be the time to kill on that encounter. Then your character will be able to progress further past that, and you'll be able to get to the point that they'll start to feel trivial, but that will come later in progression than it did for people who are playing the strongest builds in 0.1.0. Some of the things that they've mentioned that they wanted to work
I
on
heard D4
is
bad.
making it so that plus gem levels have
That's a fact.
reasonably equal
That's the first fact I've heard here.
skills. Currently, they isolated things like Spark, scaling far more with plus gem levels and other things. And at the same time, some skills scale.
Which Ascendancy you think is better, Ritual or Amazon? My personal opinion, I do feel like Ritualist looks very strong,
Such
yes.
as most crossbow skills. Reading between the lines, I think what they're going for here is that Fireball's current scaling, that becomes the new standard. So skills get about as much power per gem level as Fireball does in 0.1.0, although we'll get the exact details of that when they put out the patch notes. On top of that, there are a number of other significant balance changes. Probably the highest impact one is aimed at people who are struggling a bit in maps, and this is that if you run a map that has less than 6 explicit modifiers on it, then if you die in that map, you will be able to re-enter a limited amount of times. The more explicit modifiers that are present on the map, the fewer times you'll be able to re-enter the map. So if you're running a map that is normal rarity, then you'll have 6 portals. If you're running a map that's got 4 mods on it, so just an Alked map.
Isn't the problem in finding citadels partly a reason on the destroying the Arbiter or Pinnacles due to playtime up to until that moment? Yeah. Yeah. I didn't do Arbiter for quite some time. At that point, I was actually doing the Arbiter the first time my character was already very, very strong. Yeah. It's definitely a part of it. Next phase. I do agree, yeah. But that will probably be very different because now we actually see the citadels, right? And there's probably going to be some changes on the Atlas as well. So, yeah, let's see about that.
We don't know the exact numbers yet. And if you
Rituals will be meta just because of that. And it's because already Ritualist will probably be very popular because already people are talking about it as like it's self-fulfilling as of now already. Because people are already being like, yeah, this is the strongest, and everyone's like, yeah, this is the strongest, yes.
Erupted to have more
Which
than
feeds into what I just ranted about, right?
then you're only going to get one shot at that map. Ultimately, the intention here is that you can balance risk.
I
and
heard
reward
on
a bit
Aspen
more,
stream,
and
Ritualist
players
is
who are
broken.
struggling to sustain maps at all because they're dying a lot, that they will find that they won't run out of maps as quickly. Of course, it is going to be the case that you probably shouldn't advance in
You sounded like the seagulls from Nemo. Mine, yes. Mine.
maps if you're at the point that you're dying frequently. If you're dying
That
very
was on
seldom,
purpose.
then that's fine, you can scale up. But if you're dying in every third map, then you should probably stay at the current map tier, and that's one of the things that they're going for. Essentially, the game is putting up...
Dude, Sir Gog, what is this drip, by the way? This drip is ridiculous.
a little bit of a warning sign.
I want this
and that
t-shirt.
warning sign
This is
becomes a hard
amazing.
stop if you end up trying to push too far ahead of your character's current power level.
I literally have no clothes that are not black. I could never pull this off.
XP system. You'll get no XP for running a breach stone, but at the same time, if you die in one, you will lose no XP.
Oh.
Most importantly here,
Quick sale.
running Arbiter of Ash is going to be a lot easier because you're not going to feel, oh, I'm 27% into this.
I think it's gonna be a rougher start class, but best endgame. Exactly. I'm not quite sure if I will start with a Ritualist Huntress. I'm not quite sure if that is gonna be a starting character for me. I do want to start Huntress, yes. I do want my first character to be a Huntress, but I don't know if it's gonna be Ritualist, because it does kind of seem like that Ritualist is gonna be a very, very late end game, right? That is kind of the question.
Mechanics of the fight, I'm just going to end up dying, and then I'm going to lose all my XP because I'll die multiple times. That's not going to be happening. You just simply won't lose XP. Of course, these changes will not have any impact if you opt in to the optional hardcore difficulty setting. Okay, so let's go through some of the major features in the expansion. The first thing to note is that there was some questioning as to the number of classes that would be coming, and the number of ascendancies that would
Where
be coming.
Druid?
Well, we've got an answer now. We are getting 5 ascendancies and 1 class. This means we're going from 6 out of 12 classes to 7 out of 12, and from 12 out of 36 ascendancies to 17. What I think this means is that we can pretty confidently say, running a game...
This is kind of ridiculous to think about. We're not even at half the ascendancies we will have when the game releases. I just realized. With this update, we're going to be at 17 ascendancies of 36. We're not even at the halfway point for ascendancies at this point. That is kind of insane to think about.
Not going to meet their aspirational target to have 1.0.0, i.e. the full launch of the game, in the 6 to 12 month time frame that they were working for. The 6 months was definitely out of the question already, but the 12-month end of it is also, I think we can say now, it's definitely slipped, and it looks like the full launch of Path of Exile 2 is going to be in 2026, and I also don't think it's going to be in the first quarter of that year either. It could be in the second quarter, the third quarter, or the fourth quarter. And I think we'll have more of a sense as we start seeing more classes added in. If the next major expansion has 1 class as well, then I think we're looking at quarter 4 release. If the next expansion has 2 classes, then quarter 2 and 3 are more on the table. So keep an eye on that.
Yeah, we do need the other classes as fast as possible, though.
The Huntress.
We saw an article earlier today where Jonathan apparently said in an interview that the chances of the game actually releasing this year is 65%, right? That's much higher than I kind of personally anticipate. Of course, I don't know. I don't know shit. Jonathan probably knows infinitely more than me about the actual game, obviously, but I'm not really expecting. I personally wasn't really expecting to have any chance to have the game release actually this year. So
is going to be a Spear Specialist.
Yeah, let's see about that.
You'll see as we have a look some of the things that are available.
I think their original plan was like
a number of interesting
fall, winter this year, so...
As well as being a Spear user though, there'll be a number of elemental themed skills as well. The Huntress will have 2 essential...
Better than Val odds.
The first one of these is the Ritualist.
Yeah, just corrupt the release date. Let's see. Maybe we get a good outcome.
Ritualistic sacrifice. There is also going to be the Amazon as the other alternative, which is going to be more in line with the power fantasy you would expect from an Amazon. There are going to be 20 skills that launch for the Huntress, and these are going to include ones that are elemental in theme, and it's interesting to note that there's a combo shenanigans that's available with one of these that's going to be displayed shortly. Here you will see that there's this whirlwind, and then it's firing out a number of.
This has the tornado stuff has some capabilities. Also, I really love the taming. The taming part is so nice.
Normally that would only fire off
Big monkey.
Tornado, but you see it's more like
plus 3 years to release date. Bricked.
Yeah. If you're standing inside that whirling spear area, then you fire off that tornado.
Did they mention anything about the acts 4 to 6 in the Q&A? I don't remember they mentioned anything. Yeah, just that's because they are not gonna release the acts for in early access. No act 4. No. They said from the beginning onwards, they always said the rest of the acts is gonna come with a full game. And I don't know how this rumor got perpetuated, but people are saying like, oh, new acts. I don't think so. No, they have not said anything otherwise so far. They've always said the rest of the acts is coming with the full game release. So, yeah. Yo, it's Cooked Rabbit. Hello. Cross, yo, morning. Hello. Welcome back.
And it's going to be more of a goal.
It would be
not
weird
so
to do
much
true
that
cruel
you
X.
use
Yeah,
skill
exactly.
A with skill B, otherwise they just don't work at all. Instead, it's going to be, if you're using skill A, you will have a combo for skill B, you'll have a combo for skill C, you'll have a combo for skill D, and you can choose which ones of them you want to use. There's also going to be a counterattack mechanic, and one of the things they've done here, I think the thoughts that people often have with counterattacks is that it's a pretty weak playstyle because you're taking a hit and then you're counterattacking against the specific monster that hit you. The intention here is that these are all going.
What's my take on Ingenuity nerf? How are you think? What's my prediction? Because when you ask what's your take on Ingenuity nerf, it's kind of implying that you already know it's going to get nerfed, right? I actually don't think it's going to get nerfed. I think it's not going to be nerfed. It's going to be much rarer. That's my prediction. I don't think it's necessarily going to be nerfed. I think it's just going to be less farmable, less attainable.
Here is that what you want to do is use the parry mechanic to try and...
That's a nerf in a way, yes.
Parry
yes.
these attacks from the rare monster in the pack. And when
You're
that
right.
happens, when you get that proc, then...
Plus the fact 80% of people are using that belt. More than 80%. Like, this legend here, Sir Gog, just did a video earlier. This one here, the meta recap.
Of course,
where he went over all the used items. Look at this. More than 80%. 91% of builds in endgame are using Ingenuity. This is ridiculous. More people are using Ingenuity than are using Melting Maelstrom, which at a point you could get for like 15, 20 chaos. This is not good. This is not good. Those 9% were too poor. I don't know what the 9% were doing, actually. How, like, what are you doing? The rest of the 9% were just people probably be like, yeah, I'm not gonna use this. I'm a contrarian. Everyone's using it. I don't want to use it. I think it won't be nerfed and Headhunter will get a big buff. That could also be cool. I want Headhunter to be great. Yes. Uninformed? Yeah, might be. Using Headhunter on Deadeyes. Charm slots over Ingenuity. Rare builds for res fixing? Yeah, might be. Stuck in the campaign? No, this is endgame builds. He's talking about endgame builds here. This is insane. Like, 40% hover is also insane. Because this is, like, not an item for every build. Like, no Stormweaver or, like, no Spark Spellcaster or something. Everything Spellcaster is obviously not using hover, but still having 40% of all stuff using hover is insane. Yeah, this list here, like 24% Temporalis is crazy. You will never see this again. Temporalis, 24% of endgame characters using Temporalis, you will never see that again. Temporalis is not gonna reach over 1% in the future. Not 1% of players will be able to use Temporalis in the future. Okay, let's not get sidetracked here.
Your counterattack, and that should delete the
Yeah, we need more alternatives to Ingenuity, 100%.
And then you can go on ahead.
We're getting 100 plus uniques, right? I'm hoping there's gonna be a lot of new cool belts. So
you might be able to kill the rare monster with that one shot as well. There is also going to be a hit and run play style with the Amazon, where you're going to be able to dart in and out of an area, and that's going to then have a number of rewards where you can conjure whirlwinds at your feet when you're darting forward.
Why? What changed to Temporalis? Temporalis is not going to be as attainable anymore. They said in the stream yesterday that all the cheese for the no-hit runs is going to get closed. There's no more Chayula Monk cheese. There's no more Flask Guard cheese. It's going to be no-hit runs are now actually no-hit runs. On top of that, there's probably not going to be a dupe exploit anymore. So actually getting a Temporalis in the future, good luck. Good fucking luck.
All sorts of things along those sorts.
I think they'll add a better belt turbo. Yeah, I think so too.
In terms of other classes,
I think they're realizing that we need more options in the belt slot, right? Bal slots
And
are
this
super
is going
bad
to have
in
a
PoE2
real
so
turn
far.
towards chaos spells as well as curses, and there's also a couple of other Lich exclusive things.
Oh yeah,
such as
good point, Matt. Very good point. Essence of Insanity might make rare belts better as well. That's super true. Essence of Insanity with the 2 enchants only for belts. That's super true. Rare belts might be great again with that, because you can get like 2 enchants on it as well. You can get like 3 charm slots, like nice enchants, reses, whatever. That's also a very good point.
the concept of a phylactery. The mercenary is going to gain the tactician as a new ascendancy, and the warrior is gaining the smith of Kitava. This one is really interesting.
But who would give up on 8 ring stats? Yeah. I mean, if it's harder to get Ingenuity, if it's much harder to get, you would have to look for options, right?
Because Kitava's now been dead for 20
It entirely depends a little bit on how attainable Ingenuity will be, right?
years in the world when you get to Path of Exile 2. But on top of that, there's going to be a number of really interesting mechanics for this. We'll have a look at that in a sec when we bring up the options that are available for that ascendancy. There are a number of new skills that are being added. There is going to be Summon Roa, which is a new type of minion skill. It's called a companion. The only difference with the companion tag is that you can only have one of them compared to other minion skills.
Make rare belts
And
great again
additionally,
meme.
Roa is going to be something that sort of serves as a mount in a way. It doesn't increase your speed, but it decreases the amount.
Looking
that you
forward for
slow
Essence
down
being great as
by
early league farm.
casting
Yeah,
all
might be.
sorts of spells, or casting spells and making attacks while you're moving. That's the intention of what the Roa is going to do, and it looks like it's pretty solid. Fair warning though, if you're on it and you take a lot of damage, you're going to end up being heavy stunned.
Isn't Kitava the boss at the end of PoE1 campaign? Is it? I'm actually not sure anymore. I've forgotten so much about PoE1.
Coming. What they're doing with Raise Spectre is making it so that it has
I'm so
variable
PoE2 coded
costs
now.
depending upon the target. So you'll see when we bring up the screen again that there is a Vargoliath that's 130 spirit, a Chaotic Zealot that's 50 spirit. So that creates an interesting opportunity cost scaling. Do you want to have a couple of really powerful specs?
Can any class use Roar? Yes, any class can use it, but Roar mainly is useful for people using bows and spears. Because you do not get the movement speed penalty when using a spear or a bow skill. So it's mainly gonna be for bow users and spear users. Would be fun on a warrior. Just riding along and then just swinging the hammer, right? It's like a gladiator.
Have a large horde of weaker ones. They'll have the same mechanics of auto respawn, so it should be a much more fun playstyle than it is in Path of Exile 1, where having your spirits go splat is kind of unpleasant. But of course, who knows
kind of
how it's gonna
unpleasant.
interact
Drive by, yeah.
Dead. Detonate
Wakey,
Dead is something
wakey,
that can
boom.
be rather powerful in Path of Exile 1. In particular,
Imagine your Roar also jumping with you, yeah.
Sometimes, and we'll have to see now that both of those skills are in Path of Exile 2.
Oh, give the Roar
exactly
some
how they-
skills. Let the Roar attack your enemies as well. Let the Roar go in there and be like... pick their faces or something.
Going to end up working.
Hear me out,
They're going
incinerate
to
on
get
Roars.
new support gems. Some of these are extremely niche. For example, we have Rip and we have Tear.
Just ride around
Both
swinging,
of
yeah,
these
that's cool.
require you to inflict killing blows on enemies.
Just like using a baseball bat or something. Just like riding around on a Roar with a baseball bat and just knocking over mailboxes. like what? Boom.
Were already bleeding in order to get any benefit from them, and Tear only amps up other on-kill effects that are caused.
I
by
love the
killing
Kiwi
blows on
accent, by the way.
enemies.
Other.
Whereas Rip
Or is he
creates
Australian? No, he's Kiwi,
a little
right?
bit of a reward for you.
I love his accent.
So there's a whole lot of things that are going on there. These are hyper niche supports, but at the same time, there's also some very general ones like Cadence. Cadence doesn't work on every attack.
Can you link this video in the chat? Yeah, of course, of course. I think most of you will probably already know him. I don't want to like just have stuff here that I'm watching without actually crediting. I think most of you know Sir Gog already, right? I absolutely love his video. I watch every single one of his videos. He's the best.
Use yourself.
I like
And
his approach. He's always like just very factual.
supported
I'm sad
skills
no
gain
cast
more
on not.
attack speed each time you use them, But if you use
I
them too many
said
times
new
in a
meta
certain
should be
period,
cast on
then
screen,
you'll hit
and
a
you
wall.
have voice
The
activation,
way this is going to work,
and
support
you just
skills
always
are
cast when you
unusable
go like,
10 seconds if you use them 8 times or more within 4 seconds. But at the same time,
that would be my wish.
10% more
Cast on
attack
screen
speed for each
with
unfocused reset.
microphone
This is
interaction.
incredibly strong, especially if you can get to a situation where you're stably
Yeah, cast on
using your
Moan.
skills 6 or 7 times in every 4 seconds. So if you can get your skills to be
How do you feel about juicing? Having just 60% quant on the tower is really low if there's no other tower close enough. It will definitely look different, right? But people were complaining about what it actually took to juice maps, right? We might have to make some compromise. People have pretty much always been complaining. Yes, you can juice maps to a pretty high degree, but it takes so long and it's so like tedious, right? So in order for it to be less tedious, there's also probably gonna be some things we have to not get anymore in terms of juicing, but I think it's still gonna be very juiceable, if that, right? It's actually going to be better. Yeah, like in the end, I feel like this, yeah. Also, we don't know for sure yet what the tablets are actually gonna be like. Mo juice, yeah.
0.6 attack time while you're standing still and while you have the 60 or 70.
It's gonna be interesting to see the actual result of the tablets, right? What the tablets are actually gonna say.
Slightly faster than
There might be crazy
in that
tablet
case,
combinations.
unbelievably good. It's gonna be one of the best support gems in the game. But if you can't make that, then you can try and balance it around. Try and make a number of attacks that don't cause you to go over this limit. And if you do go
The
over
tablet
this
which
limit,
unlocks all
then
maps is
you'll
gonna be
have a
crazy,
fallback
yeah.
plan. It's a really interesting support
The one
gem.
they showed,
Not
right? They
something
didn't show
that
any other unique
every
tablets, right?
player will find
But imagine what a unique breach tablet will be able to do. I can't even imagine. If the unique non-mechanic tablet is that you unlock all the maps and you can just do whatever map you want in the range, what is a unique breach tablet gonna look like, and how expensive is that gonna be if you actually want to buy it or something? Imagine in early league or something you find a unique breach tablet or something, and this could also like very much determine what you are actually going for, right? Imagine you just randomly find in your early end game, you randomly find an expedition, like a unique expedition tablet. That basically tells you, okay, yeah, I guess I'm doing expedition now, right? I didn't even think about that as well. That kind of determines what you're going for as well, right? If you just find a unique breach tablet at pretty much early league, you're gonna be like, yeah, of course I'm doing breach now, what? Even Citadel hunting will be super easy. Yeah, that's also a fact. I just thought about this, like, you just find a unique expedition tablet, even if you're not a fan of expedition, you're just gonna do expedition now, right? Can you chance tablets then?
But the power will
What? Wait. No, I think tablets, even without mods, are always magic, right? I know you'll probably meme. No, they're not. Wait. Wait. They have to drop unique? Do you know though? That would be cool. That would be cool. We need a tablets tab. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We absolutely do. Oh yeah, someone said earlier that Temporalis is rising in price because of the patch notes. Because everything will be usable in... Like, the stuff will be usable in current league as well. People said Temporalis is, like, exploding in price right now because everyone wants to
But for people that don't
keep
like
their
it,
Temporalis for the new
because there
patch.
are now enough support gems that you can just use something else. And then there's loyalty, which is something that causes your companion.
And Astramentus is dropping in price, a lot of people were saying as well. Because they said stat stacking is gonna be nerfed.
But The
And who
minions
cares
with
about
supporting
prices
skills
and
are
standard, right?
Companion skill, they have 30% less maximum life. So your minion becomes more fragile and also more willing to jump in the way of oncoming attacks. This is a really strong effect as well, but it's also something you'll have to be fairly careful about because it's not always going to work. There's going to be 100 new unique items. These vary from
I'm so excited about the uniques.
Get out leveled at some point. Through
There's
things
so
that
we saw
really
like
stand
5 of
out
them.
as new.
This, by the way, I'm super interested in. The Mjolnir seems... Can this be more than +1 to all lightning spell skills? If this is level 78, probably not. But this one is kind of... Like, 2 of them? 2 Mjolnirs? 1 in main hand, 1 in offhand? 360% increased physical damage? 28% attack speed? Mjolnirs? What am I saying? How am I saying that? Mjolnir? How do I say that? Mjolnir would be my Mjolnir. Mayonnaise? Mjolnir. Mjolnir. Help! Mjolnir. Oh god. The more I say it, the less confident I am in what I'm actually saying.
Well, and it's being brought over with Grant skill level 18 lightning spell on melee hit. Now, just like in Path of Exile 1, it has an oppressively high intelligence and strength requirement on this item, and in fact they're going to be more oppressive in Path of Exile 2 than they would be in Path of Exile 1, where it's a bit easier to get some of those attributes scaled up really high. However, if you can meet that, you're going to get a decent chunk of physical damage on this weapon, but you're also going to get +1 to the level of all lightning skills, and you're going to get this cool proc that's going to cause lightning spells to just go off at various points. So that's Mjolnir. Definitely seems like it's a strong item, and I feel like it's one of the items that might be intended as somewhat of a chase item out of this new expansion. That said, the Calamity, much more so when we get to that. Then there's also Zerfi Serape, which is a chess piece that doesn't have much in the way of generic stats.
Hi, I'm about to buy Path of Exile 2. Is it better to wait until April 4th to play or start now? No, you can check it out right now. Why not?
Soul Eater is an incredibly powerful effect that
4th of April will be very hype. It's definitely going to be a good place to start, but if you want to play it right now, why not go for it?
To your speed, like basically
Test it out a little bit and then go for it on 4th of April with everyone else.
Soul Eater is really, really strong.
You don't lose anything.
This is going to be one of the best chess pieces in the game for one particular niche, and that is fast mapping. Not necessarily in the hardest of maps, because it provides basically no defenses, but really, really fast blitzing of tier 15 and tier 16 maps. I think this is going to be really good for that, as long as those maps aren't juiced to the absolute limit.
Why again? Soul Eater? What is Soul Eater doing again? I had this yesterday. PoE2 Soul Eater. What is that again? Soul Eater is a buff that causes affected characters and monsters to eat a soul when they kill an enemy, gaining eaten soul. Souls are kept at 45 stacks. Per soul, characters and monsters gain 5% increased attack speed, 5% increased cast speed, and character size. Okay.
Or alternately, do juice them to the absolute limit if the rest of your character is providing enough power to get by. Then there's also unique charms that are being added. The Fall of the Axe is something that will provide you with a little bit of an extra speed boost when it procs, and of course it procs when you suffer a slow. So something that is thematically appropriate there, and be interesting to see what other charms exist. After that, there's a number of new encounters that are being added. Now, one of the things Grinding Gear Games outlined is that they feel like
Stash tab sale, yeah.
There's not enough interesting but different things.
I bought our guild some new stash tabs this morning,
So for that effect, they're adding Rogue Exiles to the game, and there'll be more on those in a sec. But they're also adding this new system of Asmiri Wisps. This is very similar to Path of Exile 1's Torment mechanic, but in my opinion, done well. The Tormented Spirit, if you like, is something that will follow along with you. It will empower monsters that it comes into contact with, but additionally, it's something that you can run away from if you want it to just end the encounter. You run away from it, it will just detonate, and there'll be nothing more in the way of it boosting up monsters. You can't attack the thing the way that you can with Tormented Spirits in Path of Exile 1, but it will possess rare monsters and unique monsters, and when it does, it'll
I
give
did
them a
400
bunch of
hours with no
extra
currency
buffs
tab, yeah.
and a bunch of extra rewards.
Well, I
Essentially,
mean,
this is a risk
it
versus
depends
reward
entirely on you,
strategy,
right? You
but
don't have to
something
buy
that will be
anything,
a
but
bit more predictable
I feel like
than
stash
Path of
tabs is the
Exile
only
1's
thing that
Tormented Spirits.
makes the
When you
most
encounter
sense,
one of
right?
these, you can
That
expect
everyone
the
will try to
next
get at a
20,
certain
30
point.
seconds of the map is going to be much more intense. And then if you also feel like it's getting overwhelming, then you can run away from it and end it. There are also going to be 7 new endgame maps. Now, my sense from this is that these appear to be all unique maps, and so unique maps are going to be substantially more common overall. Individual unique maps like Untainted Paradise should still be the same rarity, but there's just going to be more of them, and so they'll end up being more variety as a result. The Fractured Lake is going to be something that will remind players of Lake of Calandra expansion from Path of Exile 1, and it's going to provide special crafting bases when you get to the end of it. But the feel of it is very much this bismuth type.
I really like the
It's going to be
fractured
rising
ones.
out of a lake as you move around it.
Premium is necessary for selling? Yeah,
The
exactly.
Azomite megaliths are going to be
I've
boss
kind of forgot
encounter
about
where
that.
you'll be fighting
That's
10
not so
bosses
ingrained
in a
into
row,
my mind as
which will get
being like
incrementally
part of
more
the game
difficult.
then.
So that one could be potentially very, very, very rippy indeed. Are you
Check off
interested to
topic
see
if
how
you
that
want to laugh.
feels?
Always.
And there's a silent cave, which is only going to be found in desert areas. And in those desert biomes, it is going to be the essence-themed encounter. Here, you'll be able to then go and juice up a map boss by giving it a bunch of essences.
Mjolnir.
Potentially, you give it a small number. Potentially, you go overboard and give it too many.
Meow,
and
meow.
you'll end up having a lot of trouble with it. And there will be more that are not yet being teased. I mentioned Rogue Exiles are coming. Rogue Exiles are going to be encounters against monsters that are more akin to a planet
I hope we
than
get
they are
like off topic as well a little bit. No, not really off topic here, but just speaking of this, I really hope we get the patch notes as soon as possible. Someone earlier said maybe we get them on the day of the release. I really hope that's not gonna be the case. I really hope we get it as soon as possible, like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, at the latest Wednesday, hopefully.
akin
On the
to
actual
a
release day, that would
So
not be
they're
nice.
Going to be using their own gear, and when you kill them,
Maybe the
their
Rogue
gear is going to
Exiles
drop.
have
There's
new
going to be
unreleased cast on Moan.
transfers,
That would be
items,
something.
Things that could be quite rare and quite desirable, and of course, there'll also be a chance for them to just be normal magic items or normal rare items.
They've always been pretty good
Better
about
that
giving us
guys
patch
don't
notes
have.
beforehand. Yeah, they said yesterday in the tavern talk, they did say yesterday, if we had the patch notes ready, we would already been giving it to you. I don't think it's about them holding off on giving us the patch notes. I think they're just not ready yet, right? As soon as they're ready and as soon as they are ready to give them to us, we will get them. So
More power
I
they're
do get
likely
that.
to
I do
from
get
them,
that, and I trust
and that's
them.
going to make
So
it quite interesting.
imagine reading the patch note on
Again,
release
the
day.
thing
Yeah,
here
yeah,
is
exactly.
just that sometimes you'll be running a map and you'll encounter something you didn't expect, and it'll be both.
It's so
a
huge
boost
they can't
in
write
terms
it,
of
yeah.
Difficulty, a boost in terms of excitement, and a boost in terms of rewards when you beat them. There's also going to be a couple of unique strongboxes. These seem to be less exciting than the others, but we'll have to see how they play out. There's Ichtal's Torment. There's also Ogham's Legacy are going to exist. One thing that they're changing with Endgame, there's actually quite a few things that are being changed. with
Reading on
Endgame.
patch day would feel like
But
a
this
pop
one is
quiz.
probably
Yeah,
going to be
actually,
one of the
and
highest
then
impact
and then
ones.
last minute trying to get all your stuff together and last minute trying to prepare for a test, right? It's like waking up at 8 a.m. or something. You have a test at 10 and you get like the learning material at 9 a.m. and then you have to go, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Test in half an hour. Fuck.
Ones.
That's literally gonna be it. Wait, what am I picking now? Wait, am I playing Huntress? No, I don't know. Lich, what is
It
Lich?
was basically +1
literally
reroll
that.
and +1 mod to a number of areas, but it also was something that had a number of extra monsters that would spawn. They're going to go a little bit further into this. They're adding in some of the Beyond bosses from Path of Exile 1, and those are going to be found at the heart of these corrupted areas. Once you've defeated these corrupted areas, they will then change to cleansed areas. Cleansed areas will have different modifiers on them, and cleansed areas will have new monsters in them. Those new monsters will be able to drop new rewards, including the Fracturing Orb. Those of you that are Path of Exile 1 players will be familiar with this. Now, while this item does the same thing that it
What
does
is
in
Path of Exile 1? What
it's
is
actually
that?
going to play very differently.
Is that
And
a
that's
video
because the
game?
Chaos
Yes, right?
Orb is so different between the two games. Essences are so different between the two games. With a Fracturing Orb, you can apply one of these to a rare item, As long as that item has at least 4 modifiers on it, one of those modifiers will be picked at random and it will be locked. That locked modifier cannot be altered by further mechanics. So it's going to be stuck there. After that, you'll then be able to use Chaos Orbs and Annulment Orbs, and you'll know that you're not ever going to hit that particular mod. Where I think this is really, really, really going to shine is going to be on items that drop with 4 modifiers already, and they've got 3 that are really good, including one that's super premium. So for instance, imagine that you pick up a staff that has +7 to the level of all lightning skills, i.e. one of the best modifiers in the game. It's got a terrible second suffix on it. And then your prefixes, it's got 2 really good prefixes on it already. If your Fracturing Orb hits that +7 modifier, then you can use one of the omens.
Fracturing Orb is gonna be super gamba, right? It's gonna be like, oh, please lock this one in. Please. Please lock it in. And then it's, yeah, no, fuck.
Guarantee that you'll remove a suffix
Now,
on the item,
what did you lock in? Light Radius. Yes, I have Light Radius locked in, yes.
And that's the sort of thing that Fracturing Orbs will be really good at. They won't get
at least 4 things on it, yeah.
But they will help you get 4 and 5 mod extremely good items. Ultimately, I think that these are going to be very, very popular to use, but they will not work the same way they do in Path of Exile 1. Even though they do the same thing, their interaction with other currency is going to be very different. The other thing to keep in mind with Fracturing Orbs as well, they're going to be a bit more common than they are in PoE 1. At least that's the vibe that I got from what Jonathan said. Each of these biomes, he expects that you'll get about 1 Fracturing Orb if you optimize for them. Whereas in Path of Exile 1, Fracturing Orbs, you need to build them up from 20
And you
shards,
just use them a couple of times till the one you want. No, you use it once, one is locked, and then it will never be able to change again. If one is locked, it is locked. Nothing can change the locked thing anymore. Under no circumstances.
You focus very heavily on the Harbinger mechanic that drops them, but it takes an enormous amount of farming of those Harbingers in order to get even 1. It feels like here we're going to be getting more of them than we do in PoE 1. And here's one example of what a fractured item might look like. And something that Jonathan also confirmed, in Path of Exile 1, items can drop pre-fractured quite a bit. They're not currently going to be doing that, but it's something that they're considering in the future. Jonathan personally wasn't that much of a fan of it, but it's not ruled out as something that they'll add into the future. Now, there are going to be a number of changes to towers. These should be pretty popular. What they're doing essentially is making it so that towers are 3 times as good.
You can lock all 6 mods on your items. Yeah.
Something like
yes.
3 times as rare as they used to be.
Well, Divine, no, nothing will ever change it again.
Time running towers, and on top of that, when you do encounter a tower, it can have
it's
all the
locked, locked,
available in every map as well. Whether that be new things like Rogue Exiles or Asmeri Wisps, or whether it be some of the things that already exist in the game that previously weren't available in towers, such as Rituals. There are also going to be some changes to essences. You can apply a Vaal Orb now to an essence, and this will be something akin to a Path of Exile 1 player's familiarity with the Remnant of Corruption. This will then allow you to upgrade an essence tier, potentially.
Where do you find the finisher effect drop? It's it should show on your Twitch. If you watched yesterday for at least 2 hours and stuff. If you watched yesterday, it should be in here, like cosmetics, weapon added effect. It was only yesterday, though. That's a very important thing. It was yesterday, right? The drop possibility ended this morning.
Normal degrader, potentially add another essence to a monster, or potentially even generate one of the new corruption-only essences. The Essence of Horror, which can only be used on gloves and boots, has a takes 50% increased effect of socketed runes and soul cores, and there is the Essence of Insanity, which is exclusively for the belt slot. Now, it's worth saying that...
It says all jobs still active for another few hours? No. Just check the announcement. Ah, okay. Did they maybe extend it? Because on my Twitch jobs, in my Twitch here, it says it ended this morning.
Ingenuity is so much better than every other belt that other belts may as well not exist. However, Essence of Insanity will upgrade a normal
Yeah, it says
item
this,
to
and
magic
it ended
or a
this
magic
morning
item
at
to
6
rare,
a.m.
so it functions like whichever is more favorable, a greater essence or a normal essence. And the guaranteed mod will be on corruption, this item gains.
Which is ugly anyways. Yeah. It's
So,
not that good
it was
anyways.
like the way
I
Balance
get that.
work, guaranteeing
I didn't want to
a
say it
twice
yesterday
percentage
because
drop. Essentially, guaranteeing double corruption.
obviously I want you.
This is going to come at the
I
expense
want
of an explicit
I want the
modifier,
viewers.
and
Give them
of
to
course,
me.
with belts, if it's
But
not
I-
an ability, it's not
I'm
viable at the
probably
moment,
not even
so
gonna use it,
hopefully
so.
that ends up being changed.
I don't use like that many
On top of that, there
MTXs
is the
anyway.
press kit that Grinding Gear Games put
Especially
out.
not these
Inside
extra
that,
added
there's a whole bunch of
stuff.
more information. I want to do deep dives into some of these later, but for now, let's go through quickly some of the news that we've got here. Firstly, the coming Calamity. This is a chaser.
This one.
This is something.
He said this is a chase item, right? This is not gonna be like a very. This is gonna be something that is not not readily available, right? Coming chlamydia. Is that going to be good? What do you think? Look at this! What do you mean? Is it going to be good? Everything about this is good. Even if heralds are nerfed, yes. I do expect heralds to be nerfed, yes. I do expect heralds to be nerfed. This is still insane! Troll? Ah, okay. I took it. I took the bait. I took the bait like nothing. And no, you don't even need the spirit. You get up to 40% probably elemental resistances, and enemies in your presence have no resistances. What is this? This is ridiculous. Strength dex, by the way. I will probably just go for any character that can use strength and dex.
That Grinding Gear Games have said. They know this is a chase item.
Like, this is Gemling. Just go Gemling again, by the way. Just go Gemling again and just go for a pillar, whatever. And then just put this on there. Holy, this is
rare, and we
weak
don't know
weapon.
exactly
It's a body armor.
How it's going to drop. But the sense that I got was that this is going to be a drop anywhere unique. That said, requiring level 80
Pillar gonna be nerfed? Yeah, might be.
That it's something that can only drop from the very highest level content. Of course, there may be a level 18 version of this as well, which would be level requirements 78. In Path of Exile
okay.
2,
78,
Gem
yeah,
level
like
18
Choir,
requires
right?
level 78 to equip. Gem level
Like
19
Choir.
requires 84. Gem level 20 requires 90. And items.
Yeah, this body armor is
they end up working the
ridiculous.
same way. So this provides life, tri-elemental resistances, which is an important stat, and it's actually harder to get in Path of Exile 2 than it is in Path of Exile 1. But enemies in your presence have no elemental resistances.
I think he's
On
trolling
top of
big.
that, you also gain
You
the
trolls.
Herald skills as well.
This is so
This item
ridiculous. This body armor is so
relatively
ridiculous.
Good, and it may end up being one of the top chase items in the entire game. Here's an example of what a screen looks like when a fracturing orb drops, and this is just one of the encounters against the post-corruption areas. So this is one of the cleansed maps. Fracturing orb has dropped there. Next we have the Amazon Ascendancy. Now this is what all of the notables do on it, and we'll have to do a deep dive into this because there's just so much to go over in an entire Ascendancy, but here's the way that it all connects here. So this is the Amazon Ascendancy. Then we have one of the new Beyond bosses, Katash the Hate Shepherd. This is something that Path of Exile 1 players will recognize this boss.
Amazon might just be best boss bird. That's what we said as well. The Amazon Ascendancy looks really juicy for single target damage, right? In for the kill, this whole thing here, then this whole thing, the added critical. This looks like very single target damage. Most people are concentrating right now on the Ritualist, but I feel like this might be very strong as well. I feel like people are kind of underestimating how strong this might seem, how strong this might be, because it's in a very strong and synergistic part of the passive tree as well, right? So let's act like this passive tree is not gonna get changed. It is most likely gonna get changed. But if we start here, there is just so much stuff that is so synergistic to that ascendancy, right? Acceleration, like Falcon Dive, everything is just in the vicinity here. Falcon Technique, Enhanced Reflexes, all of this just goes so well with this. And my question earlier was, is this one the open weakness? So enemies with open weakness, is that a mark skill? That is my question here, because if it is, this is kind of good as well again. So another synergistic effect here. I think, yeah, people are really concentrated on the Ritualist right now in mentioning how good the Ritualist is, but this might be a very good ascendancy as well.
Because there's just so much to go
especially
over
for the whole like single target content,
right?
right?
The way that it all connects here. So this is the Amazon Ascendancy. Then we have one of the new Beyond bosses, Katash the Hate Shepherd. This is something that Path of Exile 1 players will recognize. This boss is involved in that game as well. This is what it will look like on your Atlas when you're encountering one of the corrupted areas, and it is also next to a cleansed area. So you've got some of both of that you can see there. The noticeable thing here is that the center one, this is the center of this area of the
People
Atlas.
also got, yeah,
Make a beeline for
absolutely.
this one has a different icon to indicate corruption. That's because it is the centerpiece of the corruption, and that's going to mean that it will have a monster like Katash the Hate Shepherd, that once you've killed it, then that will cleanse the rest of that area. There are a number of stats that have been provided for skills that are going to be available as things that you get from your ascendancies. So as
this infused weapon thing is for the Amazon as well, right? This might be super strong as well. This is actually grants your weapon infusion. Projectile attacks with that weapon consume infusions to infuse the first projectile fired, causing it to explode at the end of its flight. This might be very cool as well. What if you play without cleansing the Nexus? Yeah, that's my question as well. They didn't really mention that, right?
Life Force both come from the Ritualist Ascendancy, and from the Amazon we have Elemental Infusion available. The Lich Ascendancy is something that has a really, really fascinating effect in it.
Yes.
This is the Crystalline Phylactery node. Here you'll be able to socket a non-unique basic jewel, and it will have 100% increased effect of the socketed jewel, and 50% more mana cost if you have no energy shield. So essentially, once you run out of energy shield, suddenly you are going to have to draw power from somewhere else. But this
Finally
is
able to destroy Nexus again after quitting League.
Get a double strength jewel. This is something that's only going to be worth it if you've got a really, really powerful setup.
No, Rabbit don't need to
Also,
farm Adorned.
notice
Exactly.
There's a number of things in this that are tied to energy shield, and also there's some options for life as well, which is something that will be interesting to see. Your life cannot change while you have energy shield. Eternal life is a really fascinating concept.
I went live and
here,
thought it was you.
and that's something that will
This?
be
So GOG? No, I
interesting to
don't
see
know.
how it plays, especially in the future of Path of Exile 2. Depending on the exact way
100%
that they
effect
design
on
it in
Anjos.
the future,
Lich will be
we
on
already have
steroids, yeah.
10% of damage taken
I'm kind of
part.
interested, will this be further increased? Like, can you use a corrupted magic jewel and then use Adorn setup to further increase this? I know it's kind of like, I don't know, but
Passes energy shield from the 2.0.
they added it because they saw your luck. Yeah,
There's a whole
might be.
bunch of interesting things that are just going on in this ascendancy.
That would mean that they're
So
looking at my
again,
stream.
This requires a deep dive. This is just a quick look. And then we have the Ritualist Ascendancy.
I would gladly take that.
Which again, this is just a really quick look. It will get its own video because it's definitely going to need one. One of the coolest things though, Unfurled Finger, +1
Yeah.
ring slot. And there is also another thing that is associated with that. 25% increased bonuses gained.
Why use corrupted magic jewels if you can use corrupted rare
So there's a lot of
Adorned?
cool things that are going on inside this ascendancy as well. But it's the Smith of Kitava that
Okay, look, it says
transforms the way
jewels.
things get
Yeah.
built the most. We have Smith's Masterwork. Firstly, this passive is free to allocate, but it has a tremendous drawback. You can only use a normal body armor. However, it then allows you to allocate for one passive point each any number of these additional
I'm
modes.
still
Build your own
trying to
Masterwork,
find
your own chest
find
base
the
that is
really
then going
good
to
stuff
have
in
a
here.
Huge amount of additional
I do
defenses
get
for
the
your
whole
character
fire
life.
synergy.
So these can vary from body armor grants regenerate 5% of your life per second. Body armor is going to grant 15% increased maximum life, 20% increased strength, plus 75 to a single resistance, elemental resistance. Armor gains unaffected by ignite.
I'll be back.
5% maximum fire resistance, lots and lots of things that you can use to defend your character in various ways. Remember, these are only going to cost 1 passive point each, but you do have that drawback that you can only use a normal body armor. No magic, no rare, no unique.
I'm muted. Oh god.
Build around setup there.
Thank you. I said thank you for the sub, Ray. Thank you so much for the sub. I said enjoy the emotes. And I also said, I looked at it. And I also said, enjoy the emotes. We have the best emotes on Twitch. I'm not biased. Not biased at all. They are the best emotes.
You probably don't want...
Every time you say Jules, I have a flashback of Pulp Fiction moment. English! Do you speak it?
Points worth to allocate
English,
on.
motherfucker!
Until you're able to throw 4 points at least.
Yes,
into it.
we have the best emotes on Twitch. There's no contest. There's no contest. Best emotes on Twitch.
The Forge, which is something that we'll definitely have to see hard numbers on because it could be really interesting depending upon the amount of energy that it requires. There's a number of things that will also be familiar to Path of Exile 1 Chieftain Enjoyers. Modifiers to fire resistance also grant cold and lightning resistance at 50% of their value, and modifiers to maximum fire resist also grant maximum cold and lightning resistance. So Tesalio and Valako from the Path of Exile 1 Chieftain. If you were to combine this with Flowing Metals, 5% maximum fire resistance, and Tantalum Alloys, 75%.
3 points for 75 auras kind of makes up for having a white armor.
Your character needs from your Ascendancy,
yeah,
which then frees you up to take other things on your gear.
Like we said kind of before here, this might be amazing for FFS, for SSF. This might be really cool for, or not might be, this is really cool for SSF. FFS, yeah. Bro died? What?
That could be an interesting way to build.
Really good for fuck's sake.
Maybe something else ends up being better. Now there's going to be an expansion of the rune system. We have the greater runes are being added. These are going to be something that you won't be able to get until endgame, but they're just simply better than the base versions of runes, and they also have some higher numbers. Renegade Games also
I want this accent.
have affinity for runes,
Rubies will be good.
You'll be able to control click them.
Make rubies great again, yeah.
More conveniently, but this is not guaranteed to make 0.2.0. They want it in.
You can enter Atlas with 90% res. That's actually, that's pretty good, right?
On top of that, here's a little bit more on some of the changes that are taking place to endgame. Notice that you'll now have 40 Atlas points instead of 30, and the Atlas tree is going to be substantially larger. So there'll be a few more options in order to customize endgame, and in particular, the way that you get your early points will be a bit more interesting. And precursor tablets are getting their numbers changed because of all of the changes for towers. And finally, this is what the Tactician looks like.
Did anyone just hear my cat?
This requires its own video, but for now, you can have a quick look at some of the details, and if you want to download this, again, it is available in that press kit. So, that is a quick look at everything that is coming in 0.2.0
Amazing.
That's been announced. We do not have the patch notes yet, though, and that is going to be the most decisive thing that's going to come up. I'm going to leave it there. May your Varlorbs have interesting results. Remember, you can use them on Essences now.
This update is more than enough, yeah. Disappointed with Atlas Tree, wanted a bit more? Really? I honestly think there's not really much room to be disappointed here, I have to say. There can always be more, yes. That is always going to be the case, though. There can always be more, obviously, but I think there's not really a lot of room to be disappointed here with this update.
We need to still work out like exactly how the numbers end up looking. But I mean, look, we have to make sure, obviously, whenever we're designing any crafting system, we have to be really sure that we're not like screwing over finding stuff on the ground. So you know you have to sort of have that balance.
I want the
and,
patch notes now.
that's
Like
how
theory
it's
crafting
really
now is
One
kind
difference,
of
of course, is if the success chance fails,
not
both
completely
sides
pointless. It makes sense to actually like prepare and stuff, but
So it's basically percent chance for
it could
success.
everything
If it
could be
fails,
just
I don't
completely different once the patch
Roughly
notes hit.
what do you think you try to pitch just choosing 2 mods at? Like,
It depends on what mods you're selecting, but I'm kind of thinking kind of like 35%-ish kind of thing for like 2 normal mods, that kind of thing.
them both
Like
to
for them
go
both,
over?
yeah, for them both. For if you pick 2,
Yeah.
and then you know, but we'll
it
see.
kind of depends. Again,
It kind of depends. We'll see how we have to do
higher
some
tier
math.
mods are rare, and
Yeah, exactly. So it sort of
it
depends on
also
situation.
the other thing is it's going to now have a fixed cost, so it's not gonna.
I think I'm done playing PoE until New League. Yeah,
And the idea is like doing a single expedition.
I
cheap
mean-
enough to do a recombination. So you know, you're going to be doing them like.
this is kind of the nail in the coffin for now, right?
Edition where you get to craft with the NPCs still a thing then? Now that you're adding this?
Yeah, I mean, you've still got that whole mechanic, and like, so it's effectively it's competing for the
I mean, why?
between recombination versus buying things from that other way.
So is there some buffs intended for that then to make it more competitive?
Not
with-
yet. It definitely needs some love in the future, but not at this time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like the system's.
Well,
kind
I've got
of
news
go
for you.
hand in
You're
hand.
mine now. You belong to
You belong
me.
to me. Yo, hello.
You're not gonna have your mommies run behind you anymore and wipe your little douches. Oh no, it's time now to turn this mush into muscles.
Welcome. Hello. Hello. Thank you for the raid. Hello.
New items that you can then potentially
We're
recombine.
just theory crafting, and my cat is on my table again. What are you doing right now, my dude? What are you doing? Okay, you want to
Cool.
cuddle?
We'll talk more about crafting a
here.
little bit later on for sure, because there was.
Oh, I
a lot
wish you could
announced
see
there,
this.
Which I'm quite excited about. Definitely exceeded my.
I wish you could see this.
predictions for what you'd be adding in terms of crafting, but.
He's
firstly,
he's a
though,
baby.
just a quick
You need a cat
clarification
cam,
on the
yeah.
league. So there's not going to be a wipe for the new players joining us. If you were playing on a character, you can still keep playing on a character, but a lot of long-term Path of Exile players know the importance of playing on a fresh start, and that's also really important for you guys as well.
For
right?
sure, yeah. I
He's
basically,
on me
you
like
don't
a
have,
baby.
any character that's like come from before. You're just not gonna like, because the balance is so different, and because so many
the
things have
cat in the
changed.
oven? What is
really,
that
there's,
comment?
Like, no point
I
in even
don't-
listening to
What?
feedback for someone who's playing in the old league. Like, it really has to be that you're doing the fresh start, and we're sort of seeing how things go. In the
I'll
new
put you in the
economy.
oven. What?
So like, we were really sort of it was kind of an interesting decision about whether or not we should make it so all the content is exclusive. Like, or rather, like, what amount of content would be.
We're not
exclusive
gonna
to
watch
the league
this,
versus not.
obviously.
And
We're not gonna watch the 2 hours here, obviously, again, but
something and part of Exile. You know, like in order for something to rise to the level of a league, it needs
Grab
like,
it in the
certain
oven.
features. And the original
Is
thing
cat
we were
a
thinking
roux?
about
What
doing
is-
that way
what is a
would
roux?
be, as Mary and Wisps.
What is a
it
roux?
wasn't quite like
Am I
the
missing
kind of,
something
like, meta
English-wise?
mechanics and, you know, stuff with that. So like we didn't quite rise to the level of feeling like it deserved to be a challenge league.
regret? What?
And at the same time,
What does that
also a
mean?
lot of new players playing Path of Exile 2 who never played Path of Exile before. So we were a little bit like we kind of were deciding like, okay, should we should we make them exclusive or not? We sort of decided, you know what, for this one we're not going to. And then what we'll probably try and do is for the next league that we do, we'll actually make it a proper challenge league with like its own exclusive mechanic and so on. But yeah, it's a little bit funny because like an early
I didn't even hear this yesterday. They're basically saying for this one they're testing to not have it exclusive to the league, the new content, but that's probably gonna be the last time that's not gonna be exclusive to the new league. What? Forgot you were watching something? I'm sorry for interrupting. What? No. You're not interrupting at all. What? What do you mean? Not interrupting at all.
situation with different, you know, like, and so
We're just watching, yapping, theory
but I certainly
crafting,
encourage everyone just like start again on a new character.
trying to get prepared for the
so you have
patch.
a much better time because you know obviously if there's structural changes to the passive tree. It's like if you log in with your old character, you're going to have like, you know, your tree's going to get reset. You have to do stuff. You know, like there's things like that are going to happen that mean that and you know also just balance changes, right? Like huge numbers of them. So you're going to have a better time playing from the start.
That's it. And speaking of the Huntress, then, so we saw our initial Huntress quite some time ago now and had some hands-on time with it and things, but I certainly, having played that before and played it now recently, the Huntress has changed quite a lot.
Yeah.
So what was the, how hard was it to get it ready for release?
Do I actually do a rundown video?
It's
I don't know.
funny, class design is one of those things where
Do I
every
do
time you
a
do
rundown
something,
video
you
today? I don't
reevaluate
know.
everything else. which is why it's so hard.
We're just watching Ray bully the rabbit.
how
Okay.
Long a class
If you
will
think
take.
so.
So like it changed a lot since the last time we had like we were showing Huntress. And honestly, like, you know, it's like while there are some skills that you will still see.
But I've
just,
got
like,
news for you.
And I mean, whenever we're looking at like how we're going to design something like this, it really comes down to like what is it's the special.
Oh, I need
about the
to
character class.
take
It
off my
comes
second
down to
skin
making
today
sure
from
everything's
the
different.
tattoo, I think.
So with the Huntress, you've
Can't
obviously
really
got
see
CS,
the
basically
progress in healing,
the
but
key difference between
needs to go off
CS
today.
and any other weapon type is that you can both use them at melee and you can also use them at range. You know, you can throw them, and so because of that, you know, we really were just really trying to incentivize everything possible.
Take
so
away
that
and
you
shower.
can
Yeah,
make
yeah,
all
of
those
course.
things. And,
Warm
you know,
water
some players,
is
they-
necessary, otherwise you
know,
just
generally speaking, you know, the balance
more
of it is
pain.
such that you only really want to do one thing and do that one thing well. So trying to incentivize the kind of ranged and melee is, you know, quite a thing. And I mean, the way we
What are
do it
these
is, you know,
videos
trying
and my
to make sure that, like,
recommendations
there are
here?
combo chains
Damn.
where, you know, a ranged thing can combo with something that's melee, and a melee thing can combo with something that's ranged, and then also give you good abilities to move between the two states. And so that kind of means that you end up with a very like agile character, like you're constantly moving like backwards and forwards and kind of moving around. And I would say that like given that it's the Dex character, that it's good that it feels that way, that it feels the most agile of all of the melee character classes. So you know, that's been a really good one. But you know, I mean,
Yeah, I'm interested in seeing that, the whole
in terms of
like
changes, I mean, look, there are
changing
changes
between
all the time,
melee
like,
and
like,
range stuff. I don't know.
led in development, like, there's, like,
I think most endgame, like very endgame builds are just gonna be focused on one thing. Either it's gonna be a melee build or a range build. I think
honestly was very skeptical of working, and Mark, like Mark.
we need
was always saying
Subway
to us,
Surfers again, please.
like, you know what? There was like 3 times I think where I was like, you know what? I don't think it's gonna work, and then you were like, okay, I think you know we're gonna save this.
I was like, give me a week.
Yeah, exactly. And,
I want patch notes so I can start planning my lease start. Yeah, same here.
Definitely for the most games, because in most games, obviously, with parry.
I'm so hyped for the Witch Ascension. Yeah, a lot of people are.
The
We went over everything together again, and yeah, Witch Ascension
That's
looks
just something that just wouldn't work.
definitely,
because
definitely
the
very
types
interesting.
of monsters, it's just like you don't really have the ability to read combat in that way in our game. And at the same time, we need to make something where there's going to be like, you know, if a single monster in a pack hits you, you need to be able to respond to that with something that's going to, you know, you need to be able to respond in a way where you don't just then again immediately get hit by a bunch of other stuff.
Yes.
So having it so that the parry, like it always parries, but it's then taking advantage of what the parry does to the monster by following up with something that's going to give you, like, you know, an explosion or something like that to kind of deal with the pack. That's something that sort of allows that counter gameplay to work in our game. So you've kind of got two.
They only showed half of the Ascendancy, unfortunately. No. Full Ascendancy here. We have everything. We have the data. Wait, where did you get that from? I'm gonna link it to you. There's a press kit. Everything in here. Yo, Baker, good morning. Hello. The hype is real. I slept all day after staying up all night to watch earlier. Nice. Yeah, I had a hard time sleeping tonight. I was super excited. What's up? Oh, still going over everything. Like, I might do a quick overview video, like putting together everything we have learned. But yeah, I want the patch notes. I want the patch notes. That's my biggest thing. I don't know how useful it will be to make a overview video now, because it's kind of content farming, I guess. To make an overview video of everything we have learned so far, without actually having like clear patch notes, right? I think I don't know if that makes a lot of sense, because in the end, like, everyone can just watch the video and stuff and watch it for themselves. We need the patch notes. We absolutely need the patch notes. They give an ETA on patch notes? No, they just said next week. Patch notes Nerfest, yes, that's true.
Yeah, in that case. Yeah.
And does it launch again next Friday?
Of course, there's always
Friday.
Mark, you know, and there's like there's a skill that does give you a guaranteed crit, so that's a potential option as well. Like you've got a few different ways to generate them.
Because parry guarantees a light stun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You always get that more window to actually engage or do it.
Yeah, I don't know about the whole parry thing.
You're under danger again.
And I
think it's not gonna be as used as they think.
Players who never parry, right? In any game ever, because I can never do it. It's always just so frustrating. So I was very skeptical of that, but it feels really good. You've both managed to make it something that's easy to do because you can just hold the button down and parry at any time. There's no skill involved in that. But at the same time, you've incentivized making it so that you do want to still try and time it as best you can personally. By well, how have you done that? How have you made it so that like you actually still want to kind of play it skillfully?
Well, I mean, ultimately, you know, anytime you're holding down the parry button is when you're not attacking, right? So you still want to kind of minimize the window, but at the same time, like the timing is just not like, you know, not as bad. But the nice thing as well is that like once you do successfully parry, it's very obvious. You get the sound, you get the like the token on the monster. It's very chunky.
Yeah.
So you know, it means it's very obvious when you're supposed to counterattack. So yeah, I'm very happy with that. I think that it came out really well. And honestly, one of the funny things about it is that it immediately made me realize like how bad shields are in comparison, which is why we're also trying to ninja in a change to how shields work at the last minute.
Musty is all set up to sit down and lock in all day. Nice. Nice.
Yep, this is
Parry with evasion sounds good. I don't know.
messing with this.
Yeah, messing around with it. And,
Yeah, parry for endgame, I don't know.
I won't talk too much about how that's going to work, but effectively,
I think it's gonna be something during campaign, yes, but in endgame, when you get into maps, you just want to kill everything. I don't think you want to take any time parrying, right?
Yeah, following that.
Just want to kill. Go, go, go.
Space idea of being able to do a bit more with it.
Yeah,
And then that
100%.
feed into other skills and things like that as well.
100%.
There's a lot of room there to play with.
Yeah.
So we talked about Huntress being very, very combo heavy, and she has the deepest combo chains out of anyone so far, even exceeding like things you can do with Monk. You've got 3-4 different skills deep of things you can start to synergize together. So how do you balance? How do you make that fun? Firstly, like rather than like onerous, for example.
Well, I mean, I guess there's a few things. Like one of them is it just has to be very readable and understandable when, like, you know, like what you can do and when you can do it. And I think the other thing that's really to our advantage here is reusing skills in multiple ways, so you can make a deeper combo chain without requiring you to be using as many skills in order to do it. So the way that Whirling Slash and Tornadoes interact with ground effects and kind of like all that stuff sort of means that, you know, you're using Whirling Slash multiple times as part of the same combo chain. And that's an idea, I think, that I'd like to try and explore more, because I think that it is a cool way to kind of extend the combo chain. Yeah.
Okay, I do have an idea. Let's put this video in a separate window. Let's go like this. Window capture.
Too many things involved, and that makes it a lot cooler. So yeah, I'll think a bit more about, you know, how we can apply that to other classes and other skills. But yeah, it's worked out really well here.
Yeah, it's a bit of like a loose create your own combo system in a way. Like obviously there's intended combos, but because it's interacting with something that's fundamental like ground effects, you're able to combo with anything that creates a ground effect. And there's a lot of different ways you can do that. Like I added shocked ground to the backflip skill, or I got a companion pet that had a shocked ground aura. As like that was just there and that was available all the time.
I mean, it's funny as well because it also works on just enemy ground effects, and so sometimes you can just get a damage boost because the rare just happened to be dropping ground fire or something. So that's kind of fun. Yeah, but it's been it's just a lot of fun to play. You know, the first time I ran into that was actually in the graveyard, where there's these like chests that like pop open with fire, and like I was using tornadoes, and then one of them just randomly turned into a fire tornado, and I'm like, oh, what happened there? Oh,
I think Lich will be insane for Chaos Minions. I think Lich will be insane for Chaos overall.
It always feels like you're getting a little bit of something extra for free when you're taking advantage of the enemy effects or a boss fight that just.
Lich seems very cool, I have to say. I kind of didn't realize at first how cool Lich looks, to be honest.
When you have a class that has deeper combos and kind of somewhat requires you to do a bit more, versus a class or a skill or a build that is just bonk.
I mean, you have to ultimately make the combos matter, right? And I think actually that's one of those things that we're trying to really focus on with the balance changes we're doing in Dawn of the Hunt more generally, is making sure that even, like, I think it's the case where some of the combo gameplay kind of degenerates a little bit by endgame in a way that, like, I want to make sure it still feels rewarded. And so we were sort of doing various checks, you know, like recently about, you know, like as a random example, right? Like, so on the Mercenary, we found that doing, you know, but But when you get to endgame, doing armor break, sorry, what's it called? The armor piercing that causes armor break, followed with high velocity rounds, is just worse.
I don't even think of a mercenary with someone with rounds anymore.
It's like sometimes you just get these things where like the balance.
Oh yeah,
of the game
mercenary was supposed to
degenerates
use
in a way
crossbows,
that,
right?
That doesn't support the combo anymore, and so we have to make sure that when we're looking at buffing things, that we're like making sure that when we're doing it, it's to support the fact that using more things is actually a good thing. Yeah, we're really trying to make sure that we're bringing some of that, improving some of that stuff as well as we're doing.
Crossbows got buffed, yeah.
So do you have like a
Absolutely.
baseline there of where like the really simple
The tactician looks to be a crossbow user as well again, so
You know, I mean, we always want.
I think they really want to have people use crossbows, right? Didn't know crossbows exist? Yeah, exactly. Kind of a point, right?
And look, the ideal situation is that like.
I think Jamling wasn't supposed to be. I think Jamling, they didn't think like it has to be crossbow, but Jamling was kind of a all-rounder class always, I think. But yeah, crossbow didn't really exist before.
Because I don't think I've ever seen this like ranged melee combo done well before.
Right. Well, I mean, it does require a lot of discipline, and it means that a lot of skills like end up on the.
Yeah, we already talked about that Moon Eclipse.
Well, if this is in the
The at series thing is insane. With like this is like a 40% damage negate.
Now makes me go back and look at the other classes.
That's why some people already thought maybe at series will get will be different or something, because the Lich Ascendancy with a series and the 10% more and stuff, that is a huge damage negate.
Yeah, do you see like going back
Just like with one Ascendancy node and one item, that's ridiculous. 40% damage negate.
For any class yet already, and we need to add more pieces for a lot.
I think there's at least 4 skills that were designed and then hunted in the monk currently.
Yeah, the Lich Ascendancy looks very good. Oh, the guillotine effect. Did you see it?
At some point, fill all that in.
First time we actually saw it.
We're going to try and incrementally get it, like much like how Ray Spectre and I mean the mount works with the Huntress, but we were like, let's give something for the Ranger this time. Let's give something for the Summoners out there this time, and so we're just going to keep filling in those gaps over time.
And it feels like you're getting better at class and skill design as you go too. So I imagine the last class you're going to release is going to be like amazing. You'll look back at the first ones and be like, ooh.
Possibly.
Well, that is the worry, but whatever.
But look, that just means we've got another round of going through everything and improving stuff again, right? So
and that will never end.
That's it. So with the parry came the kind of looking at the player getting stunned, in particular player heavy stun. So it's always hard to tell players like, hey, we're going to do something to you and it's going to be a bad thing. You're not going to like this.
Well, the funny thing,
let's talk about why.
there's a few things like that actually, because so I mean, for a start, like we needed the downside of parry to be like that. Yeah, you get stunned out of it. But then we were looking at how long. We're like, okay, right now.
What was that?
And that was true with shield block as well, by the way. It's like if you get stunned out of that, the amount of time that you get stunned out for is actually not even enough time for most bosses to do a follow-up attack on you. And it's like, well, where's the downside if it doesn't even have enough time? So we did have to extend that out a little bit, and it makes you a little bit more careful. But just to warn people, right, there's a few other things, like we lowered, what's it called, the I can't remember the name of that thing now, the thing that makes you more easy to be elemental statuses apply to you.
Yeah, which might be super tanky, right?
Ailment threshold, yeah. So we lowered ailment threshold to actually make it so the player has those mechanics happen more to them, right? Because like right now through campaign, like you barely get.
Let's see about all of this. Once the patch notes come out, we can deduct a little bit more, right?
Because if you don't have that stuff actually happen to you, then there's no point in mitigating it. And it's like, things like charms were like not very useful because those mechanics wouldn't happen to you. There's stuff like that, right? The downsides do actually matter in order to make it so that that you then there's other things you can do to sort of bypass those downsides. So yeah, that's kind of one of those things that we just have to make sure is there.
I did always find it a little bit strange that like I was able to count the number of times I was frozen in the campaign on one finger.
For sure. For sure. But
and it's always by those vile ghosts.
Yes.
So expect a little bit more, a little bit more danger from the stun. I definitely died a couple times to getting heavy stun.
Yeah, it can happen.
So that's mostly occurring if you're like doing bad blocking or parrying. But can it also occur just from like taking a really big hit or something?
Nope. At least we've discussed that. We've gone through a whole bunch of different should certain boss abilities heavy stun you, and if you spec into enough stun threshold, it like demotes it to a light stun, and if that, there's all kinds of mere multi-hour discussions we've had, and we haven't really come to anything conclusive there. But it's only from mount, raise shield, and parry, and of which, at least for all of them, you can see your stagger bar filling up. It's worth noting things like evasion apply to. So when you're parrying, we turn off your evasion from taking damage because the block does, right? And otherwise you'd be like, I'm going to parry it. Oh, I evaded it. It didn't parry. Yeah. But you can evade the stagger build up. So you don't take the damage anyway, just before anyone misunderstands that.
The evasion still works.
Yeah.
So high evasion will mean you can parry for longer. There's a bunch of parry stuff on the tree, including damage affecting the debuff.
I don't know about this one.
Debuff, so you get to benefit for
I really don't know about this one. Leaning into parry and then evasion also leans into parry. I don't know. I'm a little bit worried about that. Going for Huntress and then realizing, oh god, parry is just useless in the end game.
Not every skill can be parried, of course.
Yeah, it otherwise follows the slam rules. If it's a slam from above,
Every skill can be parried. Everything.
Much to your frustration for some things.
I mean, there are a few things where I've got disagreements about what looks like it's parryable, but...
My hopeful there was when it's contentious, people would bring it up and would change it, right?
Sure.
So, like, if it's on the line, it's meant to be blockable. Like, if it isn't clear. And there was no way with hundreds of monsters and many dozens of bosses that we weren't going to miss some things, so...
So you mentioned this a little bit earlier, but action RPGs kind of naturally pull you towards one damage type, one skill, one specific thing, and optimizing as much as possible, because otherwise you're just making a bad build a lot of the time. But I noticed Huntress has a bit of everything. She's got bleed, she's got all the elements, she's got physical. The only thing she doesn't have is like chaos, but there's kind of poison on the tree right there. So how do you like promote this, like all of this different stuff together? Are you supposed to only kind of be relegated to using 2 or 3 skills, or are these supposed to come together, and how do you manage that?
Well, there's a few things. So one of them is that we provide a lot of combos with the expectation that you'll probably be focusing around like a few specific things rather than necessarily using the whole tree. So like there's that. The other thing as well is just making sure that in the passive tree there's sort of options that go across both. So the Huntress's passive tree has quite a lot.
It's just new, yeah. We'll see. We'll see about that.
If you've done a ranged attack recently, and then it's got things like bonuses against blinded enemies, because while you're in a whirling slash, there's so it's sort of stuff like that where we're trying to carefully think like, well, how can we come up with something that's interesting and buffs everything that you might want to be doing, that kind of synergizes with the stuff that that Huntress can do. But it is honestly hard because like many categories of things only matter for one thing, part of a combo. So it's just like trying to come up with categories that can somehow span all of them in different ways. And ideally we can achieve that, but it is pretty hard.
Generally, you're going to become more niche or more selective because, again, even mixing elemental and bleed is just probably often going to result.
You
in
probably wouldn't do both elemental and bleed. You'd probably choose one or the other. But that's why we kind of try to make sure that, like, so you've got sort of linkages between them, though, right? Because it's like, for example, the thunderous leap detonates the spears that you do from the bleed thing. So it's like kind of like the idea there is to like it changes how that skill then has a use in the combo with the other one. So even if that skill itself isn't doing a lot of damage, it's triggering something that's taking advantage of all the damage bonuses you got for the for your bleed stuff. So that's kind of like the idea, is just to link all that stuff in a bit so that you can use the non like directly synergistic things in a kind of more synergistic way.
Yeah, that's if you didn't see that from the earlier trailer, you spear them with a bunch of spears and then jump on them and explodes them for bleed. Amazing. So, but yeah, that's using an elemental skill like in another way as a detonator. But and even more, you've got weapon swaps as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, there's all those systems we already added about all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So I mean, like, what will be interesting is whether or not we miss something cross-class, right? That's always a concern. Is someone will come up with some way to abuse something, between something that's going on in the spear skills with some other class that we failed to consider.
Yeah, I mean, so that's it. When we look at a new class, we typically like call it like, Huntress is spears, but kind of not really. It's a signature weapon, but
absolutely
nothing in the Ascendancies prescribes spears.
Exactly. So effectively, we take great pains to make sure that the Ascendancies never mention weapon types, that they're always generalized. So, for example, the infusion mechanic in the Amazon, it just says projectiles, it doesn't say spears, and the reason it does that is so that you could make an Amazon who is a bow user, and that's all fine. So it's effectively like
open-ended.
It's open-ended, and honestly, like I know that Mark does it makes the constraint a lot harder for how to design an ascendancy class when you have to think about it that way for sure.
Oh, it'd be much easier to just put a bunch of cool spear stuff in there, but
Right.
now only really. I mean, it was similar to the original PoE 1 Saboteur. It called out traps and mines, and so if
Yeah.
you're a trap and mine character, what are you doing? Well, that you could do something else, but no one else is playing that thing. You know,
Right.
it isn't. It is easier to design. It is certainly less flexible and open as to what people can play in the different combinations and all that. So yeah.
How much do you have to consider the different weapons and the skills and how they interact together when you're originally designing them, or is there just literally so many?
Anyway, I feel like we didn't even watch this yesterday. Was I so hyped by the update? This seems like so new to me, everything they are saying. I don't know why. Did I not pay enough attention yesterday?
There just has to be certain rules.
Am I this?
things
Is
about
my brain
how
this
easy is
bad?
it to apply this debuff? How easy it is to consume this debuff? And even then, it's like we often make mistakes and have issues. I mean,
When he says relatively impossible, it is actually impossible.
Actually, yes.
But I mean,
That's
just
relative.
but even just looking at the balance pass we're doing at the moment, right? I mean, there's hundreds of things like that, that we still. I mean, there's things that we could never honestly understand all of the different broken things that could possibly exist, and so it's like it really does depend a lot on on seeing reports and what people are doing on some level, right? But then I think that what will happen over time is obviously the game's still relatively new. We're still making relatively big changes. Over time, the balance I think will get to the point where we no longer have these crazy outliers to the same extent, and it should mean that we get to some sort of relative class parity. By parity, what I mean is people playing all the different classes rather than focusing only on a few as we get towards full release. Because right now it's obviously very skewed. Because there's certain broken things, so the balance over time we'll get there.
It's one of the main goals and benefits of the early access is just let's get the balance of characters right. And this patch release was always going to have 1,000 problems, or probably 10,000 problems. The next one will have half that, the next one half that, and probably eventually it's going to be down to here's only a few things going out of whack. There's always going to be something, because we add too much content for it to even be controlled. Again, there are too many uniques, too many supports, too many skills, and too many other changes for any amount of people. You're talking about a matter of you'd have to put in thousands and thousands of hours internally to find it, and then you give it to the players. There's so many people, it's going to take literally 5 minutes. So it is. It's very beneficial. And we're lucky in that regard that we get to that level of testing and feedback and on such a mass level, and especially with things like Ninja and all of that, and other people being able to see it and discuss it more openly, we're just going to be able to iterate on it even faster. But yeah, every single patch you're going to see a pretty substantial change in what's going to happen here. Yeah.
Thanks for making the broken builds and
Well, 100%.
I mean, you mentioned support gems. It's over 100 support gems added just this patch. It's already so many, and with you doing a different weapon for each of the 16 classes.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be a lot by the time we're done. But there kind of has to be, right? Because
that's what you made it. You made this system that you need so many supports to support.
You do.
Because otherwise, it's not going to work. Especially with this one support system, it's what have you guys done?
Well, I mean, look, this is why we have recommendations, and hopefully we can improve those as well and continue to get that better.
It's going to be very strong.
Certainly room for
Soulless on the Lich at Series Sustain, 100%. Definitely, we talked about this multiple times now. It seems extremely strong. Just a flat 40% damage mitigation. Holy, that's really good. For some ascension points, 100%.
Recommendations though is that they can't really take into account what you've already got on the gem. So the recommendations have to be just sort of generally good, but not really take into account combos. That kind of means they're a bit more simple. The recommendations are going to be more simple than what you'd otherwise be doing if you're not following them.
Feels like at some point you're going to need some sort of nested recommendation system. It's I'm kind of doing bleed stuff, so you go to the sub-menu for bleed recommendations.
I'm less certain about that, because I kind of don't want to get into the thing of actually telling you what your build should be. That's a little bit different there.
Maybe more sorting methods for the show me all the gems. Oh, there's a lot that are only in there that are never recommended, right? At this point,
there are, yes, there are.
It's going to be an interesting challenge you guys have set yourselves to make enough supports there. So another thing that you managed to challenge yourselves, and I always wonder, like, why did you do this to yourselves, was Spectres. So originally those were planned to be in for launch, but obviously Spectres are a whole can of worms. It's, hey, let's just give players access to every monster. Also, we've made so many new monsters.
Yeah.
We're talking about all the broken. There's going to be some broken in there, I promise you. And there's going to be some stuff we have to change.
I mean, they've done, but I mean, effectively, what the time between early access and this was like, okay, let's actually attempt at least to do a balance pass of this and like see if there's anything that's going to be a problem and then adjust numbers accordingly.
But now you've got to account all those support gems on all those monsters.
Yes, well, this is an interesting thing, isn't it? The support gems work. The support gems work on them, and you know, like, what the hell is that going to do? Yeah, like, it's impossible to completely know, but yeah, like, look, I mean, there's probably definitely some dark secrets lying in what kind of space.
Yeah, it's a question, right? If the Adorn works on that, I don't know.
It's like just a bunch of zombies just doing default.
Yeah, I might do the overview video now. I think I completed all my notes here. I'm probably gonna go over all the notes again here, and then we just go for the quick rundown video. So I think that should be my next objective for today here. Yeah, the theory crafting is good. I really want to do the prepare the videos now. I need to get prepared for the next week. So yeah, I mean, 6-hour stream, cooked rabbit build. Yeah, we need to start cooking for next week. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, so we are gonna call it here. We're gonna raid someone, obviously. We're gonna raid Alcohol. So yeah, thanks everyone for today. The next streams are pretty much just gonna be this, like theory crafting, going over all the stuff. I'm definitely gonna stream a little bit less for the next few days in order to prepare all the stuff for next Friday. There's gonna be a lot of stuff we need to prepare. We need to get started on. It's also gonna be, I'm probably gonna do some video series on how to start a league and like some tips for actually a efficient league start and everything. So yeah, there's gonna be a lot more videos in the next few days, hopefully, depending on the time. And yeah, in between those videos, I really hope that I can stream as much as possible, but I really want to. So yeah, let's see. Thank you everyone for being here. Thank you again to anyone that is new here. I stream every day, especially when the new update hits. It will be much more. So thank you for being here. I'm gonna send you to Loco. He's doing a lot of theory crafting as well. Really respected, really awesome content creator. So yeah, thank you all for being here. Next stream. Oh yeah, today's Friday, right? Let's see. Maybe some bonus streams on the weekend. We will see. I will let you know on Discord if we do some bonus streams on the weekend. Okay, love you. Goodbye.